Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 AOIU's discussion. 10 days is not too much, but it is definitely not too little. During these 10 days, Luo Chen put aside everything except practicing Chong Chun Gong and taking 2 Yankee pills. He did not touch magic, did not go to battle, and rarely went out to visit friends. Qin Liangzhen and the others only saw Luo Chen staying at home all day long, fiddling with something. From time to time, there would be 1 or 2 explosions. They didn't know what Luo Chen was doing, but the restless atmosphere inside the Pashan Gang was getting stronger and stronger. Establishing a Dan Hall. This is definitely a shocking event. Since ancient times, among the 4 arts of cultivation, Dan array, instrument, and alchemy ranked first. Because it is difficult to get started, the training conditions are harsh, and huge investment is required. Even if an alchemist is really trained, in the absence of a suitable main elixir, it can often only meet internal needs and cannot make external profits. Therefore, only the sects have been able to train alchemists and establish institutions such as Dan Halls. Some large immortal cultivation families will try their best to train 1 or 2 people when they encounter a talented alchemist. There are almost no independent practitioners among the famous alchemists, all of them come from large clans. And now, the gang leader revealed that the Pashan Gang is about to set up a dantang. What does this mean? It means that Mishuhu has won over an alchemist from somewhere. Alchemist. If there is an alchemist in the family, then the elixirs he refines will be supplied to internal personnel first. If it is related to cultivation, it would be the best. Even if it is not, as long as it can be sold, everyone can benefit more or less. It can be said that once the Pashan Gang sets up a dantang, its development will only get better and better. When newcomers hesitate whether to join, the fact that there is an alchemist in the gang can make them firm up. Therefore, during this period of time, in the Pashan Gang, anything related to the establishment of a dantang was almost passed without any obstacles. A new hall is taking shape quickly, with its own territory, manpower, magic tools, and even some channels for material supply, etc. 10 days later, Luo Chen came out of retreat. Dust fluttered, his eyes were bloodshot, and his originally handsome face looked quite haggard at this moment. Even the corners of his Taoist robes were burnt. Murin Kinglian saw the scene and said with concern, "Are you okay? Why did you get so tired?" "It's okay. It's just some setbacks and failures that are part of the alchemy process." Luo Chen waved his hand, looked at the 3 people waiting outside, and estimated the time. "Is it today?" "Yes, today." Luo Chen's mouth curled up slightly. "Then let's go." This is the second time Luo Chen has come to the headquarters of the Pashan Gang. Except for the first celebration banquet, he basically went to the Xiao Valley for the next few times. The medicine hall is over there, and it is said that the alchemy hall is also built in the Xiao Valley. As for why the alchemy hall is not built in the headquarters, the gang said that Xiao Valley is safer and more suitable for alchemy. Luo Chen did not express any opinion on this. In the early stage, they could make the decision. But next, it's time to haggle over every penny. When entering the Heiao Hall, almost everyone rushed back from outside. This is also the first time that Luo Chen has faced all the important members of the Pashan Gang. The 4 elders, Wang Yuan, Qin Liangzhen, Luo Wudi, Sikun Xiaojia. The 8 hall masters, the sick tiger Zhang Wen and the dragon tiger Yang Wei of the 3 fighting halls, plus Luo Wudi who is also an elder. Murin Kinglian of the medicine hall, Kei Yulin of the beast hall, Zhang Shikun of the mining hall, Mi Junping of the honor hall, and Wang Yuan, the master of the newly established Jiao Hall. If the soon-to-be-established Dan Hall and himself who will become the master of the Dan Hall are added, then these 11 people will become the highest-ranking and most powerful senior officials of the Pashan Gang. Of course, above these 11 people, there is Mishuhua, the foundation-building cultivator with the highest realm and status. The Heiao Hall, which was originally a little noisy, instantly became quiet after Luo Chen and his group came in. "Haha, let us welcome the master of the Dan Hall, the alchemist Luo Chen." With a loud laugh, Mishuhua stood up first. The others also stood up and gave Luo Chen the greatest respect. Luo Chen smiled and bowed in return, his eyes almost recording everyone's expressions at the moment. Wang Yuan frowned, Qin Liangzhen and his wife were kind, Zheng Wen winked. Yang Wei, the dragon-coiling tiger, looked him up and down, and Zhang Shiken, the head of the mining hall, Luo Wudi, Sikun Xiaojia, and Ke Yulin of the Beast Hall looked suspicious. Mi Junping of the honor hall did not show any change in expression, she just stood quietly beside Mi Shuhui. There were many different expressions. The only thing that was not was unfriendly. In fact, if there was no direct conflict, everyone would be friendly to an alchemist. Just one glance and Luo Chen felt confident. My little alchemy skills are really not worthy of being presented in a refined hall. I am really afraid to trouble everyone today and mobilize so many people. Humble words were thrown out as if they were free. But Luo Chen's action was very natural to sit down on the last chair. Seeing this scene, Mi Shuhui nodded slightly, which meant that Luo Chen temporarily accepted his new identity. He asked everyone to sit down, and then talked about the theme of today's meeting. The Dan Hall must be built. It won't work if we don't build it. Think about it. The 2,000 brothers of the Pashan gang don't have enough food or warm clothes. They can only practice meditation. They can't even get a nourishing pill. So, the Pashan gang with the Dan Hall is the complete Pashan gang. The Pashan gang with the alchemist is the real good place to practice. Without the Dan Hall, what's the difference between us and the Jianghu gangs? Now there are many things to be done, but although the sparrow is small, it must have all the internal organs. Only in this way can we go further. Everyone listened to these clichés with a smile. Over the years, everyone has become familiar with the way old man Mi speaks. They know that the highlight is always after the good words. Xiao Luo, I am very relieved to give you the Dan Hall. After all, you are a genius who can refine medium-grade elixirs. You will definitely be famous in the Yuding area in the future. Even though everyone knew the news a long time ago, they still admired him. That is a medium-grade elixir, not bought, but refined by myself. Luo Chen waved his hands quickly. Boss, the mid-grade elixirs I made are just my skill. I don't deserve the praise of an alchemy genius. Mi Shuhui smiled kindly. It depends on the situation. You, a lone man, can make mid-grade elixirs. With the support of the entire Pashan gang, it will be easy for you to make top-grade elixirs. Luo Chen cried, but the elixirs I made are of no benefit to cultivation. Mi Shuhui was still smiling. How can it not be beneficial? Your Bigu powder can make the brothers in the gang hunt monsters and pick natural treasures with more peace of mind. Your Zongmiao pills are even more amazing. They can sell a large amount of spirit stones, so that the brothers can use them to buy magic tools and elixirs. Luo Chen looked bitter. Spirit stones are hard to earn, and shit is hard to eat. I have worked hard for so many years, but I am only at the 5th level of key refining, and I live in fear. Don't worry about this. Mi Shuhui waved his hand. After you become the master of the Dan Hall, the gang will give you a bottle of Yankee Pill every month to solve your worries about cultivation. A bottle of Yankee Pill is worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. This treatment is much better than the maids and servants in the big shops in the city. The only ones who can compare are probably those female cultivators in Xiangxiang Tower who make a living by their skills. Luo Chen sighed. It's a pity that I only have a 5 spiritual root waste physique. I'm afraid that a bottle of Yankee Pill will have no effect. What a joke, I can refine 2 Yankee Pills a day now. You give me 1 bottle a month, which is only enough for 5 days. Who are you trying to fool? Mi Shuhui's face froze slightly. The elder Sikun Xiaojia next to him smiled and said, 1 bottle is indeed a little less. How about 2 bottles? Be frugal and you can get through a month. After that, he looked at Luo Chen kindly. Xiao Luo, when you were a casual cultivator before, you probably couldn't eat more than a few key nourishing pills a month. 2 bottles are not a small amount. This should be the bottom line. Anyway, the point is not here. Luo Chen arched his hands to him. Elder Sikun, please have mercy on me. Xiao Luo will do it. After these words came out, whether it was Sikun Xiaojia, Mi Shuhui, or even everyone else, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It's just 2 bottles of key nourishing pills a month. For these masters of the 9th level of key refining, it's really nothing. Xiao Luo, if you have any concerns, you can speak up. Mi Shuhui said, I will definitely not let you suffer any grievances for refining pills for the gang. Grievance? I'm not wronged. I'm just afraid of wronging everyone. Luo Chen said with great sorrow. Everyone was startled. Even Qin Liangzhen, who knew Luo Chen's plan for today, was frightened. Why are you feeling wronged? With an additional alchemy hall, the gang will have an additional stable source of income in the future. This is much safer than going into the mountains to find food. Everyone was so happy that they couldn't wait to feel wronged. In front of everyone, Luo Chen's face was miserable. He touched his chest and said, "Xiao Luo has low aptitude. I'm afraid I won't be able to break through the foundation building in my lifetime. I won't live more than 121 years old. But a master passed by the village before and said that I was born with deficiencies and would live to be 60 or 70 years old at most. Alice, it's hard for me to imagine if I die young. How will the gang accept this reality after they are used to me refining pills for everyone? This impossible. Xiao Luo, you look quite energetic. You don't seem to be very energetic either. Did you not sleep well last night?" Luo Chen's eyes were full of bloodshot and his face was haggard. It was really not energetic. It was more or less interesting to say that he had the appearance of dying young. "So, Luo Chen, do you want to make a will first?" The speaker was Ke Yulin, the head of the Beast Hall and Qin Liangzhen's sworn brother. Luo Chen's face froze. "You are the one who wants to make a will, and your whole family should make a will." He restrained his exaggerated emotions and said seriously, "I need something to prolong my life, whether it is natural treasures, elixirs, or even some magic." As soon as these words came out, everyone was visibly silent. Luo Chen did not see the rabbit and did not release the eagle, and continued, "The millions of mountains in the East Wilderness are extremely rich in resources. There must be something that can prolong life. As far as I know, our gang picked a 6-leaf emperor lotus 3 years ago. The 6-leaf emperor lotus, one leaf lasts for 10 years, and all 6 leaves can increase life by 60 years. Mishuhu blinked. "That's just a rumor. In fact, it's just 2 leaves. And when they got it, they were bought by 2 foundation building cultivators from the spiritual medicine pavilion and the herb hall at a high price. I don't care about the past. If you meet it in the future, you must give it to me first." Luo Chen clapped his hands and stood up suddenly. Looking at his tall and straight body, everyone remained silent. This can't be agreed to casually. Things that prolong life are so precious. In front of high-level cultivators with urgent needs, the value is not something that can be measured by spirit stones at all. The extra foundation building pill in Mishuhu's hand is said to have been exchanged for the 2-leaf Xian Huang lotus. You are just a cultivator of the 5th level of key refining, and you dare to ask for this? You dare to ask for this? Gradually, some people's expressions became a little unfriendly. To put it bluntly, they haven't seen the profits of the Dan Hall yet, so it is impossible for them to make a sufficient promise. After a long while, Mishuhu said softly, "We will discuss this later. Xiao Luo, you are in your prime, and you may be able to build your foundation and extend your life by 200 years. After that," he added, "young man, you should have ambitions and don't lose faith in the Tao. Damn old man, you are so bad. I would be foolish to trust you." Luo Chen looked sad, and before leaving the chair, he showed his figure in front of everyone. "Well, it's my wild idea that makes things difficult for everyone. Then Xiao Luo will propose another unreasonable idea, and I hope everyone will consider it." Under the gaze of everyone, he said heavily, "I want half of the profit from the elixir." Chapter 77, the so-called sky-high price, sitting low to pay the money. You also know that you are expecting too much? He, the little guy, is not very old, but he has a big appetite. Too much? The people who spoke were Ke Yulin, Sikun Xiaojia, and Mi Junping, who had never spoken. Luo Chen wrote down these names one by one. He shook his head. "Not much? Really not much? You can't imagine how high the profit of elixirs is. For example, the cost of 1 furnace of my Zongmiao pills is only 5 spirit stones, and it can be sold for dozens of yuan. I want half, which is indeed not much." "That's not much?" Ke Yulin sneered. "You also know that the profit is high, and you deserve to take half." He said it very naturally, and Mi Shuhua, Mi Junping and others beside him also nodded in agreement. But Ke Yulin didn't see how gloomy his sworn brother Qin Liangzhen's face was. Luo Chen seemed to not care about his sneer at all, and continued to complain. "What should I do? You are the one who refines this medicine? Master K has an extraordinary appearance and raises pigs so well. I guess he is also very good at fiddling with medicinal materials and controlling furnace fire." Ke Yulin froze there. If he had this skill, with a 9th level of key refining, why would he need to raise pigs and cattle here? Well, the Beast Hall is responsible for this stuff. The Pashan gang not only hunts monsters, but also raises some low-level wild beasts that are easy to tame. Let them roam in the ancient mountains and rely on spiritual energy to cultivate them. Over time, there will be a stable output of low-level monsters. It is not an insult to say that the master of the beast hall is a pig and cattle farmer. Xiao Luo, talk nicely and don't squeeze your big brother K. Murin Kinglian said with a smile, but the look in K. Yulin's eyes was colder. When did his little brother unconsciously turn to Mi Shuhua's side? Okay, I'll listen to my sister-in-law. Luo Chen didn't pretend to be miserable, and said directly, alchemy is a hard job. I won't lie to you. You can go and see it yourself when the time comes. Even if you try it yourself, I will do my best to guide you. So, I want a share of the profit that belongs to me, which is absolutely reasonable. 50% may be a bit much, but look at me, look at me. Under the gaze of everyone, Luo Chen pointed at the gray clothes. A first-level low-grade robe, second-hand goods. There are holes on it, and the corners of the clothes have been burned by fire. His hand flashed, and a flying sword borrowed from Gu Kai leaked out. A first-level low-grade flying sword with flowers carved on it, which is used exclusively by female cultivators. Little Luo is miserable. He doesn't have enough to eat or warm clothes, and he uses second-hand tools, and the magic tools are all used by female cultivators. If other forces come and see it in the future, the head of the Alchemy Hall, one of the 9 halls, is in such a miserable state. It's embarrassing. It's not my face that is embarrassing, but the face of our Pashan gang. It's the face of you, the great cultivator in the foundation building period, Mi gang leader. Mi Shuhua's face was extremely wonderful. He didn't expect that he could be so pitiful. Others were also a little shocked. When they were in the middle stage of key refining, they were probably not so miserable. Murin Kinglian's eyes were full of tears. In order to improve his alchemy skills, Xiao Luo wore the worst robes and used the flying swords that the neighbor's little sister discarded. He really had enough of hard times. If you look at it this way, 50% profit sharing doesn't seem to be much. However, it's still too much? Mi Junping said coldly. Luo Chen said seriously, then the leader of the Sun Hall, you come and give an explanation. It's your duty to contribute to the gang. 2 bottles of key nourishing pills a month are enough. Mi Junping's face was the same as always. Luo Chen was furious. You are sending beggars away. Tell others that the Pashan gang treats alchemists so harshly. Tens of thousands of cultivators in Dahofang will look down on you. Who are you? How dare you do this? Mi Junping raised his eyebrows and was about to scold. Pinger. Mi Shuhua spoke, his face full of smiles. Yes, once you enter this sect, you are family. How can you let your family suffer any grievance? Moreover, our Pashan gang never treats any brother harshly. With just these words, Mi Junping's face changed slightly. She was wrong. If the news of enslaving alchemists really got out, the reputation that Pashan gang had built up in Dahofeng for many years, and Mi Shuhua's reputation of supporting low-level cultivators, would all be destroyed. Once the reputation deteriorates, the chain reaction it brings is something that the Mi family cannot afford. The power of independent cultivators is about numbers. But if others are unwilling to join, sooner or later it will be dispersed and become one of the many gangs in the history of Dahofeng City. Mi Shuhu looked at Sikan Xiaojia. Sikan, you are mature and prudent, and you have been in several halls in your early years. Why don't you give us a reasonable suggestion for everyone to refer to? Ahem. Clearing his throat, Sikan Xiaojia raised a finger. 1%, that's enough. No Xiao Luo, don't rush to object. Think about it. The raw materials of the elixir are provided by the gang, and the sales channels are also from the gang. And you don't need to show up in the future. There will be special people responsible for the sales. How much time can you save for cultivation? Sikan Xiaojia said in an orderly manner, 1 sentence at a time, 1 thing at a time. Your predicament has been seen by us elders. I won't say much else. Gang Master Mi likes to support the younger generation the most. He has many top-grade magic tools. It's not a problem to give you one. Is that right, Gang Master Mi? Mi Shuhu smiled slightly. Indeed, it's just 1 or 2 magic tools. Why go out to buy them? I'll give them to you. Luo Chen remained silent and froze there. The atmosphere in the Hiao Hall became more and more depressing. After a long time, a rough voice sounded. Young man, you can't be greedy. You have to learn to be content. The tiger that goes down the mountain, Luo Wudi. Luo Chen glanced at him and gritted his teeth and said, 1% profit is indeed too little. This is the limit of what the gang can give. After all, we have thousands of brothers to support. Mi Junping did not give in. Luo Chen raised his head, not looking at her, but looking at others. Luo Chen doesn't think he has much ability, but he still has some experience in alchemy. If my cultivation improves and I give you a suitable recipe, I will definitely make the required elixir for you free of charge. Everyone was moved. As their eyes wandered, they were eager to try. Not only that, you can also send your trusted disciples or descendants to the alchemy hall. Luo Chen will definitely do his best to guide them. If they can learn a thing or two, they will have a skill in the future. As soon as the words fell, Yang Wei, the dragon tiger, laughed out loud. Xiao Luo is so generous, why should we be stingy? Zhang Shikan of the mine hall said gently, 1% profit is indeed too little, why not 20%? After all, it is also Luo Chen's hard work. Qin Liangzhen and Murin Qinglian spoke in unison, 20% is not much, but not too little. After all, Xiao Luo has no other means to make a living. Since the beginning of the gang, only one person has not spoken. That is Wang Yuan. He frowned until he saw Luo Chen dealing with everyone word by word. Although there were laughter and scolding, he was calm and composed, and he was definitely not a person who only complained and sold misery. The frown gradually relaxed. Let's just 20%, more will arouse people's covetousness, less will make people feel cold. In a moment, 5 of the 12 senior executives, including Dao Hofeng and the gang leader, agreed to this share. If Luo Chen who did not object is included, it would be half. Mi Junping's face was as gloomy as water. Before this, they had already discussed with the other hall masters about the approximate division. Now if they have to give out 20% more, it will be their Mi family that will suffer the loss. Ke Yulin dared not speak anymore, because Qin Liangzhen and his wife were staring at him at this moment. Sikun Xiaoju had a sneer on his face, and did not speak either. It was none of his business, so he just ignored it. Mi Shuhua's smile gradually faded, and his eyes fell on another person. Zheng Wen, did you have fun in Xiangxiang Tower this month? Chapter 78, Luo Chen, the Master of Dan Hall. Binghu Zhengwen. An anomaly in the Pashan gang. He holds the position of Hall Master, but he has not taken care of anything for so many years. Because of an injury in his early years, he has no hope in the path of Taoism, so he has been seeking flowers and asking willows all year round, lingering among flowers. When he is short of spiritual stones, he goes hunting in the mountains alone. He hardly forms gangs with anyone, and can be considered a loner. If he had not shined on the Taoism stage, and if 3 hall masters had not died in battle, he would not have returned to the Pashan gang and served as the hall master of the 3 war halls. At this moment, facing the question of the foundation building cultivator, he shrugged frivolously, do you want to hear a lie or the truth? Mi Shuhua's face was a little bad. So what if it's a lie? So what if it's the truth? If it's a lie, I just had a lot of fun. I was so weak that I almost couldn't crawl out of the building today. What about the truth? The truth is that there are personnel changes in Xiangxiang Tower. The beauty I like has either returned to the Hehuan sect or resigned. The new female cultivator has no sense of propriety at all. She used the Hehuan sect's charm techniques on me without any spiritual power. My old bones can't stand that kind of torture. I almost couldn't crawl out today. Whether it's true or not, I almost didn't crawl out. Mi Shuhua took a deep breath. Now the gang is going to set up a Dan Hall, which is related to everyone's extra income. You are also the hall master, give me some advice. Zhang Wen was lying on the chair, and he spread his hands when he heard it. Ask me for my opinion? Of course I'll say yes if I asked. Huh? Little Taoist fellow Luo, he's my dearest brother. If he comes to make pills for us, he must add spirit stones. After saying that, he winked at Luo Chen, when will you make the top grade Zongmiao pills? I've been suffering from the demon girl of Xiangxiang Tower for a long time. Luo Chen bowed with both hands, righteous and awe-inspiring. How dare I not do my best to help Taoist fellow Taoist break the charm of the Hehuan sect? Seeing this singing and echoing, Mi Shuhua was so angry that he laughed. Okay, 20%. It's just a few dozen spirit stones. If you are so fussy about it, it makes us cultivators too worldly. Haha, it turns out that you are not the one who is fussy. This idea flashed through everyone's mind. Then, Luo Chen sat down again in the expectation of everyone. From then on, The Pashan gang had the ninth hall, the Dan Hall. The general direction was discussed, and the next thing was some details. The site of the Dan Hall has been selected, and the construction of the house is about to be completed. For this, Mishuhu also paid for a set of first-level medium-sized formations to protect the Dan Hall from being invaded by monsters and enemies. In addition, Sikun Xiaojie also told him one by one about the personnel that would be transferred to the Dan Hall. As for why this elder who didn't care about things told Luo Chen, the reason was that he would also move into the Dan Hall and serve as the deacon of the Dan Hall. In this regard, Luo Chen could only laugh. An elder and a deacon, what are you trying to do? He did not delay and proposed Gu Kai to join the gang on the spot. Qin Lianjun and his wife acted as guarantors to confirm that they knew each other well and had a clean family. This one was passed without any obstacles. But when placing Gu Kai in the Dan Hall, Mi Junping frowned and refused. This time, Zheng Wen still spoke up for justice and helped Luo Chen. Gu Kai cares about everyone. She is a well-known dancer in Dahofang. She joined the Pashan gang and the Dan Hall. She will definitely be a golden signboard. Xiaopinger, are you a fool? You are pushing this out. Mi Junping was furious and began to settle accounts with Zheng Wen. This month, his gang suffered so many casualties and injuries because he didn't care about things, and the gang lost so many spiritual stones. Zheng Wen smiled and agreed to it. Anyway, he said that he would just have fun this month first. This is the reward given by Old Man Mi when she agreed to participate in the death fight. As his daughter, you can't question it. When the meeting was about to end, Luo Chen, who had been silent for a long time, spoke again. Boss, will you really give me 2 magic weapons? Mi Shuho was stunned, not just one. It was agreed to be 1 or 2. Can there be a discount? Luo Chen had an innocent face, and his clear eyes were full of expectations. The middle-grade robe has a built-in cleaning spell formation, which is dust-proof. It also has a water shield spell engraved on it, which can resist an attack from a cultivator in the late stage of key refining. The top-grade magic weapon, the Cloud Stepping Boots, has a total of 3 formations engraved on it, but they are actually the same. You know the wind control art, right? Qin Lianjun checked it and gave it back to Luo Chen. Luo Chen took it happily and put it on the spot. He didn't care about second-hand goods. Now, he can be considered to have upgraded his weapons. What he wears and uses are all at least middle grade. If you add the middle grade Jasper knife and the top grade soul-breaking nail that he already has. Tisk tisk. This wealth is definitely unique among cultivators in the middle stage of key refining. Qin Lianjun sighed as he watched this scene. Sure enough, Mi Shuho had no shortage of magic weapons at all. But after he won the death battle on the discussion platform, he only gave him a golden needle magic weapon, which was not easy to use. It can't be that he is unwilling to give me a magic weapon just because I destroyed his top-grade defensive robe? Or is it because I have lost one hand and have no future, so he is unwilling to invest in me? It's just like when Zheng Wen was injured, he didn't care. Zheng Wen is here as soon as he mentions him. His steps are weak and his face is pale. Seeing this, Murin Kinglian said, Xiao Zheng, you have to take care of yourself. Zheng Wen was deeply moved. Murin, you are the only one who cares about me. Anyway, your wife has a broken hand and has no future in this life. Why don't you follow me? I will. Get the hell out of here, get as far away as you can. Qin Lianjun was furious and kicked him directly. Zheng Wen dragged Luo Chen away, leaving the couple behind, one cursing and the other persuading. Why are you angry with him? Weren't we on good terms back then? Bullshit, he's thinking about you every day. I beat him up every time I see him. Our son is already so old, and you're still making trouble with him. Dao Iao Zio Luo, I have something to discuss with you today. Do you have any stock? Yes, Zongmiao Wan, a large bottle of medium quality. Then I want a medium bottle. Teacher Zheng, it's not a medium bottle, it's a large bottle, medium quality. Well, never mind, give me 10 bottles first, I must go back and fight a comeback. One hand handed over the money, the other hand handed over the goods. Zheng Wen left proudly, heroic and full of vigor, no longer pale and weak. Luo Chen looked at the 50 spirit stones in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed my best customer, and I said I would give him a preferential price. He still insisted on paying the original price, saying that Zhongmiao Wan is more useful than before, and there is no reason to let Dao Yao suffer a loss. Just as Luo Chen was sighing, Wang Yuan appeared in front of him, as if he had been waiting for a long time. He glanced at Luo Chen, turned around and left. Luo Chen immediately followed him. After a while, in the quiet secret room, "I didn't know that you could already refine middle-grade elixirs." Wang Yuan sneered. Luo Chen scratched his head. "Isn't it because you, big brother, are concentrating on the path of Taoism and don't need this stuff? Of course, if you need it, big brother, I have enough here." "Nonsense." Wang Yuan scolded, and then suddenly sighed. "If I had known that you could refine middle-grade elixirs, I wouldn't have let you go back to the Pashan gang with me." Luo Chen also put away his cynical smile. He shook his head and said, "It's not your fault, Brother Wang. As long as I want to earn spirit stones for cultivation, I will be noticed sooner or later. Without the Pashan gang, there will be the Daijiang gang, the Li family, the Nangong family, the Duan family, and even the Jiandan sect and the 6 major sects." Wang Yuan was very moved by the first part. The latter part was a bit strange. How could you be favored by the Jiandan sect and the 6 major sects? Of course, he still gave affirmation and encouragement. "Now, what are your plans? Since you are here, you should make the best of it. You can achieve the 8th level of key refining in the Pashan gang, and Brother Qin and the others can also practice to the 9th level step by step. I can do the same." In his words, he had a great momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers and never giving up. Seeing this, Wang Yuan stopped comforting him. After showing his firm heart, Luo Chen looked at Wang Yuan strangely. "You specially called me here, is it just to express your apology? Why are we 2 brothers so distant?" Wang Yuan said nothing. Luo Chen became excited. "Is there something wrong, Brother Wang? You usually help me. If you have anything to say, just say it." The old face could not show any expression. It was unknown whether he was not happy or angry, or whether he had become thick-skinned enough due to his physical training. Wang Yuan took out a piece of animal skin in silence. Curiously took it, and Luo Chen took a closer look. "Hey, the recipe." As he was reading, Luo Chen said casually, "The recipe you gave me? You are indeed my good friend. Wait, why do I feel something is wrong here? Why are all the herbs of the same type? Aren't the herbs neutralized?" While talking to himself, Luo Chen read very quickly, almost reading 10 lines at a glance. After reading the recipe, Luo Chen frowned, and when he turned to the end, he blurted out, "2nd level recipe. Chapter 79 Blood Evil Pill. On this animal skin, there is a record of a 2nd level elixir called Blood Evil Pill. According to the description above, once the elixir is made, it can provide a large amount of blood evil power for the cultivator after taking it. This blood evil power is different from the spiritual power that the cultivator has refined, but for the cultivators who practice the blood path, it can also improve their cultivation." Luo Chen immediately thought of the blood path cultivator Xiao Wuan, who was killed by Wang Yuan on the stage of discussion. Blood path elixir. Luo Chen's eyelids twitched wildly. Wang Yuan couldn't help asking, "Can you make it?" Luo Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother Wang, you think too highly of me. This is a 2nd level elixir. How can I make it? And..." He paused, his expression became very serious. "This is a magic elixir. If I make it, I will die ugly, and so will you. The Jading Sword sect is very strict with a magic path. In other words, there is no magic sect in the entire 36 regions of the Far East. For a sect like the Helhuan sect, which is both good and evil, they have to express their willingness to collect essence from others, and they have to use the name of Xiangxiang Tower." Just by reading the recipe written on the animal skin, Luo Chen felt shocked by the main ingredients. The essence and blood of the cultivators, the yin shat of Huangquan, and a large amount of purple river placenta. Each of these has nothing to do with the common cultivation resources used by righteous cultivators, and is definitely evil. Let alone refining the elixir, just collecting such main ingredients, once noticed, will be beaten to pieces by the Jading Sword cultivator. Wang Yuan also knew this situation and couldn't help but droop. He sighed and showed an unwilling look. "It's a pity. If I have this kind of elixir to assist, I can reach the foundation building stage even without the foundation building pill. Is it so useful?" "Wait." Luo Chen looked at the man in front of him in surprise. "Can I build a foundation without the foundation building pill? Who told you that you must have the foundation building pill to build a foundation?" Wang Yuan asked back. Luo Chen was stunned. He carefully recalled the people and things he had encountered during his years of cultivation. With natural spiritual roots, There is no bottleneck in breaking through the foundation building stage, and no foundation building pills are needed. There are also cultivators with dual spiritual roots who, with the help of other auxiliary pills, have been lucky enough to break through the foundation building stage. Apart from anything else, he knew someone who had once made a breakthrough to the foundation building stage without a foundation building pill. Fu Xiuxiu. After the first dinner, Bai Miling mentioned Fu Xiuxiu's experience. There was a Taoist companion who was once a disciple of the Yuding Sword sect. Because of the failure of the breakthrough, he was demoted to the outer sect and was responsible for managing the sect's industry. Later, he became depressed and indulged in enjoyment. Perhaps Fu Xiuxiu couldn't bear to see her Taoist companion decadent, or perhaps she felt that she had accumulated enough, so she tried to break through the foundation building stage without relying on the foundation building pill. But later she failed. Although she failed, because of her special physique, she did not suffer much backlash. After years of recuperation, she has returned to normal. It is for this reason that the people of the Divine Talisman Pavilion valued her, promoted her to deacon, and even wanted to take her back to the sect. In this way, the foundation building pill does not seem to be a necessity. Wang Yuan said calmly, I am not following the traditional path of qi refining, but focusing on body training. Although I also practice qi refining, if my physique is strong enough and the blood and qi in my body undergo a qualitative change, I can completely force my way through the foundation building stage. And this blood evil pill is undoubtedly a panacea that can make my blood and qi undergo a qualitative change. Panacea? But it is based on the lives of cultivators or even mortals. The two were silent. Wang Yuan stretched out his hand and prepared to take back the animal skin from Luo Chen. Unexpectedly, the animal skin did not move, and Luo Chen held the other end tightly. Luo Chen raised his head and said seriously, Brother, give me this pill formula for now. I will try to change the main ingredients inside and refine a pill suitable for you. After taking a deep look at Luo Chen, Wang Yuan withdrew his hand. Then leave it with you. Luo Chen wrapped the animal skin with great care and put it into the storage bag on his waist. When he left, he turned around and couldn't help but say something. I don't know what other good things I got from Xiao Wu Ian, but the blood path is not tolerated by Yuding after all. Although body refining is not suitable for immortality, it is the right path after all. Brother, be careful. Yet, he simply hummed, and I don't know if Wang Yuan really listened to it. On the way home, there were no longer 4 people, but only 2 people. Qin Lianjun went to Xiao Valley to help Mur and King Lian deal with some matters in the medicine hall. So, only Luo Chen and Gu Kai were left. A man and a woman walked on the main road of the outer city where people came and went. The dirt road that was full of yellow mud in the past has also changed now. Some gravel is sprinkled on it. It gradually becomes compacted under the trampling of people coming and going. This change is not caused in one day. It has slowly started before the opening ceremony of the discussion platform. Yuding Sword Pavilion is gradually developing the outer city area. The better the environment, the more foreign cultivators will stay. The more people there are, the more spiritual stones they can earn from these large sects. Although there are more people in the outer city now, it is actually much safer than before. After all, the reputation of Yuding Jinden is still there. There is no longer only Miao Zhen, the Yuding Foundation building master in Jianjia, but also an inner door foundation building master who is responsible for the industry of Lundaote. Looking at the streets of the outer city where things have changed, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. Daofeng is becoming more and more prosperous, and the lives of the cultivators are also thriving. Of course, that refers to the cultivators in the middle and late stages. The bottom of the initial stage of qi refining is still miserable. Luo Chen, thank you. Why thank me? Although I joined the Pashan gang, I earn much less than you did in Xiangxianglao. That's not what I said. I always feel weird after staying in that place for a long time. Gu Kai's eyes wandered, and a smile from the heart appeared on her face. During this period of time, I quit my job and stayed at home. My work and rest schedule has gradually become normal, and my interpersonal relationships are not as chaotic as before. Besides, with you leading the Dan Hall, it will definitely develop better and better in the future. Luo Chen smiled and said, You have so much confidence in me. Gu Kai tilted her head and stared at Luo Chen's handsome profile. Brother Qin told me that you have a share of the Dan Hall. Don't you want to earn more? Luo Chen smiled slightly and stopped talking about this topic. How much of the Dan Hall's profit he gets is decided by Mi Shuhua and others from the Pashan gang. But how much this hall can earn is up to him. And in this process, he will never let himself suffer. I have never seen a chef in a restaurant who can starve himself. Go home, I heard that Sister Xiuxi will cook tonight and treat us to a farewell meal. Gu Kai was stunned when she mentioned Fu Xiuxiu. As a woman, the other party seemed to have been on the right path. She was the Taoist partner of a famous and upright disciple, the deacon of the 6 major sects, and had once made a feat of attacking the foundation building. Now she is going to travel far away and become a disciple of the Shenfu sect. Compared to her, she is still struggling and wasting time in this small place called Zhaofang. It is impossible to say that she is not jealous. But jealousy is far from the truth. She is a woman who has a harder life than herself, but lives more tenaciously than herself. Besides, what if she is struggling and wasting time in Daofang? Isn't the little man next to her also facing everything optimistically? She smiled gently, and 2 shallow dimples appeared on her beautiful cheeks. Let's buy 2 cucumbers on the way home. Cucumber. At this time of year every year, Lingyuanzhe sells a kind of spiritual fruit that is between fruits and vegetables and tastes very good. Okay. But you have to pay. Stingy guy, I'll buy it. Chapter 80 Analysis. Complete the pill recipe. Come, let's drink this cup together. We will have to travel thousands of miles apart. I wish Sister Xiuxi a safe journey and peace. Under the moonlight, in the small courtyard, 5 people sat together, eating and drinking. It was so lively. If someone didn't know, they would think there was some happy event. But in fact, it was a banquet specially for Fu Xiuxi to see her off. This young woman, who was kind, gentle and tough, left a good impression on everyone. Therefore, her departure really made the people in the courtyard reluctant. Fu Xiuxi put down the wine glass, swept her eyes over everyone, and stayed on Gu Kai for a particularly long time. I'm leaving, and there are some things at home that I can't take away. Most of them are left to Fengxia. But I also prepared some gifts for Xiaoling and you. This is a deodorizing talisman. Xiaoling, you have been in Beiqiaodang for a long time, and all kinds of herbal smells will always linger on your body over time. I know you don't like those miscellaneous smells. With this talisman, you can drive it regularly to get rid of the odor. Xiaoling was flattered to look at the white talisman. Sister Xiuxiu, you are going on a long journey. Shouldn't we give you a gift? How can we do this? Fu Xiuxiu gently shook her head and took out 2 pots of spiritual plants from the storage bag. Moonlight grass, Xiao Luo, I know you have always liked it. Now it is inconvenient for me to take it with me, so I will give it to you. Luo Chen opened his mouth, wanting to refuse, but he couldn't open his mouth. Moonlight grass is indeed very good for him. It can calm his mind and even wake him up from a mental tribulation once. He later thought more about why he encountered a mental tribulation at a low level. In addition to excessive fatigue and external stimulation, the complicated state of the traverser's mind must be one of the reasons. Moonlight grass is indeed a sharp tool for cultivation. While he was hesitating, Fu Xiuxiu had already handed another small flower pot to the surprised Gu Kai. The newly sprouted hydrangea, I always wanted to grow it in the yard, but I always failed. Someone blushed. I just cultivated this pot 2 days ago. Kai, this flower is for you. This time, there was no more dislike for Gu Kai in her eyes, only a faint appreciation. You are different from them. Now you have jumped out of Xiangxiang Tower. Maybe you will have a harder time in the future. But I believe that even if you are full of dust, your heart is still as clear as a mirror, and you know what you want. You may still be in the mud in the future, but I hope you will be like this hydrangea, always facing the sun. Gu Kai covered her mouth, tears in her eyes. Women are always so sentimental. Luo Chen held a pot of moonlight grass that he had been taking care of. From now on, it will truly belong to him. He said a little embarrassedly, we should have given Sister Xiuxiu a gift. After all, you are going to a place where you are unfamiliar with the place, and everything has to start from scratch. Start from scratch. Fu Xiuxiu smiled slightly. Yes, leaving this sad place, everything should start from scratch. Looking at the sentimental people, she suddenly told a piece of news. The Divine Talisman sect gave me a chance. As long as I succeed in building my foundation within 5 years, I can become an inner disciple. Everyone was surprised. She had failed once before, but the Divine Talisman sect was willing to give her another chance? Doesn't that mean that the Divine Talisman sect will give her a foundation building pill? Fu Zhuxiu didn't say the specific situation. But everyone stopped worrying about her, and instead wished her success in building her foundation. When she gets rich, don't forget each other. Will you leave in 5 days? I should be free by then, I'll send you off. Luo Chen said as if he remembered something. In the quiet room, Luo Chen took the key-nourishing pill and practiced a Chong Chun Gong in the faint fragrance of the moonlight grass. After the first round of practice, he glanced at the attribute panel and saw that the realm progress bar had risen a little. After finishing work, he felt a little tired, but more joyful. This feeling of getting timely feedback as long as you put in effort is really addictive. Lying on the bed, he took out the animal skin again. Blood-Evil Pill, I wonder if I can get started directly. He had as many as 21 achievement points, which was enough to get started with 2 first-level pill recipes. But the Blood-Evil Pill is a second-level pill. While he was thinking, the entry in the achievement point column of the attribute panel loomed, and then several new words emerged. Achievement points. 21 points can be used to enter the corresponding realm of practice, spells, and skills. The host is currently at the first level of the realm, the first level of the alchemist, and needs to invest 10 times the achievement points to enter. 4 incomplete pill recipes of the same level. You can increase the achievement points to analyze, complete the complete pill recipe and enter. Looking at these 3 lines of comments, Luo Chen was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. It's not that he can't enter, it's just that the achievement points are not enough. Moreover, this system also has the function of analyzing and completing incomplete pill recipes. So, after he breaks through the foundation building, can't he complete the recipe of the Jade pill? You know, the Jade pill is not a niche pill. It is a mainstream practice pill for female cultivators and cultivators with feminine constitutions, and the market is very good. And if you sell this pill, you don't have to worry about the Jading Sword sect and the Medicine King sect causing trouble. Because this pill is produced outside the 6 regions of the Far East, it is a special pill produced by a sect that is mainly female cultivators in the 36 regions of the Eastern Wilderness. If he can advance to the foundation building stage in the future and complete the Jade pill, it is very likely to become an important source of income for Luo Chen. Stay calm, don't panic. Luo Chen did not think about things that are too far away, but thought about the present. Mi Shu has said it very clearly. He has a complete pill recipe and an incomplete pill recipe. Maybe I can make good use of it. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Luo Chen and Gu Kai hurried out and headed straight for the Ziai Valley. Daofeng is very remote, but it is very large. Because it is remote, most of the areas near the market are not used. The best use is undoubtedly the outer city shantytown built around the inner city, with tens of thousands of houses distributed in all directions of the southeast, northwest and northeast. And except for those places close to the inner city, most of them are still very scattered. Just like Luo Chen's small yard at the beginning, there are no neighbors within nearly 1,000 meters nearby. The cultivators were not fools for this empty area. With the tacit consent of the Jade Tripod Sword Pavilion, they made reasonable use of it. For example, the Li family, the Duan family, and the Nangong family mentioned by Luo Chen and Wang Yuan were the immortal families that occupied some spiritual veins. As the largest local independent cultivator force, the Pashangang would certainly not miss some good places. The Slanting Moon Valley was one of them. When he set foot here, Luo Chen felt a spiritual energy that was sparser than that in the inner city, but slightly denser than that in the outer city. There used to be a star silver vein here, which was left vacant after being excavated by the people sent by the Jade Tripod Sword Pavilion. Later, gang leader Mi spent some spiritual stones, and the Slanting Moon Valley belonged to our Pashangang. Sikun Xiaojia pointed to the busy crowd in the valley and smiled. Don't think it's just an abandoned mining valley, but there is actually a spiritual vein branch underneath, which can be used to grow some low-level spiritual medicines. Luo Chen and Gu Kai looked in the direction of his finger, and indeed saw large areas of spiritual herbs planted in spiritual fields or on the cracks of the cliffs. Gu Kai couldn't help but ask, can it be used for cultivation? It can be used, but the effect is definitely not as good as the main spiritual veins in the inner city. Sikun Xiaojia said. Luo Chen smacked his lips. It's already very good. I don't know how many times better it is than the outer city where I first lived. Gu Kai had also experienced living in a rented house in the outer city. She sighed. I'm afraid that casual cultivators will be jealous of this kind of place if they know about it. Jealous? Sikun Xiaojia sneered, you have to have strength to get in. Luo and Gu both agreed with this. Xiao Valley is not a public toilet that anyone can enter and exit. This place is distributed with 2 major halls of the Pashan Gang. Among them, there are 4 masters of the 9th level of key refining, Sikun Xiaojia, Murin Kinglian, Gu Kai, and a deacon of the medicine hall. In addition, there are 6 cultivators of the 7th and 8th levels of key refining. This lineup, combined with hundreds of early and middle stage cultivators, plus the terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, can be called a fortress. If the foundation is not built, who can capture it? Our alchemy hall is built in the deepest and safest place in Xiao Valley. Hall Master Xiao Luo, would you like to take a look at your alchemy room first? Chapter 81. Here, and here, there, and there. It was not as cramped and damp as he had imagined. On the contrary, Luo Chen was very satisfied with this new alchemy room. It covers an area of nearly 1,000 square meters and is located in the belly of the mountain in Xiao Valley. It is said that it was the main platform for Jianzhe to mine the star silver ore in the past. The star silver ore mined from the underground would be counted here and then transported away. A clear spring was guided out from the mountain wall and gathered in the southeast corner of the alchemy room. It is wonderful to build the alchemy room here, Luo Chen exclaimed, and then immediately said, but the layout of this place needs to be replanned. You are the master of the alchemy hall, everything is according to your ideas. Sikun Xiaojia responded with a smile. First, mark out 5 rooms, 2 large and 3 small. One of the large rooms is where I live for a long time, and the other is a pharmacy for processing medicinal materials. The third small one is very simple, it is a real alchemy room. I have a first-grade lower-grade alchemy furnace. When will the 2 alchemy instruments promised by gang leader me be brought over? Sikun Xiaojia patted his storage bag. It's already here, a mid-grade alchemy furnace and a low-grade purple cloud copper furnace. Luo Chen blinked. Alchemy furnace? Wow. Purple cloud copper furnace? It should be the same model as the one I have in my hand, both produced by Wanbao Tower. I have experience in building alchemy rooms, but I'm afraid it can't meet the needs of large-scale alchemy. So, Luo Chen chuckled, can I ask the monks in Alao Mountain to help design it? Alao Mountain, the largest construction company in Yuding Domain, is rich in architects, contractors, and many spiritual building materials. Sikun Xiaojia was stunned. Is it necessary? No need. Luo Chen's face was serious, and he said righteously, if the alchemy room is not designed well, it is easy to cause poisoning, fire, explosion and other dangerous situations. Master Luo, don't lie to me, I'm also educated. Sikun Xiaojia was still skeptical. Luo Chen sighed, you don't believe me? Then go ask Elder Qin, or Li Si and the others. I blew up my alchemy room a while ago. It was Li Si and his brothers who helped me repair the house. Sikun Xiaojia opened his mouth, speechless for a moment. Thinking of the cost of the Alao Mountain monks, his face flushed. I'm afraid this matter still needs the decision of the gang leader. Well, it's actually not as expensive as you think. We can't afford to hire a foundation building cultivator, so we can hire 1 or 2 mid to late key refining cultivators. They may not have much experience, but they have seen pigs run even if they haven't eaten pork. Just a few pointers can get twice the result with half the effort. Sikun Xiaojia breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. A mid to late key refining Alao Mountain monk would not cost many spirit stones. Then there are the materials. The materials for building the alchemy room must not be inferior. Luo Chen's face was solemn, as if he was doing something extremely sacred. I used the cheapest white stone as fire bricks at first, but this time I must buy jade. 1 piece of spiritual stone and 1 piece of jade, put them under the furnace, and the firepower is very good. 1 piece of spiritual stone, 1 piece of jade. Sikun Xiaojia was a little overwhelmed again. Oh, maybe you laymen don't understand, the fire used for alchemy is also very demanding. There is no earth fire in this place, and I don't have the true fire for foundation building, so I can only use ordinary fire for alchemy. But ordinary fire also has a saying, the temperature of the fire burned by different firewoods is completely different. For example, peach wood and spruce wood are not to be used to make up the number, we must purchase kingang wood and sweet wax wood on a large scale. Sikun Xiaojia is not an ignorant low-level casual cultivator. He has worked hard in Daofeng for decades and is a great cultivator of the 9th level of key refining, at the top of casual cultivators. Therefore, he knows the value of firewood such as Qinggang wood and sweet waxwood. They are all purchased at a minimum of 100 kilograms, and Ling Yuan's haze price is not low at all. He swallowed. With such a huge investment, are you sure that the pills you refine can make back the money? Is this still considered a big investment? Luo Chen's eyes widened, and he asked back in confusion. Isn't it big? Sikun Xiaojia's eyes were blank. Luo Chen sighed dejectedly. That's right, you robbery cultivators who only know how to fight and kill. How can you know the elegant art of refining pills? Who only knows how to fight and kill? I also teach my disciples. Moreover, who is a robbery cultivator? I have a gang and never do such low-level things. Sikun Xiaojia's face flushed. He could not refute the last point. He really doesn't understand refining pills. Or rather, 99% of casual cultivators don't know how to refine pills. They only know what the effect of a certain pill is and how many spirit stones it costs to buy it. As for how it is refined, what main materials are used, what about the environment and tools for refining pills, they know nothing at all. Oh, I forgot, there is one more thing. Buy a few more light smoke and rain towers, that magic weapon is very useful. Here, don't waste this mountain spring water, maybe this water quality can improve the quality of the elixir. There, build a library for me when the time comes. Alchemy also requires continuous learning, how can we be complacent? And Sikun Xiaojio is already confused. Gu Kai next to him was also pale. After a while, seeing that Luo Chen was still chattering and making some reasonable requests that were not excessive, Sikun Xiaojia finally couldn't help it. Master Luo, this matter is serious and there are many things. At the moment, I can't make a decision. Why don't you come with me to see the gang leader? Haha, why don't you continue to call him Little Master Luo? Luo Chen sneered in his heart, and then showed a doubtful look. Elder Sikun, didn't you say you were in charge of all logistics? Sikun Xiaojia wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm old, and my brain is a little slow. Come with me first. Luo Chen shrugged, winked at Gu Kai, and followed him out of the alchemy hall. When they left, the monks of the Pashan gang on the road all saluted Sikun Xiaojia respectfully. As for Luo Chen, they didn't know him yet, and only thought he was a junior of Sikun Xiaojia. After they left, Gu Kai stood in the empty hall in the mountain belly, with a sigh. I didn't expect Luo Chen to know so much about the way of alchemy. It feels better than Xiangxiang. Thinking of Luo Chen's attitude of talking freely and pointing out the world at that time, Gu Kai felt even more incredible. That confident look was completely different from the usual stingy and petty man. Oh, I can't stay here in a daze. I have to go find Sister Murin and find out the specific situation of the Dan Hall to see who will be stuffed in. This is what Luo Chen told her to do, and she must do it well. Only by knowing the internal situation well enough, Luo Chen can make targeted decisions in the future, which people can be ordered around and which people should be treated seriously. Over the grove, two figures flew through the air. One was driving a magic weapon, and the light of escape was thick. The other was riding the wind, free and easy. Sikun Xiaojio was shocked. He had already increased his speed to the maximum, but he didn't expect that the boy could keep up. He didn't show his expression, and smiled while flying. Master Luo, your wind control art is really perfect. Luo Chen waved his hand. It's just the light of the pair of cloud stepping boots given by gang leader me. I don't deserve your praise. The old man's eyes fell on the pair of blue and white boots, and he suddenly realized. It's the top-grade magic weapon, which only records the wind control art spell. No wonder it's so fast. But if he knew that this was only half of Luo Chen's speed, he would not be able to remain calm. In fact, this was also the first time that Luo Chen activated the cloud stepping boots. The speed was so fast that it was no less than that of a 9th-level key refining cultivator flying with a magic weapon. Moreover, this was when he did not actively use the wind control art in free and easy travel. If the three were combined, the speed could at least double. Luo Chen even thought that this speed was already completely beyond that of an ordinary 9th-level key refining cultivator. I wonder how much difference it would have compared to a foundation building cultivator? When they landed at the headquarters of the Pashan gang, Mi Shuhe had already made tea in the Heiau Hall. He was smiling, as if he had remembered something happy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Detailed Explanation of Qing Yuanzi's Alchemy. When Luo Chen came, Mi Shuhe smiled from the bottom of his heart. When Luo Chen left, his smile was a little forced. In the Heiau Hall, Sikun Xiaojia and Luo Chen had already left, and only Mi Jumping, who came later, sat with him. "Dad, does it take so much to build an alchemy room?" Mi Jumping couldn't help asking. She is the head of the Zuntang. In addition to managing personnel, the Zuntang is also responsible for some accounting calculations. The things that Luo Chen just mentioned, after a rough estimate, will cost thousands of spirit stones. Moreover, this is just the construction of the alchemy room. Their Mi family has also invested a Zuan Yinding worth 900 spirit stones and a Zidian copper furnace worth 400 spirit stones. In addition, when the alchemy room is built and the alchemy really starts, the Pashangang will at least provide countless raw materials. Even though Mi Jumping handles thousands of spirit stones every day, she doesn't spend spirit stones like this. Mi Shuhe sighed and revealed a bitterness. In front of his family, he would not cover himself up all the time. "Pinger, you don't understand. Our investment is just the beginning." Mi Jumping was surprised. "It's already a lot." Mi Shuhe shook his head. "Why are there only large sects that have alchemists? Even family alchemists are usually from Jindan families or old foundation building families. This kind of investment that outsiders don't know about is also one of the reasons. Our Mi family is just a newly emerged foundation building family. We can't support the extravagance of a real alchemist. Now that we have established the alchemy hall, we actually borrow the power of the Pashangang." Mi Jumping naturally knew the situation in her family. She felt a little terrified when she thought about supporting a cultivator to refine pills for dozens or hundreds of years. This is simply not something that a new foundation building family can do. What Luo Chen did is just a small fight. Those second-level alchemists are more noble, and their alchemy tools are at least top-grade magic tools. They disdain to use ordinary fire. If they have to use something, they would use underground fire. "Do you know how much an alchemy room with underground fire costs?" Mi Jumping asked in a low voice. "How much?" From having a spring of underground fire, to drawing the underground fire out, constructing an array, isolating the inside and the outside, and building an alchemy room. The cultivators of Alao Mountain once quoted a price to the outside world, and the cost was 8,000 spirit stones. "Hiss, why don't you just go and rob it?" Mi Jumping took a breath of cold air. Mi Shuhe sighed. "This does not include the cost of building materials. Building materials must also be purchased from Xianzhuju in Alao Mountain, and they still have to make a profit. So, Luo Chen seems to have made so many demands now, but it's only 1 or 2,000 spirit stones. I can afford it, and Pashangang can afford it too." Mi Jumping asked, "Can we make it back later?" "Of course we can make it back, but if we want to make more, it depends on whether that kid can refine the pill recipe I gave him." Mi Shuhe said lightly, with some expectation in his words, but also very hesitant. "Elder Sikun, I'll trouble you with the matter of the alchemy hall." "No problem, the gang leader has said that he will fully support you, and I will definitely not hold him back." "Then, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." At the crossroads of the inner city, Luo Chen smiled slightly as he watched Sikun Xiaojia leave in a hurry. Then, he couldn't wait to rush home. After a while, he returned to the courtyard. "Close the door, but don't turn on the lights. The new back house has 2 glazed skylights, and the light is much better than before." Luo Chen sat at the desk and took out a bunch of things from his storage bag. 2 bottles of nourishing key pills, which were his fixed salary for the next month, which he had just received. It happened that the 5 bottles he had saved up to buy before had been almost finished, and now it was just the right time to take over. In addition to the nourishing key pills, there was a yellowed book and 2 bamboo scrolls. He first used the spiritual eye technique to check it carefully to make sure there was no hidden trick on it. Luo Chen then picked up the book with confidence. Qing Yuanzi's Alchemy, Detailed Explanation. These are the books related to the alchemy that Mi Shuhe promised before. The paper is yellowed, and there are even many annotations on it. It can be imagined that Luo Chen is not the first person to read this book, except the author himself. Those people in the Mi family should have read it many times. The way of alchemy is profound and extensive, and it ranks first among the 100 arts of cultivation. Although it does not have the power of tools, talismans, arrays, puppets, etc., it can help cultivators of our generation to reach the great road. I am not talented, and my realm is only the late stage of foundation building, but I am ranked as a third-level alchemist, which can be regarded as a master of the generation. This book is my casual notes after alchemy, recording from the entry of Alchemy 2. Just by reading the beginning, Luo Chen could feel the pride of the alchemist named Qing Yuanzi from the lines. He is indeed qualified to be proud. At the foundation building stage, he made a third-level pill. And the content of this book is very detailed. Almost all the techniques for the entry of alchemy are covered. Some professional terms are a bit of a headache for Luo Chen. The book is a good book, but I can't finish it in a short time. I can read it more often. After carefully putting away detailed explanation of Qing Yuanzi's alchemy, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the 2 bamboo slips. One volume is complete, and the other has traces of being burned. Mishuhe actually gave him 2 recipes, but one was incomplete, so he didn't expect much from Luo Chen. What the old man really cared about was the complete recipe. Jade Marrow Pill. Luo Chen took the recipe and read it carefully, from the main ingredients to the quota ratio to the efficacy taboos. After reading it, it was already evening. He rubbed his swollen eyebrows and sighed. No wonder Mishuhe went to so much trouble to get me in, and even wanted to build the alchemy hall at all costs. If I can really refine this Jade Marrow Pill, the Pashan gang will make a fortune. No, that's not right, it's Mishuhe who will make a fortune. Luo Chen secretly asked Qin Liangzhen how the profits created by the alchemy hall were divided among others after leaving out Luo Chen's share. Although there was no specific ratio, the gang leader Mishuhe must have taken the biggest share. Except for the hall master and the 9th level key refining cultivators, other halls hardly got any spiritual stones. In other words, most of the profits of the Dantang will fall into Mishuhe's pocket. And this Jade Marrow Pill is an existence that can create huge profits. It's actually an orthodox cultivation pill. This label alone can explain the value of the Jade Marrow Pill. According to the description of the efficacy on the pill formula, after taking the Jade Marrow Pill, it can increase the spiritual power of the cultivator. A very common effect, right? However, the more common it is, the more mainstream it is. But this kind of mainstream pill, whether it is the pill formula or the channel, is controlled by the big sects. Ordinary forces don't have similar pills for sale. Even if there are, there will definitely be sect forces involved. However, this pill has many shortcomings. Luo Chen recalled the description of the efficacy taboos on the pill formula, which was a bit regrettable. Although the Jade Marrow Pill is also a mainstream pill, the spiritual power contained in it is not much, only 1/10 of the Yankee pill. Not only that, taking too much will also produce drug resistance. Drug resistance is still good, and most pills have this shortcoming. The biggest disadvantage of the Jade Marrow Pill is that if taken in excess, it will cause the Danshan to turn into jade. This is absolutely unacceptable for cultivators. The Danshan is the most important part of low-level cultivators. Once damaged, the path will be cut off at best, and the spiritual energy will riot and die at worst. Jadification is not a good word. Once it turns into jade, it will be very difficult for cultivators to break through the realm. The professional term used in the alchemy is Dan barrier, which is the obstacle caused by taking elixirs. Many unconventional elixirs are prone to Dan barrier. Only the Yankee Pill, Huichin Pill, and Yulu Pill, which have been studied thousands of times, have solved the Dan barrier problem. If you take too much, the biggest thing is that it has no effect. Although there are many disadvantages, it is still a panacea for low-level cultivators. Luo Chen has come step by step from the first and second levels of key refining. He has suffered a lot from elixirs. The Yankee pills sold by the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion are never sold in small quantities, and they start at least 1 bottle. And 1 bottle is 100 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones, a foundation-building cultivator would not even consider it, a late-stage key refining cultivator could easily take it out, and a mid-stage cultivator could buy a bottle from time to time if he gritted his teeth. But for an early-stage cultivator, this is a huge sum of money. Even if you go bankrupt, you may not be able to afford a bottle. The Jade Marrow Pill is different. From the main material, to the efficacy, to the shortcomings, it is destined to be sold at a low price. In other words, low-level cultivators can afford it. Poor people are poor, but that doesn't mean they don't have spirit stones. If I knew there was such a pill, I could have bought some every year if I gritted my teeth. This pill was made by plundering spirit stones from poor people. Luo Chen put down the bamboo slips, no longer having any other doubts. As for whether Mi Shuho is worried about whether it could be made? Just kidding, he is a man with a system. Of course, it can't be made easily. Luo Chen had his own plan in mind, and then his eyes fell on the burned bamboo slips. Zongmiao Pill. It should be put on the shelves in the next week or two, and the specific time has not been determined yet. I will notify everyone when the time comes. But I also want to ask everyone to help, click more of the latest chapters, slowly read to the end, and increase the catch-up reading, especially on Tuesdays. Well, thank you for your trouble, Xiaoyu. Chapter 83 Herb Illustrated Book. Since it was an incomplete recipe, Luo Chen didn't take it too seriously. But after reading it, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Zongmiao Pill. The main ingredients are huanai grass and the blood of the first-level demon fox. The auxiliary ingredients are broken yang ginseng and 7 yuan flour. One of the auxiliary ingredients is missing. In addition, there is no specific ratio data. There is no explanation for the refining method and the corresponding taboos. They all return to dust with a half-burned bamboo slip. But the description of the effect of Zongmiao Pill made ripples in his heart. It can increase the foundation of spiritual consciousness. After long-term use, it is extremely sensitive to ghosts and ghosts. Just a simple sentence, Luo Chen wished that this recipe was complete. It can increase the foundation of spiritual consciousness. Ever since Qin Liangjun and his wife told him about the common sense of cultivation such as soul, spiritual consciousness, and divine consciousness, he has been very concerned. Later, after asking many times, he also learned a rumor that seemed to be true. It is said that those with a strong spiritual consciousness foundation often find it easier than others to break through the foundation. Doesn't this increase the chance of breaking through the foundation? Luo Chen has 5 spiritual roots, so it is difficult to practice cultivation. Breaking through the foundation is also very difficult. Although he is only at the 5th level of qi refining now, he may have a day when he can refine qi perfectly. Therefore, how can he not pay attention to things related to spiritual consciousness? It is not impossible to refine the elixir with an incomplete recipe. Luo Chen thought secretly. The system has marked that if you invest enough achievement points, you can complete the recipe and get started. Besides, it seems that Mi Shuho doesn't care much about this incomplete recipe. He just gave it to me for reference and to accumulate knowledge of alchemy so that he can refine the jade marrow pill for him. I will carefully study it first, and see if I can refine it secretly when the time is right. With his mind set, Luo Chen carefully put away the Zongmiao Pill bamboo slip. He placed it in the same important position as the blood evil pill and the jade pill. Luo Chen used to be penniless and was called an alchemist, but in fact he could only refine the Bigu pill. That Bigu pill can't be called a first-class pill at all, it's just a second-rate Bigu powder. Later, I got into the Zongmiao Pill, and then I started the real road of alchemy. Now, having 3 brand new pill recipes at once is a happy event for any alchemist. I wish I could devote myself to the alchemy business right away. But Luo Chen didn't start making pills directly. On the contrary, his life became much more leisurely. In addition to daily practice, he would check the construction of the alchemy room in Xiao Valley. In addition, he borrowed a book from the Zuntang of Pashangang. 100 Herbs Illustrated Book. This was a book that was always on the stall when Wang Yuan was not yet famous. But no one bought it. Later, after Wang Yuan took charge of the hall, these things were returned to the Pashangang and handled by the Zuntang. Luo Chen went to borrow it, but Mi Junping refused to do so, saying that he had to buy it with spirit stones. Haha. Is he Luo Chen the kind of person who would be a sucker? We are all a family, and we still have to spend spirit stones to buy it? He directly brought up Mi Shuho's name, and the other party reluctantly lent it out. I know that as long as Mi Shuho starts to invest more and more in me, some of my small requests in the future will be easier to be met. This is called the rational use of sunk costs. Lying on the rocking chair, with mountain springs flowing beside him and his younger brother working in front of him, Luo Chen's attention was all on the herb atlas. The reason why he read this book instead of the detailed explanation of Qin Guanzi's alchemy is that this is the requirement in the detailed explanation of Qin Guanzi's alchemy. The way to make alchemy starts with knowing the medicine, and then processing the materials. You need to know how to control the fire, and then slowly start making the alchemy. This is a long accumulation process. Luo Chen has always known that his alchemy foundation is very rough, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is garbage. He can make the top-grade Bigu powder and the middle-grade Zongmiao pills only by the initiation of the system and his own day-to-day improvement in proficiency. But apart from those two kinds of elixirs, he doesn't know much about other things. So, there was an embarrassment when he was communicating with Miss Xiangxiang about the way of alchemy. Now that he has the opportunity and the guidance of the senior masters, he naturally has to make up for the basics. First, let's start with identifying medicine. Looking at the long and thin organ in the illustration, Luo Chen suddenly realized. It turns out that the fire dog whip not only has the effect of aphrodisiac, but can also be used to assist in practicing fire magic. As long as you hold it in your mouth, you can feel the rich, forget it, let's not mention this effect. Tisk, the blue tangerine grass looks ordinary, but it has as many as 49 uses. No wonder the Duan family not far away planted such a large area of blue tangerine grass. Huanayu? Isn't this the main material of the jade marrow pill? Let me take a closer look. Just when Luo Chen was immersed in learning and couldn't extricate himself, Sikun Xiaojia rushed over. Gone. What left? Luo Chen didn't even raise his head. The monk from Alio Mountain in Xiangzhou just left directly, and didn't even ask for the subsequent spirit stone fee. Luo Chen raised his head and blinked. Isn't this a good thing? You don't even have to pay the balance. Sikun Xiaojia shook his head. I'm afraid something has happened. Haha, what happened is also the business of the Alio Mountain sect, what does it have to do with us? But the alchemy room hasn't been built yet. Luo Chen stood up suddenly and cursed. These contractors are not responsible at all, and they left small projects unfinished. After saying that, he hurried to the alchemy room. After a careful observation, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter, the sect monks are still reputable. The alchemy room frame has been basically built, and the building materials will be added later. Sikun Xiaojia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing this. These 3 alchemy rooms, from labor to materials, have invested 2,000 spirit stones, which can buy a good top-grade magic weapon. He has never enjoyed such an expensive house in his life. Now that there is no problem, he also smiled. The sect monks, credibility comes first, give them a thumbs up. Seeing Sikun Xiaojia make the gesture he used a few days ago, Luo Chen couldn't help but shudder. Old man, please stop being so up-to-date. I have something to say. I won't be here tomorrow. You should keep an eye on them. Sikun Xiaojia asked in confusion, where are you going? I'm sending off a few friends. The 10-year rotation period is up and they have to return to the sect. Luo Chen said indifferently. The old man blinked and his body stiffened. 10-year rotation period, return to the sect. This is not the rule of those small shops in Daohofang, but the tradition of the 6 major sects. When did Luo Chen know this kind of sect cultivator, and the relationship is still so good that he needs to send him off in person? Slip. Luo Chen slipped away directly. When he left the valley, he also said hello to Gu Kai and Murin Kinglian who were busy. Gu Kai didn't keep up. She had just joined the Pashan gang and was in the stage of making friends with cultivators and getting familiar with them. Moreover, she was at the 9th level of key refining, which meant that she was destined to be no ordinary gang member. With Luo Chen's application, she is now also a deacon of the Dan Hall. Like Sikun Xiaojia, she is barely on an equal footing in the Dan Hall. Xiaoyu Valley belongs to the outer city area, but it is actually far away from the real outer city area. It is easy to have accidents on the road. Therefore, in order to protect Luo Chen, Pashan gang usually arranges guards. 2 brothers in the late stage of key refining, one surnamed Zhou and the other surnamed Liu. The 2 are good at joint attack. When they join hands, they are not afraid of ordinary key refining level 9 cultivators. Along the way, no accidents happened. When entering the inner city, Luo Chen waved goodbye to the 2. Looking at his chick back, Liu Qiang was full of envy. Look at what kind of life they live, and what kind of life we live. A mere key refining level 5 actually needs 2 of us key refining level 8 to escort him every day. In his previous life, he must have been assassinated and died as an emperor. Be careful, brother Liu. Zhou Yuanli said softly. Master Luo is not someone you can criticize. Liu Qiang snorted, turned around and left without saying much. Don't be late tomorrow, otherwise you won't be able to explain to the gang leader. Liu Qiang's body stiffened. and then the speed of flying away became faster. At the city gate, Zhou Yuanli shook his head. His brother always had high aspirations. He had overestimated his own abilities before and competed for the position of the leader of the mining hall. He said that if Wang Yuan, who is at the 8th level of key refining, could be the leader, he could do it too. Then, he was beaten up. Now he finally got an easy job with him and could earn a lot of spirit stones, but he was still not satisfied. He should persuade him more. Thanks to the brothers for their rewards last week. Yishu Huobai 500 starting coins, K Lazing Kaizen 100 starting coins, Kangbian Bizu 100 starting coins, Hao Can 100 starting coins, Shu Shanjian Xia 100 starting coins, Shu Yuafu 100 starting coins, Xiaoran Fangho Li Fei Yu 100 starting coins. Thanks. Chapter 84 Send Off. The next morning, someone came to the door. It was Yuan Xiaoyu. Brother Luo, this is this month's income, a total of 620 low-grade spirit stones. Luo Chen watched the little girl take out the pile of spirit stones from the storage bag and blinked. Did your grandfather give you his storage bag? Yuan Xiaoyu caressed the storage bag affectionately and nodded gently. This is not just a storage bag. It is also a legacy of his father. Before Yu Jianhu died, this storage bag had always been used by Yu Jianhu. Before the death battle on the Taoism stage, Yu Jianhu left the storage bag with the old man Yuan, but who would have thought that he would never come back? Only one old and one young, 2 old, weak and disabled people were left. Grandpa said that my business is big now, and I handle too many things and spirit stones. It would be more convenient to have a storage bag. However, he dared to use a storage bag at the 2nd level of key refining, which means he was in the safer inner city. Luo Chen was a little envious. Why didn't he have such a legacy when he traveled through time? He tapped the spirit stones lightly, and then calculated each other's accounts based on the price. I initially invested 200 spirit stones, half of which was used to produce fairy beans, popcorn and other things, and the other half was used to purchase pineapple wine. Now I have recovered more than 600, and the profit is considerable. It's a pity that Dahofang only has one discussion platform, otherwise this business can be expanded and strengthened. After calculation, there is basically no big discrepancy. Luo Chen is not worried that the Yuan family will deceive him. First, this small business is done casually when he is interested. Second, the reputation of the Yuan family is obvious to all. At the beginning, I went to the door to deliver a worthless wheelchair, but the old man Yuan directly gave him a 100-year-old green gourd. Third, Luo Chen looked at the little girl and couldn't help laughing. This is also considered buying reputation. By taking care of the disabled and the girl, he has accumulated a lot of reputation in the Pashan gang. The reason why Long Panhu and the owner of the mine hall were willing to support him was more or less influenced by these factors. Putting most of the spirit stones into the storage bag, Luo Chen divided out 30 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Here, take it. This is your salary for last month. Yuan Xiaoyu carefully put the spirit stones into the storage bag. Her soft and weak little face showed excitement. This was the first time she earned spirit stones through her hard work. She was finally no longer a child who could only rely on her father and grandfather. Looking at the excited girl, Luo Chen couldn't help but rub her smooth hair. Work hard, and I'll give you a raise in the future. Your brother Luo is not a black-hearted and unscrupulous boss. Yet. Oh, there are also snacks I fried in the room these days. Go and take them away. They are enough for you to sell next month. Okay, I'll get them. Seeing the little girl excitedly enter the room and put the pile of fairy beans, beef jerky, and popcorn in the living room into the storage bag one by one, Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. In fact, this small business is quite good. The income is not big, after all, there is only one discussion platform. But with an extra few hundred spirit stones in the account every month, anyone would be happy to do this. It's just that I'm busy in the future, and I'm afraid I won't have time to make these snacks. Luo Chen stroked his chin, thinking about how to arrange this matter. I can't let Yuan Xiaoyu, this girl, lose her job right after tasting the sweetness, right? In this thought, Luo Chen left the inner city. At the city gate, Zhou Yuanli and Liu Kaiyang had been waiting there early. Seeing the two of them, Luo Chen's mouth curled up. My little Luo is also the one who has bodyguards to pick him up and drop him off at get-off work. Master Luo, are we going directly to Xiao Valley? No, we're going to Linkang Wharf today. Zhou Yuanli worriedly said, "That's the territory of the Daijiang gang. Isn't that our territory too?" Luo Chen asked back. After saying that, he didn't care about the two of them, activated his cloud-stepping boots, and flew slowly towards Langkang Wharf. The two people behind him looked at each other and hurried to catch up. Langkang Wharf is the largest wharf in Dahofang. This place is connected to Dahofang inside and Langkang River outside, playing an important hub role in transit transportation from south to north. For some large spiritual materials that are not convenient to transport using storage bags, they are almost all transported by water. After all, you can't just watch a cultivator carrying a 1,000-meter-long piece of wood or tens of meters thick raw iron ore across thousands of miles. That's why the interests involved in Langkang Wharf are extremely huge. Even nearby, a small town-sized commercial district has emerged, and the overlord here is the Daijiang gang. Of course, the Pashan gang now has a hall in this place. After the death fight on the Taoism platform, the Pashan gang forcibly intervened in this water transportation business. After greeting Wang Yuan, who was stationed here, Luo Chen took 2 bodyguards and flew towards the dock excitedly. More than a dozen large ships were docked in the dock. Along the way, many early and middle stage cultivators were busy coming in and out, either carrying goods or picking up guests. There were also people shouting loudly, recommending various cultivation resources to those casual cultivators who had just come to Dahofang. Luo Chen watched with great interest, and then arrived at the destination. Next to a large ship marked with the word GR. Dozens of cultivators were constantly loading goods onto the ship. There was even a foundation building cultivator on board, who was constantly counting the number of goods with others, fearing that a few items were missing. These are all spiritual materials to be taken back to the Divine Talisman sect. They are what the Divine Talisman Pavilion has collected here for 10 years. The number is extremely large, and it must be transported by water, and it will take many years to send them back to the sect. At some point, Fu Ziuxiu had come to Luo Chen. Luo Chen was extremely curious. The Daijiang gang has such strength that they can actually cross the Yuding domain and send them to the Divine Talisman domain. Of course not, they just send them to the nearest station square. There will be a stronger caravan to help us transport them. Fu Ziuxiu smiled slightly. Luo Chen suddenly realized, that's right, the Daijiang gang is just a small force with only one foundation building cultivator. How can it be competent for logistics work across several domains? Sister Ziuxiu, wait a moment. Luo Chen took out a sound transmission talisman and quickly activated it. The sound transmission talisman swayed and flew onto the ship. The foundation building cultivator from the Divine Talisman Pavilion took a look and ignored it. Soon, 2 figures appeared on the deck. They watched for a while and waved to Luo Chen. Come down. Luo Chen shouted. After hearing the shout, Taoist Chen and his granddaughter Xiao Shui ran down soon. Dao Yao Xiao Luo, you really came to see us off. Brother Luo, did you bring me beef jerky? Luo Chen rubbed Xiao Shui's head, handed her a small package, and then turned to Fu Ziuxiu and said, Sister Ziuxiu, this Taoist Chen Ziping is one of my few good friends. He is also going to the Divine Talisman domain to send his granddaughter Chen Shui to participate in the trial to join the sect next year. If possible, I hope you can take care of them. Of course, this is within your ability. If you have any concerns, don't bother. He spoke earnestly and his tone was extremely sincere. Fu Ziuxiu glanced at the old man and the young man in front of her, thought for a moment, and then nodded gently. We are from the same hometown when we go to the Divine Talisman domain, so we should naturally take care of each other. Chen Ziping was stunned when he heard this. However, Xiao Shui had already called Sister Ziuxiu sweetly under Luo Chen's instruction. The two sides also got to know each other after Luo Chen's introduction. Knowing that the two would live on the lowest level of the flying boat, Fu Ziuxiu suggested that Xiao Shui come up and live with her. Chen Liudao naturally had no objection and quickly asked Xiao Shui to go up and move the luggage. Luo Chen sighed as he watched the two get on board. After parting today, he didn't know if he would have the chance to see her again in this life. Luo Chen, does that little girl really have a chance to become a foundation-building cultivator of the Divine Talisman sect? What little girl? Sister Ziuxiu just looks young, and her real age is not much different from yours. Fu Ziuxiu's age is no secret. This can be seen from her usual interactions with Qin Liangchen and his wife. It means that she has the secret to keep her youthful appearance, but in fact, She is probably already in her 50s. Chen Ziping is only 65, so it's not easy to call her a little girl. Luo Chen thought for a moment and said seriously, Sister Xiu tried to break through the foundation before, but failed. Although the Divine Talisman sect gave her a chance this time, it's not a sure thing. If she fails, she will be alone there. I'm afraid she will be lonely. Although I haven't had much contact with Xiao Shui, I can see that she is a smart and spiritual child. With her years of guidance, she has a great chance to join the Divine Talisman sect. If Sister Xiu really fails, and Xiao Shui successfully joins the Divine Talisman sect, at that time, you should also let Xiao Shui help her. Taoist Chen listened carefully and nodded from time to time. Finally, he said heavily, we are from Daohofang together, so we should help each other. Luo Chen smiled slightly. I know that you, an old man, have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I won't say much if you have a safe journey. Go on board. On the big ship, the inventory of goods has been completed. The small flying boat parked on the huge deck is also beginning to flash with spiritual light. The water transport only transported some large spiritual materials that were inconvenient to carry, but these people had to take the flying boat to quickly return to the Divine Talisman domain. Let's go. Luo Chen waved his hand and was about to turn around and leave. However, just as he was about to leave, Chen Liodao grabbed him. This is for you. A piece of gauze was stuffed into Luo Chen's hand. Chen Liodao gritted his teeth and ran onto the boat, as if he had done some unprofitable business. Luo Chen looked at the gauze and was a little confused. Brother Luo, please come to the Divine Talisman domain to find us in the future. On the flying boat, Xiao Shui, with a long ponytail, kept waving her hands. Beside her was Fu Xiu, who was smiling gently, and Chen Ziping, who was sighing. Luo Chen stretched out his right hand and shook it. Have a good trip. Buzz! The spiritual light was blazing, and the flying boat flew into the sky under the gaze of many people. After a circle, it turned into a beam of light and flew away quickly. In just a few breaths, the flying boat in everyone's eyes was only a small black dot. This speed is no longer a magic weapon, I'm afraid it's a magic treasure. Luo Chen sighed and turned away. From now on, we are separated by the ends of the earth, and I don't know when I will see each other again. However, now I am the head of the Dan Hall of the Pashan Gang, and they are disciples of the big sect. They both have a bright future, so there is nothing to worry about. Chapter 85 Brother Gao, Xiao Luo, have made note of the 5 spirit stones. On the busy street, Luo Chen and his 2 bodyguards stopped. In front of them was a slightly nervous cultivator. I know you, Duan Sanfu, right? Looking at the familiar face, Luo Chen remembered the other person's name. He was one of the 2 cultivators who blocked his stall at the casual cultivator market. If I remember correctly, the other person is still in Stanley prison. I don't know if he is dead or his chrysanthemums have bloomed. Duan Sanfu pointed to the restaurant next to him. Dao Yao, my second brother invites you. Gao Tingyun. Without waiting for the other party to respond, Luo Chen suddenly smiled, then please come. He was not afraid and went upstairs with his head held high. King Jiang Restaurant, a restaurant built by the Dajiang Gang near the Langkang Wharf. Usually, many cultivators who have finished their work eat, drink, and even live here. On the first floor, there was a lot of noise, and many cultivators ate meat and drank wine. They earned spiritual stones through the Dajiang Gang, and then spent these spiritual stones in the restaurant gambling den set up by the Dajiang Gang. The second floor was completely silent. Until Luo Chen went upstairs. 5 late key refining cultivators, the 2 leading them, were at the 9th level of key refining. Luo Chen's pupils shrank, but he did not stop, and walked step by step to the opposite side of the short man. Luo Chen, the leader of the Pashan Gang's Dan Hall, what I said, was it right? Second brother Gao is well informed. Our Dan Hall has not even refined a single pill yet. Sit down. Please. The 2 sat down in front of each other, and another 9th level key refining cultivator in blue leaned against the railing, staring boredly at the busy streets below. The 2 bodyguards Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang looked nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. Gao Tingyun, nicknamed Hunjianglong. He was the best master under the leader of the Dajiang Gang, Wang Hao. He even had a glorious record of personally killing the Broken Blade Su Ranki on the Dao discussion stage. If the opponent suddenly attacked, even if the 2 brothers had the skill of joint attack, I am afraid that they would not be able to keep Luo Chen safe. Suddenly, the blue monk at the railing laughed. Wang Yuan is watching from a distance. Of course he has to watch, after all, this is his little brother. Gao Tingyun sneered, and then stared at Luo Chen with a sharp gaze. Staring, just staring. Without saying a word. Luo Chen's brows slowly frowned, and then he shook his head slowly. If you have something to say, just say it. This attitude is not the way to treat guests. Gao Tingyun raised his eyebrows, as if he was a little surprised. Then, he carefully said word by word, you should know that I invited you here, not as a guest. Then I'll leave. Luo Chen stood up suddenly. Gao Tingyun was stunned, and then he felt angry. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Did you kill my little brother? Your little brother? The Gao Tingyun that Duan Sanfu said. Luo Chen sneered, do you think I killed him? Isn't it? Then why didn't you dare to come to see me at the beginning? Gao Tingyun stared at Luo Chen, not missing even a trace of facial expression. But unfortunately, he didn't see any guilty conscience or flaws. Luo Chen shrugged, even a fool knows that during that period, your Daijiang gang and our Pashan gang fought each other like crazy. Am I a fool? I don't think so. Then why did I come to see you? That's not a reason. Then what reason do you want? I'll give it to you right away. I checked. That day, after you bought the materials for alchemy, you went back in the evening. I'll tell you that I stopped by my good friend Chen Ziping's house to celebrate his granddaughter's birthday. Gao Tingyun was stunned. Chen Ziping? It seemed to be the talisman maker who set up a stall with Luo Chen. Luo Chen curled his lips. If you check carefully enough, you should know that I have a good relationship with that old man. He rented a stall with me, and I usually helped him sell talismans. I just brought a bag of snacks for his granddaughter. Gao Tingyun was surprised and doubtful, as if the information collected by his younger brother contained these. And there is indeed a tradition among cultivators to be willing to support each other's younger generations. Because no one can tell when they will die in the mountains, rivers, or while exploring secret realms. The descendants left behind naturally hope to be looked after by good friends. This tradition is more popular in large sects. It is reasonable for him to say that he went to celebrate the birthday of Chen Ziping's granddaughter. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. He simply sat back in his chair, poured himself a glass of wine, and sipped it. If you ask me, you should check those casual cultivators who like to borrow the passage to Ziyao mountain range. Usually everyone goes to Guiyang mountain range. Those casual cultivators who dare to go to Ziyao mountain range are all ruthless people. They are the biggest suspects. Besides, I have inquired about your younger brother, and it seems that he is at the 5th level of key refining. What was my cultivation level at that time? Gao Tingyun said subconsciously, 3rd level of key refining. Luo Chen gave a thumbs up in his heart. The intelligence ability of the Daijiang gang is really a bit funny. Outside, Luo Chen also gave a thumbs up. That's it, who can defeat a mid-level cultivator of the 5th level with a 3rd level of key refining? Besides, I am just an alchemist who is weak and powerless. How can I be compared with you who are on the edge of a knife and lick blood? Speaking of which, your younger brother destroyed my thatched cottage, and I haven't settled the account with you yet. That yard is not worth much, but it is my precious home. Some of the furniture in it is more or less worth a few spirit stones. What furniture is worth a few spirit stones? Today I am going to settle the account with you. How come you are asking for debts? Gao Tingyun took a deep breath. Then let me ask you, why did you move into the inner city in a hurry after that? Are you afraid that we will find you, or did you take my younger brother's inheritance to have the money to move into the inner city? It must be said that this time, his guess was right. But Luo Chen also has a way to deal with it. Go and ask around. Do you think I need other people's spiritual stones? Luo Chen, as if insulted, slammed the table and shouted, I am an alchemist. An alchemist who has no shortage of spiritual stones. You should understand this. I am not one of those poor casual cultivators. I used to make hundreds of spiritual stones a day. Everyone knows about the casual cultivator market in the south of the city. And what do you mean by moving into the inner city in a hurry? Now that you have spiritual stones, why don't you live in the inner city's spiritual veins? Of course, my spiritual stones didn't come from the wind. Your little brother destroyed my family. Even if he dies, you, as the big brother, should pay him back, right? 5 spiritual stones, give them to me. How dare he? Bodyguard Liu Qiang was shocked. For the first time, He saw a 5th level key refining cultivator asking for spiritual stones in front of the 9th level Hunjianglong. Not to mention him, the few late-stage key refining cultivators brought by Gaotingyun were also shocked at this moment. Especially the lazy blue-clothed cultivator, who was frowning. Boy, be polite. The person sitting opposite you is the second in command of the Daijiang gang. Then I am the head of the Dan Hall of the Pashan gang. Luo Chen glared back. Enough. Gaotingyun said with a gloomy face. At this moment, his mind was a little confused. Subconsciously, he didn't believe that his younger brother died at the hands of a 3rd-level key refining cultivator. But he checked again and again at the beginning, but there was still no clue. The only clue was Luo Chen. I thought that using the god-scaring technique to suppress him today would make the other party speak the truth. Even if it was not the other party who did it, it could give some other clues. But the other party seemed to have nothing to do with this matter, and dared to ask for compensation with confidence. Could it be that it really had nothing to do with him? Tisk, what a great prestige. Luo Chen laughed sarcastically. Even old man me didn't talk to me like this. You are more awesome than him. Okay, these 5 spirit stones, I'm afraid you can't show them off. I won't accompany you anymore, bye. After saying that, he turned and left. At the staircase, 3 late-stage monks blocked the way. Liu Qiang and Zhou Yuanli stepped forward, ready to fight if they disagreed. Luo Chen said coldly without even turning his head, you invited me up here, but I don't want Mi Shuhe to take me back. Let him go. Hearing Gaotingyun's words, the 3 monks made way with unfriendly faces. Luo Chen flicked his sleeves and stomped down the stairs, leaving a message behind. Don't forget the 5 spirit stones, second brother Gao. After he left, the second floor became quiet again. After a long time, the blue-robed monk sighed. Second brother, I'm afraid this matter will really fall on the hands of those casual cultivators who like to go to Xiaoyu mountain range. You also think it has nothing to do with this kid. If it had something to do with him, he wouldn't be so tough. But isn't it more sinister that a 5th level key refining cultivator is so tough on me? He was even more rude to Sikun Xiaojia. It is said that in the gang meeting, Mi Shuhe was cheated of 2 magic weapons by him. Gaotingyun rubbed his eyebrows and walked to the guardrail. He had never been so tired. His younger brother died, his danshan was damaged, and his foundation building path was cut off. Now he can't even find his enemy for revenge. The blue-clothed monk shook his head. In my opinion, let's put Tingyun's matter aside for now. There are more and more strangers in the gang recently. They have occupied several large ships and will sooner or later encroach on our interests. Gaotingyun remained silent. He knew that all this was tacitly approved by Wang Hao. In the battle on the Dao platform, he must have been plotted against by the other party, and even his substitute puppet was destroyed. We can't let it go, we have to investigate. He slapped the railing heavily, his face fierce. The blue monk sighed, looking a little lonely. Master, you were so majestic just now. Liu Qiang's eyes sparkled, and he could call the word master more smoothly. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and spit on the corner of the street. Zhou Yuanli sniffed his nose. Was that wine? The wine that Luo Chen took a sip of upstairs just now. Luo Chen wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at the 2 of them with burning eyes. Imperial, right. Follow me in the future, and you can be so majestic too. Chapter 86, Breathing Secret. On the way back to the inner city, people were coming and going. 2 bodyguards followed behind him, step by step, and dedicatedly protected Luo Chen's safety. The previous meeting really made them hold their breath and suppress their throats. Little did they know that Luo Chen, who was walking like a dragon and a tiger in front, was greatly relieved. The sword hanging over his head finally loosened an inch today. Today's meeting with Gaotingyun was unexpected, but reasonable. As early as when Luo Chen planned to see Fu Xiu, Chen Liudao and others off, he had foreseen this matter and secretly made several plans for it. From his expression, to his tone of voice, and when to be soft and when to be hard. Everything was full of loopholes, but reasonable. When he learned from Wang Yuan that Gaotingyun's danshan was injured and his qi was broken, he knew that this would happen sooner or later. But he didn't want the 2 to meet, because he was forced to do so. Therefore, there was this bold move of going to the Tiger Mountain today. It seems that he was invited, but wasn't it Luo Chen who took the initiative to go there? Of course, Luo Chen had never communicated directly with Gaotingyun, and he didn't know what kind of personality he had. even though he had asked from others from time to time. But now that the other party's path to Taoism was over, it was hard to say whether his personality would become more extreme. Therefore, for today's trip, he made several backup plans. First, before coming to Linkang Wharf, he pretended to report to Sikun Shaojia casually. Sikun Shaojia knew, which meant that the foundation building cultivator Mi Shuhe knew. With his current status as a treasure in Mi Shuhe's heart, the other party would never allow him to make mistakes. Even if Gao Tingyun wanted to forcibly capture him, Mi Shuhe would definitely come forward and protect him. Second, he went to see Wang Yuan as soon as he arrived here. If Gao Tingyun was at King Jiang restaurant and took action regardless of the consequences, Wang Yuan would arrive soon. Luo Chen had a relatively blind trust in his eldest brother. Without the foundation building, no one in Daofang should be a match for Wang Yuan's dual cultivation of the body and the law. On the list of Xianjiao on the Taoism platform, the name of the first key refiner in Daofang is still Wang Yuan. Of course, Luo Chen did not put all his hopes on others. After so many battles with Qin Liangzhen, he was already very familiar with the attack methods of the late key refiner. If he was always on guard, even if the opponent suddenly attacked, he had the confidence to survive temporarily. In terms of attack, he might not be able to do it, and he only had a great perfection fireball technique as a facade. But, when it comes to escaping, he, Luo Chen, dared to say he was the first, and other key refiners dared not say they were second. Grandmaster level Xiaoyao, Grandmaster level Yu Fengju, plus the top-grade magic weapon, the cloud-stepping boots. If he wanted to leave, Gao Tingyun would definitely not let him stay. With all these things in mind, he dared to keep the appointment. He tried his best to fool the original matter. As for whether Gao Tingyun would really believe it, Luo Chen didn't care. To put it bluntly, he is no longer the same as he was in the past, and is no longer a helpless little cultivator. He is the head of the Dan Hall, one of the 9 halls of the Pashan Gang. In the future, he will bring endless profits to the Pashan Gang. For now, the Pashan Gang has also invested a lot of resources in him. Before the cost of those resources is recovered, whoever dares to touch him will be an enemy of Mi Shuhe and the Pashan Gang. Now that we have an organization, we can walk with the wind. At the gate of the city, Luo Chen smiled and waved goodbye to the 2 bodyguards. The other party should be in a hurry to see Mi Shuhe and report everything that happened today. Go early. For this kind of thing, there must be a big man to deal with the tail for him, so that people can really feel at ease. The 2 brothers of the Gao family. Mi Shuhe muttered, and asked casually, in your opinion, did Luo Chen do it? Thinking of the mouthful of wine that Luo Chen spit out, Liu Qiang hesitated. Zhou Yuanli had already spoken, that's not important. Haha, yes, that's not important, it's just the life and death of a cultivator in the middle stage of key refining. Mi Shuhe smiled slightly and slowly sipped the hot tea in the cup. After swallowing the spiritual tea, he frowned again. But it's better not to do this kind of thing. He had already made up his mind and had to say hello to Wang Heichao and let him take good care of his men. The 2 gangs had a big fight before, and now the relationship has finally eased. He got a waterway, but it's not just eating and not vomiting. He reached some other cooperation with Wang Heichao. In the future, the 2 gangs will probably become sweeter and sweeter. If Gao Tingyun cuts off his financial resources, then everyone will look bad. You too, pay more attention to your work at ordinary times. This is a sound transmission jade pendant, which contains a part of my spiritual consciousness. If you encounter an irresistible enemy, immediately activate it and notify me. Luo Chen, it must not be lost. Zhou Yuanli nodded heavily and took the jade pendant with great care. Close the door, boil spring water, and brew a pot of bitter tea. Luo Chen sat down at the desk with ease and took out the things that Chen Liodao stuffed into his pocket before leaving. A piece of gauze, light gray and transparent, as light as nothing. If you don't look closely, you might even ignore its existence. That old man has been stingy all his life, but he gave me a gift before he left. I'd like to see what it is. Luo Chen smiled and spread out the gauze. It was plain, with only some strange patterns. Some of them looked like runes on talismans, but they seemed to be true and false. A talisman drawn on the cloth. Luo Chen was curious and subconsciously injected a bit of spiritual power. Under the stimulation of spiritual power, those strange patterns slowly wriggled like earthworms. At the same time, a spell for the operation of spiritual power came into view. Luo Chen was surprised and looked at it carefully. After about half an incense stick, Luo Chen put down the grey gauze with a complicated expression. Fellow Taoist Chen, you've given me all the food. On the cloth, there is a spell called the breath-containing spirit technique. After learning it, it can be used to allow the cultivator to restrain his own breath. This breath is not only the smell of the human body, but also the strong blood, spiritual power fluctuations, etc. If the spell is perfected, it can even adjust the spiritual power fluctuations at will to conceal one's own realm. This degree of concealment can only be seen through by others who are one realm higher. Even if the cultivators of the same level use the spirit eye technique, they cannot detect his specific realm based on the spiritual power fluctuations. It can be said that if the breath-containing spirit technique is perfected, it will be extremely convenient for getting along with people in daily life, or going up mountains and down rivers. Luo Chen is actually not unfamiliar with this spell, because the breath containment talisman that Taoist Chen usually sells is derived from this spell. It's just that Taoist Chen's magic talent is average, and after years of hard practice, he has only reached the realm of minor success. That's why the breath containment talisman he drew can only play the role of concealing blood, smell and a small amount of spiritual power fluctuations. If Taoist Chen can master the breath-gathering spirit technique, the price of the breath-gathering talisman he draws can at least double. He has poor talent, but Luo Chen's talent for magic is very good. He learned several first-level spells purely by himself, without any achievement points. Moreover, there is a system blessing. Luo Chen can definitely practice this breath-gathering spirit technique to the level of mastery, and even surpass his master. It's a great gift, and it's worth the meal that my Hongding family treated you to. Luo Chen smiled slightly and spread out the grey gauze again. He recited the magic formula on it over and over in his mind. After he got it by heart, he tried to get started. First, outside the Danshan, form a spiritual power seed. Chapter 87, Death of the Foundation Establishment Monk. What? You said that a late-stage foundation building cultivator died in our Dahofang. Luo Chen, who had just gone out early in the morning, was startled by the discussion in the yard. Qin Liangzhen and his wife, Gu Kai, and even Bai Miling and Feng Xiao gathered together. They were discussing the death of a late-stage foundation building cultivator. Bai Miling chattered, the body was found the day before yesterday. A giant cultivator from Alio Mountain used a soul tablet and tracking magic weapon to salvage it from the bottom of the Langkang River near Dahofang. It's not suicide, it's murder. Nonsense, which cultivator would commit suicide for no reason? Luo Chen couldn't help asking, since he was killed, why didn't the enemy get rid of the body? The method of sinking the river is too crude, it's better to use high-level true fire to burn the body and destroy the traces. I guess the enemy wants to, but can't do it. Bai Miling tilted her head and said so. The person has been killed, but can't the body be destroyed? That foundation building cultivator has a defensive magic weapon. It is said that his wife specially asked for it from the giant elder for him. A defensive magic weapon. Luo Chen's eyelids twitched. Then, he realized that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Why are Bai Miling and Qin Liangzhen talking, but Gu Kai doesn't participate in the discussion? Seeing Luo Chen looking over, Gu Kai's expression was a little complicated. Fei Bowen does have a strange defensive magic weapon, and it has a very strange function. It is called a cage. It is said that after it is unfolded, it will turn into a small fairy house, isolating all spiritual power inside and outside. Unless there is a means of attack at the late Jinden level, the cage cannot be broken. Of course, once the cage is unfolded, the people inside can't get out, and can only wait for others to rescue them. It really deserves to be a strange magic weapon. Defend against the enemy and lock yourself in. Murin Kinglian was very surprised. Kai, do you know that late-stage foundation building cultivator? Gu Kai nodded slightly and pointed to gauze dress on her body. This is a top-grade defensive magic weapon he gave me when he first settled in Xiangxiang Tower in Dahofang. A top-grade defensive magic weapon, was he actually giving it away casually? That late-stage foundation building master who died was actually so generous. For a moment, Murin Kinglian, Bai Miling and the others looked at Gu Kai with a strange look on their faces. Gu Kai did not explain. She also wanted to return the magic weapon, but the other party refused to accept it. She also said that there was no rule that he could not take back the things he gave away. That was a slap in his face. Fei Bowen. Luo Chen repeated the name and subconsciously said, Isn't that the contractor from Alio Mountain? Contractor? Gukai already knew the meaning of this term. She rolled her eyes at Luo Chen, sighed and said, "It is indeed him, otherwise the giant and master from Alio Mountain would not have come to find him in person." For this reason, Xian's Huju, a shop in Daofang, Alio Mountain, has been closed for the past 2 days. Xian's Huju closed. Luo Chen suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the monk from Alio Mountain who helped him build the alchemy room the day before yesterday did not even ask for the final payment and left in a hurry. It turned out that such a big thing happened to him. He came to Daofang to repair the spiritual residence and help build a discussion platform. Who would kill him for no reason? Who can kill him? Luo Chen was extremely curious and even started to talk about the other party's origins. Not to mention his late foundation building cultivation. Just because he is the son-in-law of the granddaughter of the giant and cultivator, no one should dare to touch him. Everyone was puzzled and chatted for a while before they could only disperse. After all, everyone still had classes to go to. But before leaving, Murin Kinglian still reminded everyone to be careful when going in and out. It is possible that the murderer who killed Fei Bowen was an outsider monk, and it is very likely that he is still lurking in Daofang. Everyone agreed with this, but they didn't take it to heart. They are doing big business and killing late foundation building cultivators. How can they have time to stare at them, the small fish and shrimps? In Luo Chen's words, it was like, as long as I am a pile of shit, no one can step on me. This statement was cursed by several female neighbors. The alchemy room was about to be completed, and the number of gang members coming and going not only did not decrease, but increased. Luo Chen was no longer as leisurely as before, but became busy. Luo Erdo, Luo Wudi's nephew, key refining level 4. Yankee, the son of Longpan Hu Yangwei, key refining level 1, only 9 years old. Is he sent to the alchemy hall? Mi Li, the granddaughter of old man Mi Shuhe, key refining level 4, 21 years old. It seems that her aptitude is not very good, otherwise she would have been sent to a big sect long ago. One by one, the faces of some were immature, some yearning, some doubtful, and some arrogant, appeared in Luo Chen's mind. These were all people who were stuffed into his alchemy hall by the masters of various halls. Luo Chen couldn't refuse, because this was the condition he agreed to at the meeting in Haoiu Hall. He would try his best to cultivate alchemy for their descendants. Of course, Luo Chen would definitely teach. But whether he puts his heart into it or not, it all depends on him. As for how many of these people can become masters? What a joke in the world of immortal cultivation. He, Luo Chen, is still consolidating the foundation of alchemy. Holding the herb atlas, Luo Chen glanced at the group of young people in the valley and couldn't help curling his lips. These people are unreliable, and he has to train another group of tool people. In the Ziai Valley, a group of young people gathered together, bored, and chatted casually. There was no lack of curiosity about Luo Chen, the master of the alchemy hall. He is not even older than me, so he can become the master of a hall. The speaker was Luo Wudi's nephew, Luo Erdo. With a fair aura, it can be seen that he has also been into the mountains and seen the blood of monsters. But this qualification is useless in front of others, whose elders didn't fight their way out of the mountains. Tang Quan sneered, "Yes, you are older than him. But your realm is not as high as his. Apart from being able to fight, what else can you compare with him? To get involved, you need to have skills." Tang Quan is a seed player recommended by Zhang Wen. He has no relatives with Zhang Wen. He is purely the descendant of a brother who died before. Knowing that Zhang Wen and Luo Chen have a good relationship, he also subconsciously leans towards Luo Chen. Luo Erdo blushed, "Yes, you have good skills. I'm afraid you have learned a lot of ways to control women from your uncle, the sick tiger." Tang Quan stood up suddenly. "Little punk, say it again. I'm afraid of you." Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, the others were also helpless. Tang Quan was really not afraid of Luo Erdo. The other party's father died a long time ago, and his uncle Zhang Wen didn't care about him much before, so he would go into the mountains with the people of the war hall to kill monsters from time to time. In terms of realm, the two are evenly matched. "Everyone, stop quarreling, okay?" Hearing these gentle words, Tang and Luo had to say a few harsh words and stop quarreling. Just because the other party is the granddaughter of the gang leader Mi Shuhua, and the other party's mother Mi Junping is also the head of the Zentang. Mi Li, 3 spiritual roots, 4th level of key refining. A beautiful face like a flower, but always with a sickly pale. She forced a smile. Everyone comes to the dantang to learn alchemy from the head of the hall. Why make such a fuss? Some people agreed, some were silent. They also learned something about the dantang from their elders. Some valued it, and some disdained it. Therefore, the composition of these young people who came to the dantang was not the same. Some wanted to be sent here to learn alchemy, and some were simply sent here to perfunctorily do the job. Mi sighed, and her heart was also panic. In the Mi family, she was not very important. Her congenitally deficient physique made her waste a lot of her parents' resources, but gain nothing. Now, under the leadership of Mi Shuhua, the Mi family is becoming more and more prosperous, and there are endless geniuses in the family. There's even a person of her generation who'll have the opportunity to join the sect next. Her status plummeted even further. Now her mother insisted on sending her to the Dan Hall, and no one knew what was on her mind. Was she sending her away, or did she really hope that she would learn something? Just as she was panicking, her friend beside her screamed strangely. She looked up and saw a yellowish light streaking across the sky and leisurely escaping into the depths of the Xiao Valley. It's Grandpa. Mi thought. Xiao Luo, how is the research on the Jade Marrow Pill going? As soon as he landed, Mi Shuhua went straight to Huanglong. Huanglong, Luo Chen, rolled his eyes. You really believe in me? I just got it for a few days. If it was really that easy to refine, wouldn't your Mi family have sold it in big quantities? Mi Shuhua smiled awkwardly, and he also knew that he was a little anxious. But after a conversation with Wang Heichao last night, in addition to asking Gao Tingyao not to bother Luo Chen in the future, there was another thing that made him anxious. That was that if the Pashangang Dan Huo could really produce good pills, the Daijiang Gang would also get involved. By then, with the help of the Daijiang Gang's channels, their elixirs can be sold to other markets. Mi Shuhua sighed and suppressed his urgency. The opening day is scheduled for 3 days later. We will invite some of our internal monks to watch the ceremony. I'm going to organize a ceremony for you. Do you have any ideas? Luo Chen blinked. Ceremony? A grand ceremony? Of course, the bigger the better. Okay, let's open the hall and the furnace at the same time. I'll show you what a master of alchemy is. Chapter 88 today, my show. Because of the death of a late foundation building cultivator, Daofeng was in uproar. The giant master in Aleo Mountain was furious and summoned all the foundation building cultivators here. But in the end, nothing was found. It is said that the giant master rushed directly into the Yuding Sword Pavilion and had a very bad relationship with the 2 Yuding Sword cultivators here. The huge pressure of the giant once covered the entire inner city. However, these things have nothing to do with Luo Chen after all. The death of a living son-in-law and a rich contractor has nothing to do with him. There is only one thing that has to do with him. That is the opening of the Dan Hall. For this reason, he basically stayed in Xiao Valley for the past 3 days. He couldn't count on those little brats. But the group of midterm cultivators dispatched by the Pashangang were very valued by him. In the past 3 days, he did nothing but instruct these 20 people on how to make a fire. Yes, that is, to make a fire. When should the fire be big and when should it be small? How much firewood to draw and how much firewood to add? When the temperature is not high enough, to what extent should the fireball technique be released? In short, regarding the subject of fire control, Luo Chen has taught most of what he has learned in his life. In addition, some of the medicinal materials he needs were also sent by Mi Shuhua, either purchased or directly supplied after being processed by the gang's pharmacy. In short, Luo Chen no longer has to worry about the purchase of medicinal materials. Time passed quickly, and regardless of the turmoil in the outside world, 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, in the Xiao Valley, most of the 200 late-stage key refining cultivators of the Pashangang, except for some who stayed behind, came. Hundreds of people, led by Gu Kai and Sikun Shaojia, entered the Xiao Valley one after another. Some common and lively ceremonies were carried out one after another. Soon, the highlight came. Open the furnace to refine the elixir. That boy is Luo Chen. The head of the alchemy hall is surprisingly young. He looks no more than 30 years old. His realm is a bit low, but I don't know if his alchemy skills are good enough. If not, old man Mi wouldn't have forced him to this position. It is said that everyone can enjoy the benefits of the alchemy hall. Is it true or not? Tisk, do you believe this? The ones who get the biggest share must be the hall masters and the high-level people at the 9th level of key refining. We should just work hard to earn spirit stones. Look at you saying this, haven't your brothers been transferred to the reserve team? After the pills are refined in the alchemy hall, they will sell them, right? It's hard to say, it's hard to say. Amid the discussions, Luo Chen made a brilliant appearance. There was no self-introduction. He didn't have the time to get to know so many people. He was wearing a brand new moon-white middle-grade Taoist robe, with long hair draped behind him and only a wooden Taoist hairpin on his head. Judging from his appearance alone, he did have the demeanor of a true Taoist. But what he did next was not so free and easy. Start the fire. Open the furnace. There were 3 alchemy rooms, all of which were set ablaze one after another. As the green steel wood filled with the aroma of oil burned, Luo Chen walked through each alchemy room with a solemn expression. He put the materials into the alchemy furnace one by one according to the specific ratio. Especially in the large alchemy room in the middle, there was a huge alchemy cauldron as tall as a person. When putting the medicinal materials in, Luo Chen had to use the wind control technique in addition to the traction technique to look down from a high place. But this was by no means a disadvantage. On the contrary, the alchemy cauldron was large and could hold enough medicinal materials. The 2 purple cloud copper furnaces could only refine 1 portion of raw materials at a time, but this alchemy cauldron could refine 2 portions at the same time. The cultivators outside watched Luo Chen walk through the 3 alchemy rooms and carry out the alchemy work in an orderly manner. From time to time, he asked the cultivators watching the fire to increase or decrease the firepower, sometimes put the medicine in, and sometimes pinch the magic formula to cause the medicinal materials in the furnace to roll and stir. This calm appearance made them admire him greatly. This is the first time I've seen an alchemist making pills in person. It's like this, wow, there's quite a bit of charm in it. He's really skilled. This little hall master Luo must have been making pills since he was in his mother's womb, right? He's making 3 furnaces at a time, and he's so accomplished. Dao, what do you mean? To be honest, I've heard people say that in Taishan Square. The pavilion master of Jinshi Pavilion, Kang Donggao, a 2nd-level alchemist, only makes 1 furnace of pills at a time. Hiss. Doesn't this mean that Hall Master Luo's attainments in making pills are no less than those of a 2nd-level alchemist? It's hard to say, it's hard to say. Luo Chen couldn't hear what was said outside. If he had heard it, he would have laughed out loud. Just kidding. Today, he couldn't ruin his own show. So, he started making pills, and he made the best Bigu pill. He's almost perfected this thing, and his proficiency is maxed out. 3 furnaces? He has the confidence to make 3 more furnaces. About 2 hours later, with hundreds of eyes watching, Luo Chen took a deep breath. Turn off the fire. Disperse. All the fire-burning monks in the 3 alchemy rooms left the alchemy rooms. According to Luo Chen, the most dangerous time is when the alchemy is finished. At that time, there may be a furnace explosion or waste pill poison gas, so the alchemist is often alone to collect the pills. At this moment, the doors of the 3 alchemy rooms are still open. Under the attention of everyone, Luo Chen spewed out spiritual power and performed the master-level traction technique. The lids of the 3 alchemy furnaces flew up in an instant and then landed on the iron frame hanging on the wall next to him. He raised his hands, and a dense mass of pills flew out of a purple cloud copper furnace in an instant. At a glance, there were almost 50 or 60 pills floating slowly in the air. This is not all. As he moved, the other 2 alchemy furnaces also had the same scene. In the large alchemy room in the middle, there were hundreds of pills on the alchemy cauldron. A strong fragrance spread instantly. The aroma of medicine, meat, and grains finally merged into the aroma of pills that everyone was very familiar with. Is it the Bigu pill? It seems so. Such a big show, but it's just the Bigu pill. No. In the discussion, Luo Chen casually threw the pills. The more than 200 pills fell into the hands of every late-stage key refining cultivator of the Pashan gang, and each person had at least 2 pills. Especially in Mi Shuhu's hand, there were 2 flesh-colored and crystal-clear pills. Top-grade Bigu pill. Mi Shuhu was surprised. The Bigu pill in his hand was just Bigu powder, a low-grade pill. But if it can be refined to the top grade, the effect is no less than that of the real low-grade Bigu pill. It can keep the monk from being hungry for 10 days or half a month, and have enough physical strength to carry out normal activities. Luo Chen's refining actually produced a top-grade Bigu pill? He looked at the others and found that everyone was shocked. Both of mine are top grade. I have one mid-grade and one top-grade pill, with incomplete pill patterns as evidence. 2 mid-grade pills. 1 low-grade and 1 high-grade pill. Luo Chen wiped his sweat while no one was paying attention. It is not difficult to refine the Bigu pill, and it is not difficult for him to refine the top-grade Bigu pill. What really bothers him is that Bigu pills of different qualities are refined in the same furnace. There are all 3 grades, top, middle and bottom. In fact, this is the normal situation for an alchemist to make pills. In a furnace of pills, due to the gathering of medicinal properties and the control of spiritual power, some will become waste pills, some will be of good quality, and some will barely become pills. The number of pills is uncertain, and the quality of the pills is uncertain. Only experienced alchemy masters can make pills relatively stably. Luo Chen is definitely a master of Bigu pills, and he can also stably produce top-grade pills in every furnace. But this trick cannot be exposed to the eyes of Mishuhe and others. That's too evil. If the news got out, Mishuhe couldn't protect him. Who knows, there might be a stronger force to kidnap him and use him as a tool. Compared with the unknown force, the Pashan Gang is more lovable. His business of fleecing the sheep has just begun. Therefore, when he decided to become the master of the Dan Hall, he spent a full 10 days at home studying how to normally make pills. If he had just entered the proficiency level, he couldn't do it. But for the Bigu pill, he already has the master level, and the various knowledge that he has systematically infused has covered the experience of every stage. He kept working backwards and had already mastered the essence of it. So, he had this experience today. 60 top-grade pills, 120 mid-grade pills, and 31 low-grade pills. After receiving the statistical data, Mishuhe showed a sincere smile of joy on his face. He patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. With you, I feel relieved about the Dan Hall. Without waiting for Luo Chen to say something nice, he turned and looked at the others. This batch of fasting pills is a gift for everyone. It's not worth much, but it's a token of my appreciation. Our Hall Master Luo Chen's real specialty is not this kind of low-grade fasting powder. When the time comes, he will show his strengths and help us refine good pills. With his joining, our Pashan Gang will become more and more prosperous in the future, and everyone's cultivation resources will increase. So, everyone must support Hall Master Luo Chen in the future. This old man is really talkative. Luo Chen was very upset, but his face showed a suitable proud expression. The monks from various halls shouted, "We must support, we must support. Half Master Luo is a blessing for our Pashan Gang. I, Long Zhen, will be the first to support Hall Master Luo. He will lead our Pashan Gang to fight in Daofeng and become famous in Yuding district." Hearing these beautiful words without asking for spirit stones, Luo Chen showed a reserved smile. From today on, he has truly made a name for himself. The first alchemist of the Pashan Gang. In the future, maybe, he will be the best alchemist in Daofeng, the best in Yuding, and the best in Donghuang. As a person, you should always have some dreams. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, 6th level of key refining in 1 month. Inside the Alchemy Hall, Luo Chen gave a speech on the first day of work to more than 20 cultivators. There were encouragements and criticisms, saying that they still had a lot of room for improvement. After that, he let these people disperse first. Although they are all mid-term cultivators, most of them are old, weak, sick and disabled, and most of them are female cultivators. They should be transferred directly from the medicine hall. It seems that they all know Sister Murin. Luo Chen muttered and entered the house built for him by the Alchemy Hall. It was not built in the valley outside or on the mountainside. Instead, it was directly next to the alchemy room, near the small mountain spring pool. When he entered the house, Mishuhe had been waiting for a long time, and the 2 deacons of the Alchemy Hall, Sikun Xiaojia and Gu Kai, were also waiting on the side. Without any nonsense, the 2 got straight to the point. The content of the chat was very simple, that is, the next direction of the Alchemy Hall. You can refine the Bigu pill, but you don't need to refine too many. A maximum of 1,000 pills a month is enough. I forget it. The profit is too low. And the quality is so good. It's a waste for low-level gang members. These more than 1,000 pills can be supplied to the middle and late stage gang members at a low price as rewards. Mi Shuho talked freely. He had his own experience in how to run the Passion gang. Luo Chen had no objection. More than 1,000 Bigu pills would only take 2 or 3 days. Our main goal is still the Jade Marrow pill. Mi Shuho looked solemn and stared at Luo Chen. Give me a definite answer. How long will it take to refine it? Luo Chen's face was bitter and he spread his hands. I'm still in the stage of familiarizing myself with the pill formula. How can I give you a definite answer? Besides, you must have seen the pill formula. The difficulty in refining it lies in extracting the jadeite from Huanliu. That is a first-level spiritual material. If I want to avoid damaging the jadeite, my current realm is still too low. Mi Shuho was old to begin with, and he usually had a ruddy face like a rich man. At this moment, his face wrinkled like a rag. Indeed, it is difficult to extract the chalcedony from the 5th level of key refining. Luo Chen sighed. If you can give me one more bottle of key nourishing pill every month, maybe I can break through to the 6th level of key refining soon. At that time, I will be able to easily extract the chalcedony from the jade. Sikun Xiaojia couldn't help but say, I promise to give you 2 bottles of key nourishing pill every month. Is that enough? Mi Shuho also advised, 3 bottles a month means you take 1 key nourishing pill every day. Your meridians can't bear such frequent use of pills. Can't bear it? I am a genius with open meridians and Chong Chun Gong at the master level. I can refine 2 pills a day, and I still think 3 bottles are not enough. Of course, Luo Chen knew that things like wooling wool should be done little by little, and the old man should not be forced into a hurry. He said with great sorrow, in order to master the recipe of the Jade Marrow pill as soon as possible, I don't care about the pain in my meridians. Gang leader, let me do my best to develop our gang. Mi Shuho hesitated. After a long while, he nodded. It's just 3 bottles of Yankee pill a month. I'm very pleased that you have this heart. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Great. Foundation building cultivator, he is really wealthy. Passion gang treats me well. Gu Kai, who was standing next to him, heard about this treatment and her eyes were red with envy. She only made a lot of spirit stones in the last month of Xiangxiang Tower. In the past, she only made 200 or 300 spirit stones a month. Luo Chen now has a fixed supply of 3 bottles of Yankee pill, which is 300 spirit stones. Jade Marrow pill is the main direction, but now the framework of the Dan Hall has been set up, and you should also have a fixed source of income. Mi Shuho looked at Luo Chen, just continue to refine your Zongmiao Pill. In terms of the main materials, Luo Chen mentioned, I will send people to buy from Baikeodang on a regular basis and in a fixed quantity. Mi Shuho said, in addition, some of the auxiliary materials will be provided by the medicine hall, and on the books, the alchemy hall will also have to pay spiritual stones. I understand this. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Isn't this equivalent to the business dealings between subsidiaries under the group company? The accounts should still be settled. In this way, the medicine hall can also earn some spiritual stones from it. After the Zongmiao pills are refined in the future, the alchemy hall can make another profit. Now there are more and more foreign cultivators in Daofang, and the prospects for Zongmiao pills are very bright. In addition, our gang also has a brothel in the outer city. When the time comes, we will also supply some of these pills to them. The Passion gang also has this kind of business? Luo Chen was very surprised. He had never heard of this before. After a little thought, he felt a little blocked in his heart. No wonder there are so few female cultivators in the gang. Most of them are still gathered in the medicine hall, the beast hall and his current alchemy hall. I'm afraid some of them have gone to the brothel secretly opened by the Passion gang. This old bitch is not doing anything. Make a list and see how many herbs you need in a month. Elder Sikun will take people to buy them. Yes, I know that. Luo Chen said sullenly. Mi Shuho looked at the knowledgeable Luo Chen and breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is on the right track. This gang has cost him a lot of effort and earned a lot of spirit stones for him and his family. As long as the Jade Marrow pill can be refined in the future, he will not have to worry too much about the supply of resources when he advances to the late stage of foundation building. It is too difficult to be a casual cultivator. It is better to have a force to borrow strength. Okay, I'm leaving first. From now on, Elder Sikun will be responsible for the external affairs of the Dan Hall. The internal affairs will be handed over to Deacon Gu Kai. Luo Chen, just concentrate on refining the pill. It is impossible to concentrate on refining the pill, and it is impossible in this life. Refining the pill is to earn spirit stones, and earning spirit stones is to buy suitable pills for cultivation. Now that you have paid me a salary, key nourishing pill, why don't I just practice directly? Skip the middleman and start racing. I got a bottle of Yankee Pill today. I got 2 bottles of Yankee Pill after the meeting in Haoyu Hall at the beginning of the month. With the remaining 2 bottles I bought before, Luo Chen now has 5 bottles of Yankee Pill. At the rate of 2 pills a day, it is enough for 25 days. With a Grandmaster level Chong Chunguang, the first level spiritual vein land in the inner city, and the pot of moonlight grass given to him by Fu Xiu, Luo Chen is now practicing hard every morning and evening. After another round of Chong Chunguang, Luo Chen opened the attribute panel. Lifespan 27/75, spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, realm, 5th level of key refining. 38/100, Kung Fu, Grandmaster Chong Chungong. 600/1000, spells, Great Perfection Fireball, Grandmaster Xiao 800/1000, Grandmaster Yufeng Ju 570/1000, Grandmaster Traction 600, 1000, Perfect Entanglement 380 out of 500, Perfect Spirit Eyes 380/500, Perfect Cleansing 300/500, Entry Level Healing 5/100, Entry Level Breathing Spirit Ju 1/100, Skills, First Level Alchemist, Grandmaster Bigu Powder 910/1000, Perfect All Wonderful Pills 311/500, Achievement Points 22 points. After reading it all, he shook his head. In the past half month, it seemed leisurely, but in fact, there were too many things to do. In terms of spells, Xiao Ouyao and Yufeng Ju have increased the most by using them every day, but there is no qualitative change. The only skill level that has been upgraded is the cleansing skill, which has reached the perfect level. This was achieved by practicing how to control the normal pill formation for 10 days and using the cleansing skill many times. The extra achievement point also came from this. Apart from that, there is no change. He has only learned the breathing spirit Ju and the healing skill, which are of little use at present. What he cares about is the progress in realm. 5th level of key refining. 38 out of 100, it is a reasonable growth. At present, 2 key nourishing pills increase 1 progress bar. Through self-cultivation, it can increase by about 15 progress bars in a month. This is the limit of the Grandmaster level Chong Chungong. Not bad, as long as the pills are supplied, plus my persistent practice. It will take about 1.5 months to advance to the 6th level of key refining. After obtaining this data, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This speed is very fast. In other words, it is only when the meridians are open and the resources are abundant that such a speed can be achieved. But when he thought about the fact that the higher the realm, the less progress the pills could make, Luo Chen felt a sense of urgency. He only had more than 700 spirit stones in his savings. It was a huge sum of money in the past, but after a little calculation, it was not enough to support the later stage of cultivation. Luo Chen had a long-term vision and had begun to consider the 6th level of key refining and even the later stage of cultivation. Jade Marrow Pill. Mishuhu is anxious, so am I. But no matter how anxious I am, the initiative is still in my hands. I can use this to get other benefits from that old bitch. When closing the attribute panel, Luo Chen glanced at the skill bar. He remembered that the proficiency of the Bigu powder was more than 800 before, but today he refined more than 200 pills, but it only increased by a few dozen points. Luo Chen frowned and thought of a possibility. Could it be that for each level of proficiency, you must refine pills of the corresponding grade to achieve the corresponding increase? Most of the Bigu pills refined today were low grade and medium grade, and only 60 were high grade. The increase was exactly 60. If that's the case, then I have to think carefully about the elixir grade in the future. The next day, Luo Chen rushed to Ziyai Valley with 2 bodyguards. After throwing them into the valley, he gathered all the people in the alchemy hall. Not counting the transport team and sales team that were not under his control, the 30 old, weak, women and children in front of him were his direct subordinates. Today, let's divide the work. Chapter 90, Remarks on the Release and Update Plan. Longevity begins with the Alchemy Master will be available tomorrow. It has been a bit bumpy along the way, but it has always been steady and upward. There is nothing much to talk about the book. The only thing I want to say is that the setting of this book is not the world of immortal cultivation on the verge of the end of the law, but a world with very rich resources and 100 flowers blooming. This point has not been mentioned much before, but as the plot deepens, you will be able to see it later. There are two things I want to talk about in my speech today. One is gratitude, and the other is the update plan. First of all, I am very grateful for the support of my brothers along the way, which allowed me to go from the first round of trial promotion to the fourth round of recommendation. The requirements for the following 3 rivers are indeed a bit high, and I am very satisfied with the 4 rounds of promotion and listing. In addition to the support of my brothers, there are also many author friends who gave me many suggestions and even chapter recommendations. Xianji Bai, Selling Body to Zhang Jikao, Xianbang Strawberry, all of which are named and praised. Finally, I have to thank my old editor Lan Guang. Since 2006, I have been following him to write books. In the middle, I have experienced changes in categories, editors, and other website changes, and finally I returned to his account. I have to say that the Blue Light Boss is quite good to the author. He answers questions quickly and is unambiguous about recommendations. If you feel that the book is not enough and want to write your own book, it is recommended that the 7th group of Blue Light editors be the first choice for publishing books. Update plan. It will be on the shelves on time on April 14, 2023, which is tomorrow, Friday, at 12 noon. On the day of listing, the minimum update of 10,000 words will be guaranteed, and the chapter will be 5,000 words. I don't know if 5,000 words is considered a big chapter now. 200 votes for monthly tickets will be added. From April to now, everyone has voted 223 times, which is also considered an additional update. In terms of performance, the more first orders, the better. No matter what happens tomorrow, I will directly update 8 chapters. It will be released in one breath, about 45,000 words, and it may be modified and deleted at night. As for the future, it is also guaranteed to be 10,000. The leader's reward will add 2 more chapters, and the Silver Alliance's reward will be 10 times, adding 20 more chapters. Of course, I still hope that everyone will vote for more monthly tickets, support me, and give me some encouragement. Recommend a few books, and friends who are interested can go and have a look. The author of 10 Years of Sharpening the Sword, One Sword Shocks the World is Xianji Bai, a veteran author on Kidian. He has written many books such as Let the World Feel the Pain from Now On with over 10,000 subscriptions, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. The author of Konoha, Unable to Learn Ninjutsu, So I Have to Develop It Myself is Zhang Shenmei, a big fan of Naruto, and the Konoha Bully Ninja Cat is also his work. The author of Summoning Heroic Spirits, The History Only I Know is Xianbang Strawberry, a pure newcomer. The book has just been put on the shelves and is rushing to 10,000 subscriptions. The author of Longevity Begins with Controlling the Zerg is Butu Bubblefish, a veteran author's new book, and a Zerg enthusiast. Chapter 91 Luo Chen is the biggest rat in the Pashan gang. After getting up and practicing this morning, Luo Chen thought of a problem. Or rather, it was not a problem, but something he had considered for a long time. That is, does he have to do all the alchemy in the alchemy hall himself? If he really does that, he will be exhausted. His previous solution was to hand over some things to others. For example, watching the fire. So when he started the furnace to make the alchemy yesterday, he did so. But the actual situation was a bit miserable. Even though the group of monks had been urgently trained by him, they were still not competent for the job. As a result, Luo Chen had to run around the 3 alchemy rooms frantically and help from time to time. The Bigu pill is just a second-rate medicine, while the Zongmiao Pill is a first-level pill, which requires higher requirements for various details. In order to prevent himself from being exhausted, Luo Chen thought about it carefully in the morning and planned to make some changes. That is to subdivide the types of work. Division of labor. Hearing this, the team of 30 people was a little confused. They didn't understand what this meant. Shouldn't alchemy be done in one go? Can alchemy be divided into different tasks? Luo Chen glanced and saw that the man who was speaking was a man named Luo Erdo, who seemed to be older than himself. My family. Unfortunately, they are not very friendly to me. Behind him was Luo Wudi, the tiger who came down from the mountain. When the meeting was held in the Hiao Hall, Luo Wudi obviously stood on the side of Mishuhe. Now that Mishuhe supports me, it does not mean that Mishuhe's vassal also supports me. He looked cold, Yes, we must divide the work. I know that some of you are here to learn alchemy. Do you know what processes are required to cultivate an orthodox alchemist in the sect? This question made everyone in the dark. When Luo Chen was about to fool around, a soft voice came out. Know the medicine, be familiar with the fire, read the 100 classics, study the alchemy formula, master the technique, and then start from the low-level elixir. Slowly get started, until you can refine a medium grade or above, then you can get involved in other elixirs. Luo Chen frowned slightly, and looked over, but found that the person who spoke had a pale face, and under his gaze, his expression was still calm. It was Mi Li. Mi Junping's daughter, Mi Shuhe's granddaughter. Forget it, I can't afford to offend this person. He didn't know what the other party's status in the family was. But since he was sent to the Dan Hall, he still had to give her the face he deserved. He cleared his throat. Yes, Miss Mi is right. With his hands behind his back, Luo Chen paced in front of the crowd. This is the way for all the big sects, not to mention you who have no experience in alchemy. So, dividing the work and coordinating alchemy, focusing on a certain thing, is what you need most at the moment, and what you can only do. After such a speech, no one raised any objections. After all, Luo Chen is the master of the Dan Hall. Without saying anything, Luo Chen directly divided the team of 30 people into 5 teams, a total of 6 teams. One team is responsible for handling several auxiliary materials, one team is responsible for handling other auxiliary materials, and the next 2 teams are responsible for handling one main material each. The remaining 2 teams are all responsible for familiarizing themselves with fire control. When the time comes, the 3 alchemy rooms, the 10 of them will take turns. Maybe we can consider finding a time to bring up a pyrotechnics team leader? You must all be familiar with the raw materials of the Bigu pill and the Zongmiao pill as soon as possible. Then, follow the method I teach you to carry out special processing. In addition, I don't want you to rashly understand the situation of other teams before you are familiar with the area you are responsible for. That will slow down your progress. Maybe you will think that I am stopping you from making further progress, but if you really do that, don't blame me for not warning you. After saying that, he waved to the outside. Gu Kai brought a group of people and sent up all the medicinal materials he wanted. This is the most common ginseng, artificially planted, 10 years old. It contains very little spiritual power, but it is an important auxiliary material for many low-level elixirs. Therefore, there are many ways to process it. I will teach you 2 first. You guys, follow me into the pharmacy. 5 people followed Luo Chen into the room with great interest. The rest of the people stood outside and whispered for a while. In the crowd, Mi Li frowned slightly, and her pale face was a little puzzled. The orthodox process was indeed what the hall master said. But is it necessary to divide it so finely? Is it necessary? Luo Chen said, of course it is necessary. I won't divide it so finely, and you all learn it once, then you will almost learn all the preparatory steps before refining the elixir. If you can get the ratio of the medicinal materials for each furnace of elixir and learn the corresponding elixir refining techniques. In this way, after failing dozens or hundreds of times, you may succeed. At that time, why do you need me, the first alchemist of Pashan Gang? Luo Chen is artificially creating a knowledge barrier. Even if someone deliberately gathers this group of people together and brings together all kinds of knowledge in the future, it will inevitably take some effort. Even if he understands it, Luo Chen still plans to do some tricks on the details of alchemy later. In a word, he doesn't want to teach his apprentices and starve himself to death. It took Luo Chen 5 days to teach these people to learn the corresponding skills individually. It doesn't sound like much, but some people are already anxious. Mi Shuhe specifically asked Sikun Xiaojie to ask him when he would start refining the Zongmiao pills. After all, with so many cultivators spending time in the alchemy hall, the gang also has to give them spirit stones. After Luo Chen got to know the situation of the Pashan gang in depth, he also knew that the logistics halls were not like the combat halls, most of which gave fixed wages, and there was no mention of bonuses. The combat halls were different, and the income depended entirely on the harvest. When there were heavy casualties or huge harvests, there were often high rewards. Therefore, most of the cultivators who could fight were in the 3 combat halls and Wang Yuan's Jiao Hall. In response to Sikun Xiaojie's inquiry, Luo Chen only said no hurry, no hurry. Of course he was not in a hurry. After training these people to master the skills, His subsequent alchemy work would be easier. 5 days later, Mi Shuhe came to the alchemy hall in person. Luo Chen no longer delayed and immediately ordered his men to start refining the alchemy. The 3 alchemy rooms once again emitted hot air, and the light smoke and rain tower started to operate again. Watching Luo Chen wandering between the 3 alchemy rooms, directing the cultivators while placing medicinal materials, Mi Shuhe's anxiety finally eased a little. "Grandpa." "Yes." Mi Shuhe didn't turn his head and asked calmly, "Have you learned anything from Master Luo Chen these days?" Mi Li said softly, "He is very skilled in handling the medicinal materials for the 2 kinds of elixirs, far better than the alchemists that the family had found before." Mi Shuhe shook his head. "Those alchemists can only make low-grade elixirs, naturally not as good as Luo Chen." Mi Li thought for a while. "The master is also very experienced in controlling the temperature." "That's not what I asked." He didn't say anything else, and he didn't allow us medicine apprentices to watch. Medicine apprentice. Mi Shuhe was a little curious about this title. Mi Li immediately answered, "Currently, there are 2 types of jobs in the alchemy hall, medicine apprentices and fire workers. The specific work can be known as the name suggests." After hearing this, Mi Shuhe frowned. After thinking for a while, he raised his eyebrows. "You go in and watch?" Mi Li raised her head, a little hesitant. But under Mi Shuhe's firm gaze, she finally stepped into the alchemy room where Luo Chen was busy. In the alchemy room, Luo Chen noticed the person who came in at the first time. He looked over directly, his eyes were cold, and he said nothing. The woman froze in place. The pyrotechnician who was watching the fire also held his breath. For a moment, there was no movement in the alchemy room except the crackling sound of the burning green steel wood and the gurgling sound in the alchemy furnace. Outside the alchemy room, Mi Shuhe was naturally watching here all the time. He first raised his eyebrows, then frowned, and finally took a deep breath. A voice transmission was sent in. "Xiao Mi Li is the most talented person in my family in alchemy. Let her watch for a while. This is how I make a living." She. "No, unless, add a bottle of Yankee pill every month. Can you learn the skills by watching someone making an alchemy?" The answer to this question depends on one's own opinion. For a person with outstanding talent, perhaps just a small trick, a spiritual power output, can allow him to draw inferences from one instance and even gain some understanding. But for most people who don't have any talent for alchemy, it's hard to comprehend anything even if they're read it 10 or 100 times. Especially for those who don't have a solid foundation in alchemy. Luo Chen's current proficiency in refining the Zongmiao Pill has already reached the perfect level, and the pills he refines are at least of the middle grade. In other words, his attainments in refining the Zongmiao Pill have already been considered to be at the level of a master. His techniques are already completely different from the entry stage. Mi Li is now concentrating on observing his techniques. Even if she can learn something, it is only for refining the middle grade Zongmiao Pill. So the question is, can she directly refine the middle grade pill after learning these things? The answer is no. Because she still has to start with a lower grade Zongmiao Pill. And the various techniques for refining the lower grade Zongmiao Pill have been continuously simplified by Luo Chen as his proficiency continues to rise. Without those relatively basic techniques, Mi Li will never be able to refine the middle grade, or even the lower grade Zongmiao Pill in her life. That's why Luo Chen didn't worry about his skills being stolen. But with this reputation, he would definitely not let it go. A bottle of Yankee pill every month, this wool he got again. After all, it is an elixir of the first level, and the refining time of Zongmiao Pill is much longer than that of Bigu powder. It took a whole morning to finish the refining work in the 3 alchemy rooms. Under the watchful eyes of Mi Shuhe, Luo Chen dismissed everyone and started his personal work of collecting pills. In the alchemy room, Luo Chen looked solemn, performed the traction technique, and opened the furnace cover. The inferior purple cloud copper furnace produced 10 pills, 7 of which were medium quality and 3 of low quality. Luo Chen was very satisfied. This was the result of his deliberate control. If he did it himself, it would be normal for all of them to be medium quality. Although I dismissed others, I'm afraid Mi Shuhe's spiritual consciousness is secretly watching here. But I don't need to show it deliberately. Whatever happens, it will be. After going out, he opened the copper furnace in another alchemy room. A smell of burnt beard spread instantly. Luo Chen shook his head, not feeling any regret. Even if he was promoted to the perfect level of proficiency, he could not guarantee 100% success. Now, His success rate is about 40%. This is already very high. According to the experience of Bigu powder, the success rate of each stage is almost fixed. Entry level is 10%, proficiency is 20%, mastery is 30%, and the perfect level is about 40%. When you reach the Grandmaster level, you can stabilize the success rate at around half. As for the 100% success rate, Luo Chen basically didn't think about it. There has always been a saying among alchemists that the higher the level of the elixir, the lower the success rate. Even the rumored Zongmiao alchemy saint can easily refine low-level elixirs into top-grade and top-grade ones. But when it comes to third and fourth level elixirs, he occasionally fails. In Luo Chen's view, as long as the success rate is more than half, with a high profit of the elixir, the profit will be extremely terrifying. Mishuho outside frowned subconsciously when he noticed that one furnace failed. That means that the raw materials of 5 spirit stones have been wasted. However, after Luo Chen opened the lid of the middle-grade cauldron and the fragrance filled the air, his frown completely relaxed. Holding a large wooden tray, Luo Chen walked out of the alchemy room. I was lucky this time. I made 30 pills, most of which were middle grade, and a few were low grade. I lived up to your trust. He handed the wooden tray to Meili next to him and clapped his hands, looking unconcerned. The woman, who is always pale, had a blush on her face at this moment. She was excited. 3 alchemy rooms, 4 portions of raw materials, and 3 were successful. Among them, the pill success rate guaranteed that more than half of them were middle grade. What does this mean? It means that Luo Chen is already a genuine first-level alchemist, and he is the best among them, an elite. If Luo Chen can guarantee that every pill is middle grade, and then produce 1 or 2 high-grade pills, he can be called a master of alchemy in this elixir. Of course, there has never been such a detailed division in the world of cultivation. The so-called master of alchemy is at least someone who can make third-level pills. No one will use the achievement in a certain elixir to measure the level. Mishuho saw his granddaughter's excitement and knew that Luo Chen's alchemy skills had impressed her. As for himself, he was calculating the profit. How many spirit stones can 30 Zongmiao pills sell for? Luo Chen, you did a great job. Luo Chen curled his lips and waved his hands. Today is a good start, but it doesn't mean that every time in the future, you will have such good luck. Haha, I trust you the most. By the way, I don't have enough manpower. Please transfer a few more midterm cultivators to me. Luo Chen said. Isn't it enough? Mishuho was surprised. Luo Chen pointed at the pills on the plate. After the pills are formed, there is still a period of medicinal properties settling. That period is very important. The medicinal properties of the pills may be lost due to the external environment. We need a group of people to keep an eye on them. Meili also echoed, that's right, Grandpa. Similar details were mentioned in the explanation of Kingan pills. Mishuho suddenly realized, I remember that many pills are not well preserved and may even fall in grade over time. After this explanation, Mishuho was not stingy. He immediately told Gu Kai to go to the medicine hall and transfer a few more monks. Okay, let's go. Luo Chen yawned, I've been busy all morning, I'm going to take a nap. Lunch will be delivered to my door later. Seeing his lazy look, Mishuho couldn't help but say, are you not going to continue refining? Luo Chen stared at him, boss, I'm a human, not a puppet. I will get tired. Now I don't even have spiritual consciousness. I have to watch 3 alchemy rooms at the same time. Do you think I can hold on? Besides, if I don't rest, won't they rest? As Luo Chen pointed, Mishuho realized that the group of cultivators in charge of watching the fire also had tiredness on their faces. Even several older female cultivators had red faces and sweat. Besides, the alchemy furnace can't hold on. Luo Chen curled his lips. 2 low-grade magic tools and a medium-grade alchemy furnace can't support alchemy all the time. Unless you get me a magic alchemy furnace, or a top-grade alchemy furnace. Mishuho smiled bitterly, then you should go and rest. What a joke, a magic alchemy furnace. He himself doesn't even have his own life magic weapon. Among the best magic weapons, there is a purple river robe, which was destroyed by Qin Liangjin on the Taoism platform. When he came out to get lunch, Luo Chen realized that Mishuho had left Xiao Valley. It's good that he left. With him around, everything is restricted. Luo Chen took a look at the lunch and grinned. Hey, the food is good, all spiritual rice and spiritual vegetables, and the meat is all first-level monster meat. The treatment provided to him by the Passion Gang is absolutely top-notch. Even better than that of the other hall masters. After all, Luo Chen will be the cash cow of the Passion Gang in the future, so of course he must be well provided for. Pour all the food into a big bowl, and a plate of rice will be ready. Luo Chen took out the green gourd from the storage bag and hung it around his waist. Then while eating, he wandered around the Dan hall to see if there was anything missing from his own land. After looking for a while, he had an idea in his mind, and then he walked out of the Dan hall leisurely while digging rice. Following the gravel road that was previously paved with slag, we slowly came to the Ziyai Valley. Several huge stone houses were built in rows under the mountain wall in the valley. These are the offices of the medicine hall. At noon, there were relatively fewer people, but some monks could be seen busy turning the herbs over to allow them to be fully dried. When Murin Kinglian was found, she was writing or drawing something. "Sister-in-law, are you busy?" Murin Kinglian looked up at him, furious. "How dare you come here? What's wrong?" Luo Chen put down his chopsticks, looking puzzled. Murin Kinglian said helplessly, "Look, how many people have been picked up from the medicine hall in the past few days. Now we are short of manpower. Is there another one?" Luo Chen didn't expect this. But judging from Murin Kinglian's appearance, she was not really angry with him. "I'm busy selecting suitable monks from the outer gangs. These are their backgrounds. I want to choose those who are relatively clean." Murin Kinglian pointed to the pile of bamboo slips on the table. "Got it, it's a resume. Although the work of the medicine hall is tedious, it is safe. Therefore, there are still many monks in the gang who want to come here to work." Murin Kinglian explained. As she said that, she accidentally glanced at Luo Chen's big bowl of rice. "Oh, your food treatment is really good. People who don't know would think you are eating spirit stones." "That's right, I am the cash cow of the Passion Gang. If you don't give me the top treatment, who will you give it to?" Luo Chen put his hands on his waist and was very proud. It must be said that when he decided to join the Passion Gang and become the master of this alchemy hall, at first, he felt a little aggrieved, but after really enjoying all kinds of treatment, he felt that this decision was the most correct. No worries about food and drink, and bodyguards to and from get off work. There is no need to purchase raw materials and process them by himself. Once those medicine apprentices and fire workers are trained, it will be easier for him to refine pills. Besides, the salary of 4 bottles of key-nourishing pills every month is really good. But it's still not enough. The greedy Luo Chen will not be satisfied. The Passion Gang is a big family, and Mishuhe is a foundation-building cultivator, so he's even richer. I have to find a way to get more wool. How to get it? The rat Luo Chen's eyes rolled around. Chapter 92. I am Mishuhe, a true cultivator who has established my foundation, and I will protect Luo Chen. A casual cultivator, a lackey, a laborer, a tool man, and a partner. Luo Chen's identity was constantly changing with his efforts. The changes in the Dan Hall were also taking place day by day. The group of medicine apprentices, fire workers, and alchemists, alchemy managers, were also getting familiar with their roles day by day. A month passed in a flash. At the end of the month, Luo Chen took time to attend a small internal meeting of the Passion Gang. There were not many people attending the meeting, including him, Mi Shuhua, Mi Junping, and the heads of the 3 battle halls, Zheng Wen, Luo Wudi, and Yang Wei. In addition, there were 2 deacons of the Dan Hall, Sikun Xiaojia and Gu Kai. At the meeting, it was determined that the 3 battle halls would each send out 10 people, 1 of whom was in the late stage of key refining and 9 were in the middle stage of key refining. In this way, 3 teams were formed. These 3 teams will serve the Dan Hall with all their strength in the future. Protection work, transportation work, and some procurement work. At the meeting, Luo Wudi said something. "I have a way to get through Zulianfang Market. The risk is a bit high, but if it is opened, the profit will definitely be very high. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger, why not give it a try?" In this regard, others were eager to try. However, after learning about Luo Chen's current pill production, Mi Shuhe temporarily suppressed this proposal. This month, the Dan Hall produced a total of 980 Zongmiao pills. This number can only barely meet the needs of Dahofang Market. Even if the Zulianfang Market is opened, we can't sell pills there. And Zulianfang is a bitter and cold place, not as prosperous as Dahofang, so there is no need to bother. These are Mi Shuhe's original words. Luo Wudi felt a little pity. He also wanted to use this opportunity to let one of his brothers take the position and learn to be independent like Wang Yuan. The insufficient production of pills limited his idea. In this regard, he could only encourage Luo Chen to make more pills. Luo Chen chuckled and said that he would work hard. Then when the meeting was over, Luo Chen received 4 bottles of Yankee pills from Mi Jumping, who looked very distressed. Luo Wudi and Yang Wei's eyes widened. Did they say that they would only give him 2 bottles a month? When did that guy get a salary increase? Are you sure Luo Chen is not Mi Shuhu's illegitimate son? The person concerned didn't care about their thoughts at all. Just envy him, this is what I deserve. Nearly 1,000 Zongmiao pills a month, that's 4 or 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. What does this mean? You can buy 40 or 50 bottles of Yankee Dan, or 2 high-grade magic tools, or even more than a dozen low-grade magic tools. This is just for 1 month. The lifespan of a key refining cultivator is at least hundreds of years. In the long run, as long as Luo Chen continues to produce pills, it will bring stable and high profits to the Pashan gang. Therefore, no matter how reluctant Mi Shuhu and Mi Jumping are, they have to give this salary. Under the dark night, Luo Chen sat alone on the bed. The Grandmaster level Chong Chungong kept running, and the Yankee Dan in his body melted, and the huge spiritual power was constantly absorbed by him. Finally, it merged with his own spiritual power. This process of transformation and absorption lasted for a long time. The feeling of fullness continued. Until Luo Chen gritted his teeth and swallowed another key nourishing pill. Break through the 6th level of key training today, break through it in one go. As the thought flashed, he continued to repeat the previous action. With the influx of new spiritual power, the feeling of fullness became stronger and stronger, and even had the illusion of swelling. Unconsciously, when Luo Chen finished his work and opened his eyes, his body was already filled with the spiritual power fluctuations of the 6th level of key training. It's done. After many years, he finally reached the realm level of Chen Lao Dao. Now, in the middle stage of key training, he is also the most powerful one. He took a look at the attribute panel. Key refining 6th level 1/100, Luo Chen's originally happy mood became heavy for a while. The effect of the key nourishing pill seemed to be getting worse and worse. At the 3rd level of key training, 1 key nourishing pill can increase 2 progress bars. At the 4th level, 1 key nourishing pill corresponds to 1 progress bar. At the 5th level, it takes about 2 key nourishing pills to increase 1 progress bar. This time, after breaking through to the 6th level of key refining, Luo Chen has calculated through the system. He needs at least 5 to increase 1 progress bar. A bottle of key nourishing pills only has 10. In other words, if he wants to advance to the 7th level of key refining, he needs at least 50 bottles of key nourishing pills. That's a full 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there is a limit to the number of pills that can be refined in one day. Grass. It's a plant. I'm not practicing, I'm eating spirit stones. Luo Chen, the rat, turned into Luo Chen, the gold-eating beast. His handsome face was uncertain at the moment, and he always felt that something was wrong. Other low-level cultivators didn't waste spirit stones like him when they practiced. Was it because of the 5 spiritual roots? Or was it because of the Grandmaster level Chong Chungong, which opened up all the meridians, causing the body to need more spiritual power to break through the realm? Or other factors? For a moment, Luo Chen couldn't find the problem. He only knew that he had to get as many cultivation resources as possible, and also find a way to refine a few more pills a day. Oh, there is one more thing. The effect of the Yankee pill is getting worse and worse, and it seems that there is a dilemma of drug resistance. We have to find a new pill that can replace the Yankee pill. A myriad of things came to his mind. But Luo Chen seemed to have gotten used to it. After planning one by one, Luo Chen finally got out of bed. Anyway, breaking through the 6th level of key refining today is a happy event. It's all clear. Holding the green gourd, he walked into the yard while drinking yellow pear wine. At this moment, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the small yard, it was silent, but there was a figure sitting on a swing and swinging from time to time. Kai, are you still awake? Gu Kai had already noticed Luo Chen the moment he came out. She just nodded lightly, still swinging the small swing. Suddenly, she blinked. You have broken through the 6th level of key refining. You discovered it. Haha. As expected, no matter how low-key a genius is, he's as eye-catching as the bright moon in the dark night. Luo Chen laughed. After thinking for a while, he pinched a hand seal, and the spiritual power began to circulate along a special route. The leaked spiritual power fluctuations were slowly recovered and entered the specially condensed spiritual power seed in his body. In the blink of an eye, his leaked spiritual energy fluctuations became the level of the 5th level of key refining. Key condensing spiritual art. Kie, take another look at what realm I am in. Gu Kie took a look, her eyes lit up, and then said lightly, 5th level of key refining. Sure enough, the key condensing spiritual art is effective. Especially in the past month, he has practiced from time to time and has entered the proficient level, and can barely restrain the spiritual energy fluctuations. Luo Chen gathered and released the spiritual energy fluctuations, sometimes large and sometimes small, and he had a lot of fun. After playing for a while, he felt that the atmosphere was as cold as the moonlight. Kie, what's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Gu Kie sighed, don't mind it, I just saw that after you joined the Pashan gang, your realm has risen so fast, but my income has dropped so much, I was a little worried for a while. Luo Chen was stunned. Income? Yes, Gu Kie used to have a very good income of spirit stones every month in Xiangxiang Tower. Especially at the opening ceremony of the Lundaote, she performed a stunning dance and stole the limelight. In the following month, she made a lot of money. But what about after leaving Xiangxiang Tower? Even though she is now a deacon of the Dan Hall, her monthly salary is only more than 100 spirit stones. Sikun Xiaojie also gets this salary, but don't forget that the old man has the title of elder and will have other extra income. A monthly income of 100 is already good. In the inner city, it is almost the level of a deacon of a small shop or a foreman of a large shop. However, this cannot meet the cultivation needs of a cultivator at the 9th level of key refining. With this income, when will it take to practice from the 9th level of key refining to the great perfection? From the great perfection to the breakthrough of the foundation, how much time will it take to earn spirit stones and buy the foundation pill? I am already 39 years old. Although I have always yearned for the foundation, I know it is a fantasy. But the bottle of dust transforming pill that Fei Bowen gave me at the beginning allowed me to advance to the 9th level of key refining by chance. Now, I am only one step away, but I am stuck here because of insufficient cultivation resources. I am unwilling to accept it. Luo Chen, am I right or wrong to leave Xiangxiang Tower? Listening to these mumblings, Luo Chen was speechless for a while. He joked that he would support the other party, and then let Gu Kie join the Pashan gang and become the current Dantang deacon. But until this moment, he realized that the salary of a mere Dantang deacon could not support the other party's cultivation. Of course, this was not his responsibility. Introducing a livelihood to the other party was a good thing. Regarding Gu Kie's confusion, Luo Chen could only say, although it's not right, it's definitely not wrong. The foundation building cultivator surnamed Hui from Xiangxiang Tower has only been here for a month or two, and I heard that 2 or 3 female cultivators have died in the building. Luo Chen casually said these things, and Gu Kie was silent for a while. Seeing this, Luo Chen didn't know how to comfort her. He and Gu Kie are different. In addition to the monthly salary, he actually has a share of the profits of the elixir. Thinking about this, Luo Chen suddenly realized something. Mi Shuhua and even the Pashan gang's investment in the Dan Hall is basically getting more and more. In addition to several senior executives, there are dozens of mid and late stage cultivators who rely on the Dan Hall for their meals. If his own income is not raised for a long time, I am afraid that this group of people who eat with him will have problems. Job hopping? Looking for extra money? Gradually, not paying attention to the affairs of the Dan Hall? It seems that the matter of the Jade Marrow pill can't be delayed any longer. This thought flashed through Luo Chen's mind. For others, and even more for himself. The profit ceiling of this Zongmiao Pill is still too low after all. Only the elixir of use again, which is beneficial to cultivation, is a weapon to attract money. Today is another day to open the furnace to refine the elixir. However, before opening the furnace, Luo Chen and 2 deacons first met with 3 cultivators in the late stage of key refining. They are masters drawn from the 3 battle halls. They are specially led to transport the elixir of the Dantang and send it to the designated place for sale. A team of 30 cultivators escorted only 1,000 Zongmiao pills. To be honest, it was a bit like using a big cannon to kill a mosquito and using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. However, this was a hard order from the gang leader, and no one raised any objections. Luo Chen knew very well that this personnel framework was not for Zongmiao Pills, but for the future Yuzudan. After handing this batch of Zongmiao Pills to the three people, Luo Chen also asked about the place where they were to be sent. It turned out that the Pashan gang had rented a small shop in the inner city, which was usually used to sell some fragmentary resources in the Guian Mountains. Most of those resources were things that the big sects looked down on, and Lianian Business Alliance did not look down on. Pashan gang couldn't digest it themselves, so they simply put it in the shop to sell. There will always be casual cultivators who will be interested. Now, Luo Chen's Zongmiao Pills will also become a special product in the shop. In addition to the shop, the casual cultivator market in the south of the city and a small shop in the outer city are also places for Zongmiao Pills. After sending these people away, Luo Chen entered the alchemy room without panic. Gukai directed a large group of medicine apprentices to move all kinds of processed raw materials into the alchemy room. Those fire workers also took their positions one after another. Luo Chen waved his hand and began to refine the pills today. Seeing his high-spirited appearance, a group of monks who were doing odd jobs couldn't help but show envy. This month's work really made them a little numb. Every day, they repeat the same things. Even monks find it boring. They don't know that if they were placed in modern society, they would be almost assembly line employees, and they can only repeat the monotony day after day. As for the future, become a distinguished alchemist? Luo Chen had never heard of an assembly line worker who was promoted to CEO. It was obviously impossible for him. Luo Chen didn't care about these things. Miss Xiangxiang from Xiangxiang Tower had been a fire watcher in the sect for 3 years. He just concentrated on refining the elixir. Meili was also busy beside him, wiping Luo Chen's sweat from time to time and handing him a wine gourd. It was agreed that I would watch the alchemy, but why did I feel like a maid taking care of others? Meili was also a little confused. When did this start? It seemed that it started when Luo Chen asked her to buy cucumbers. Although she was worried, Meili knew what she had to do. She tried her best to learn and imitate, but unfortunately, after a month, there was still no progress. When another elixir was finished, she knew that she had learned nothing again. When she was disappointed, the elixir furnace was opened. An extremely strong medicinal fragrance instantly attracted her attention. What is this? A pill the size of a longan, red to almost purple, was shining at Luo Chen's fingertips. Top-grade wonderful pills. Meili exclaimed in shock. The monks in charge of watching the fire also looked over. Luo Chen looked at the top-grade pill in his hand with ecstasy on his face, but in fact, his heart was calm. After refining thousands of wonderful pills last month, his proficiency had already reached the Grandmaster level. The reason why he didn't show it before was that he felt the time was not right. After all, it was really shocking that he had just joined the Pashan gang and refined top-grade pills. But now, there is no need to hide his shortcomings. In order to obtain cultivation resources, sometimes you have to be a little unrestrained. Throw the top-grade wonderful pill to Meili. After the woman took it in a hurry, she saw Luo Chen floating into the stone house built for him. Today, I made some gains while refining pills. I need to be in seclusion for 3 days. Don't disturb me. After saying that, the stone door slammed shut. A layer of bright light waves spread out. That was a set of first-level formations that Mi Shuhe left for the Dan Hall. Meili stared at the scene blankly, then remembered something. Without stopping, she left the Dan Hall and flew towards the Mi family's territory. In the stone house, Luo Chen looked at the scene quietly through the window on the mountain wall with deep eyes. Come in, why are you looking for me so anxiously? Mi Shuhe woke up from his retreat. Usually, there were too many things in the family and the gang, which had begun to delay his practice. Recently, he finally built the framework of the Dan Hall, and then he took the time to start a small retreat. But only 2 days later, he was awakened by a sound transmission note. Therefore, his face was quite unhappy at the moment. Meili didn't know that her grandfather was unhappy, holding the purple-red Zongmiao Pill and kneeling in front of him. Top-grade elixir. Master Luo made it today. He stretched out his hand and took the elixir. Looking at the 3 purple-red elixir patterns, Mi Shuhe was shocked. How long has that kid been in contact with the alchemy? It's only been more than 10 or 20 years, and he actually made a top-grade elixir. This boy's talent in alchemy is so terrifying. Temple Master Luo said that he had some insights in alchemy, so he decided to go into seclusion for 3 days. Meili said again. Mi Shuho couldn't sit still this time. Insights in alchemy. 3 days of seclusion. Maybe after coming out of seclusion, he can refine the Zongmiao Pill. Yes, he can. They are all first-level pills. He can refine the top-grade all wonderful pills, so there is no reason why he can't refine the lower-grade Zongmiao Pill. Mi Shuho paced in the quiet room, muttering to himself. His old face kept changing his expression because of excitement. Low grade is enough, there is no need to price it too high. It will definitely trigger a frenzy of buying pills among the early and middle stage cultivators. A bottle of Yankee pill costs 100 spirit stones, ordinary people can't afford it at all. As long as I can refine the Zongmiao Pill, I will have hope for the great day. Suddenly, he stopped. Let's go to the alchemy hall. During these 3 days of retreat, I won't allow anyone to disturb Luo Chen. I'll protect him. As soon as he finished speaking, the light of escape spread out, rolled up the rice grains and flew out of the Mi family's land. How to spend 3 days. Luo Chen stayed in the stone house, feeling a little regretful. The thought of being bored in this house for 3 days made him a little restless. God has mercy on me. Although it is said that cultivators often retreat for thousands of years. But in fact, since he traveled through time, he seems to have never retreated for more than a whole day. It's not that he doesn't work hard. But for low-level cultivators, due to their physical strength and spiritual consciousness, there is a limit to the number of times they can practice the exercises every day. If they do more, they will be exhausted and even cause various sequelae. This predicament will change after at least building the foundation. Forget it, with a formation covering it, the spiritual consciousness of the foundation building cultivator can't detect what I'm doing in there. Find something else to do. Luo Chen took out a piece of animal skin from the storage bag. It was the second-level recipe of the blood evil pill given to him by Wang Yuan. He had it for many days and occasionally read it, but unfortunately he made very little progress. After all, it was a second-level recipe. The main material must be replaced, otherwise once I start refining the pill, I will be dead if I am found out. So, what raw material should I use? The blood of a cultivator? I don't know if I can use the blood of a monster. The yellow spring yin evil, this thing is not easy to find. And I don't have a method to collect evil spirits. I have to think about it. Luo Chen was immersed in the work of studying the second-level recipe for a while. Occasionally, when he woke up, he would eat a Bigu pill. When he was tired, he would change his way. Or read Qingyuan pill explanation, detailed explanation of Qingyuanzi's alchemy, or practice the key condensation spirit technique. Occasionally, he would also hurt himself. Make a small cut on his hand, and then heal it with healing magic, just as if it were brushing up the spell proficiency. As for the Zongmiao Pill that Mi Shuho was most concerned about, Luo Chen didn't care at all. That was a first-level pill recipe, and he could use achievement points to enter the door at any time. He even planned to enter the door on the day he came out of retreat. In this way, 3 days passed in a flash. When the formation disappeared, Luo Chen slowly stepped out of the door. Looking at the old man waiting outside, Luo Chen actually felt that things had changed and time had passed. Is this what a cultivator in retreat is like? It was only 3 days, but it felt like a long time had passed. If he reaches a higher realm in the future and truly goes into seclusion, will it be like a sea of change, like the clouds and the dogs? When he was in a trance, an old voice came to his ears. 3 days of separation, I look at you with new eyes. My friend, you have already broken through the 6th level of key refining. Before Luo Chen could say anything polite, the other party couldn't wait to ask, can the Zongmiao Pill be refined? Luo Chen's face froze. Old man, please give me some face and don't be so direct. And I have broken through my realm, shouldn't I give you some gifts? I don't mind magic tools and pills. Chapter 93 Refining Calcedony Pill. Among the 3 alchemy rooms, the one in the middle is the largest. The various facilities inside are also the most complete. This is because, in this alchemy room, there is the most precious thing in the alchemy hall besides Luo Chen. Zuan Endling, a first-level medium grade. It is said that the price is also the most expensive among the medium-grade magic tools, which is more expensive than some useless medium-grade defense magic tools. At this moment, there are no outsiders in the big alchemy room. Even rice grains are blocked outside. Luo Chen made the fire and opened the furnace by himself, and then put the medicinal materials that Mi Shuho had prepared long ago into the alchemy cauldron one by one. Common ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum are indispensable auxiliary materials. Even the nourishing key pill has this kind of auxiliary materials. After all, it can provide the most basic vitality of the cultivator. In addition, there are some relatively valuable auxiliary materials such as blue citrus grass and snow orchid. They can play a good auxiliary role for the main material, or stimulate the medicinal power of the main material, or suppress some unnecessary medicinal properties. After these auxiliary materials were put into the cauldron, Luo Chen stared at the alchemy cauldron with burning eyes. The spirit eye technique had already been added to his eyes. Now, his spirit eye technique was only one step away from the Grandmaster level. When he used it, his eyesight was so good that he could see through the realm of the 9th level key refining cultivators at a glance. Ordinary key refining cultivators would never spend too much effort on this kind of magic, and their attainments naturally could not be compared with Luo Chen. Occasionally, Luo Chen would wonder if he could see through the disguise of the Foundation establishment cultivators if his spirit eye technique was advanced to the Grandmaster level. The medicinal power of the auxiliary materials has basically been released. It's time to put down the main materials. Luo Chen took a bamboo box from the shelf next to him. When he opened the bamboo box, a palm-sized cold jade shone brightly. Huanyu, a first-level spiritual jade, is produced in rivers, lakes and seas, and is also produced in some places with heavy yin shaki. This jade has many uses. It can be used to make jade boxes to seal some elixirs, and it can also be used to make water-attributed jade slips. The chalcedony inside can also be used to refine the body. It is said that this kind of jade is also very popular in the mortal world. It is used as the core building material of ice cellars, or a large amount of huanyu is used to cast mausoleums. The price is a bit high. A palm-sized huanyu costs 1 spirit stone. If you take it out, you can buy 10 kilograms of spirit rice directly. The main material of the Zongmiao Pill is the chalcedony in the huanyu. It also directly accounts for 1/5 of the cost of a furnace. According to Luo Chen's estimation, the cost of the raw materials of a furnace of Zongmiao Pill is about 5 spirit stones. It is not expensive, nor is it cheap. It is about the same as the cost of the Zongmiao Pill. In fact, the cost of the Zongmiao Pill should not be so high. The main reason is that the main material in it is produced from the North Sea of the foreign domain, which causes the cost to be inflated. At present, the cost of the Zongmiao Pill is here, and Luo Chen is not sure about the number of pills in a furnace. But as long as it is higher than the Zongmiao Pill, there is definitely a profit. After all, one is an aphrodisiac and the other is a pill that helps practice. The market for the two cannot be compared. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Luo Chen did not dare to relax his hands at all. Huanyu was suspended above the alchemy furnace, and Luo Chen's spiritual power was continuously output. The spiritual power released was not large, only 1/10 of the fireball technique. However, this power had to be maintained very well and very stably. If it lasted for a long time, there would even be a sense of fatigue. Moreover, after the spiritual power was output, it had to be fiddled and squeezed according to a special technique. This technique was learned by Luo Chen from Qingyun Danji, called the jade folding hand, which was specially used to process jade materials. Under the jade folding technique, cracks appeared on the jade shell of huanyu. Then, drops of crystal juice oozed out like bone marrow. This is huanyu jade marrow. It should have been solid, but it became semi-solid and semi-liquid under the kneading of spiritual power. When these chalcedony enter the alchemy furnace, they will completely become liquid under high temperature. It took Luo Chen a lot of effort to extract the chalcedony. It took a full half-hour to complete the work. One of the two most difficult parts has been completed. Next, the other difficulty will come. The main material is jade, which means that this kind of pill is not a medicine pill, but a mineral pill. In the world of cultivating immortals, pills are the absolute mainstream. And there are many types of pills. The specific classification is based on the main material and efficacy. For example, if herbs are the main material, it is a medicine pill. If the inner pill of monsters is the main material, it is a beast pill. If the ore is the main material, it is a mineral pill, also called the golden stone pill. It is said that there are soul pills with souls as the main material, key pills with key as the main material, and strange pills with strange objects of heaven and earth as the main material. There are also rumors that the great masters of the alchemy can use the laws of the avenue of nothingness as the main material to refine the Dao pill. Swallow a Dao pill into the stomach, the avenue can be expected, and from now on my life is determined by myself. Luo Chen is not interested in those illusory things. Now, he has only come into contact with medicine pills and mineral pills. Today's jade marrow pills are mineral pills. Refining mineral pills will more or less encounter a problem. That is how to remove the impurities from the ore and then perfectly integrate it with the medicinal materials of the plant family. If the impurities are not removed enough, the ore pill will have the poison of gold and stone. If the fusion is not good enough, the finished pill will be very unstable and easy to mineralize. As for the result of mineralization, soon, Luo Chen saw it. Not only him, but Mi Shuhe and others also saw it. Is this the chalcedony pill you made? Mi Shuhe grabbed a handful of colorful small stone beads with disbelief on his face. Luo Chen was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Well, people stumble and horses stumble. Besides, who can succeed in refining the pill on the first furnace? Don't talk about me. Even if you ask the old man who is the elixir saint in Tongs how to come, he won't dare to boast to you. As he said, Luo Chen shouted. Righteous and strong. That's what he said. That's the truth. But the disappointment is still hard to hide. Mi Shuhe sighed and threw the handful of colorful small stones on the ground. I was too anxious. Luo Chen patted his shoulders subconsciously, and after patting him, he was shocked. When did I disrespect the foundation building cultivators so much? However, seeing that the other party was not unhappy, he licked his face and smiled. Hey, failure is the mother of success. This failure will definitely succeed in the future. Allow me, don't be discouraged. I have already had a lot of experience in refining the jade marrow pill. Lao Mi muttered the words failure is the mother of success and went home in a daze. After being a protector for 3 days, the brother he was protecting came out and gave him a blow. After he left, Luo Chen shook his head. The young man is so old, why is he still so impatient? When he was refining the Zongmiao Pill, he failed for several days in a row, and he was full of confidence. In front of other subordinates, he picked up the colorful stone beads from the ground. After all, it is a raw material worth 5 spirit stones, and it is a small gadget made from it. Not to mention other things, you can use it to play beads or checkers in your spare time. But this number is not enough. If he fails a few more times and collects several colors, he can play checkers. He thought so, and the others also watched him happily picking up beads. Then, in the next few days, all the failed beads were collected and sent to Luo Chen. In the past few days, Luo Chen started to work hard on refining pills. He refined the Zongmiao Pill once in the morning and afternoon every day. Under his deliberate control, the success rate of low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade pills was controlled at a ratio of 3, 6, 1. Doing so will slowly improve the master-level proficiency of Zongmiao pills. But it conceals his true level of alchemy very well. In response to this, the gang held another meeting. It was chaired by Mi Junping. She planned to differentiate the prices of these 3 grades of pills. After some discussion, the price of the low-grade Zongmiao Pill was 3 spirit stones, the medium-grade one was still 5, and the high-grade one soared to 10 spirit stones. Such a high price is almost equivalent to a Yankee pill. There must be few people who buy it. But it's okay, there will always be a fool who will buy it. And the medicinal properties are definitely different for different grades. According to the experience report of Mr. Zheng Wen, a senior experience user, it is concluded that the effect of the middle grade Zongmiao Pill is more than twice that of the lower grade, and the upper grade completely abandons the sequelae of the Zongmiao Pill itself. Even if it is taken for a long time, it will not cause the lower level golden lock to loosen. Moreover, it really has the effect of strengthening the foundation and nourishing the essence. Zheng Wen said directly that he found the direction of the road. Luo Chen was also moved by himself. He brought a ray of warmth and a touch of color to this cold and ruthless world of immortal cultivation. He, Luo Chen, deserves to be one of the top 10 outstanding young representatives of the Yuding domain immortal cultivation world. Yuding Sword Sect owes him a trophy made of high-grade spirit stones. Well, the self-touching ends here. In addition to refining the Zongmiao Pill twice a day, Luo Chen will also refine the Yuzu Pill by himself in the evening. Therefore, there are so many colorful beads. Time goes by very quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was 10 days later. Mi Shuhe once again stepped into the Dan Hall of Xiao Valley. But just when he arrived, he was so angry that his beard blew up. What are you doing? On the left side of the Dan Hall, there is a slightly protruding cliff platform. Usually, There is a stone table here for Luo Chen to eat and drink. However, today, there are 3 people sitting by the stone table. Luo Chen, Gu Kai, and Sikun Xiaojia. The 3 of them gathered together, and in the middle was a hexagonal disc. It was densely filled with 6 colors of stone beads. At this time, it was Sikun Xiaojia's turn to play chess. Hearing Mi Shuhua's sudden roar, he was startled and quickly opened the chessboard. Report to the gang leader, we are studying the characteristics of the abandoned Alchemy pill to find the possibility of success. It sounds very reasonable, but... Luo Chen stared at Sikun Xiaojia with gritted teeth. Old man, you are about to lose, and you actually turned over the chessboard. I don't care, anyway, the book you bet on must be given. Faced with Sikun Xiaojia's sophistry, Mi Shuhua was half believing and half doubting. In general, he didn't believe it at all. But the other party was looking at Luo Chen eagerly now, and he also wanted to know what progress Luo Chen had made. Seeing that the 2 old men were looking at him pitifully, Luo Chen sighed. He took out a jade bottle from the storage bag and threw it to the old man Mi. Mi Shuhua took the jade bottle in confusion, and after opening it, his eyes widened instantly. Then, ha ha ha, as expected, you are a genius in alchemy. Luo Chen gave a thumbs up, you are really a wise man. Oh. Mi Shuhua froze for a moment, this kid was really shameless. But then, he was overjoyed and poured out a pale pill from the jade bottle. Come on, the kid from the Luo family, come here. Luo Chen subconsciously raised his feet, and then became angry. Damn, it was Luo Erdo, the nephew of Luo Wudi. No, after being called the ancestor in the future, the surname Luo must be kept secret for the venerable. Luo Erdo walked forward in a daze. Boss. Eat it, practice the technique, try to refine it, and then tell me the result. Old Luo Erdo is usually careless, but in front of the foundation building cultivator, he is still well behaved and clever. He took the jade marrow pill and started practicing the technique on the spot. However, the posture was as weird as it could be, like crawling on the ground like a toad, and like a tiger coming down the mountain with its hair standing up. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen was stunned. Seeing his confusion, Gu Kai explained in a low voice, each technique has its own magical uses, and naturally the way of practicing is also different. It is said that Luo Erdo is practicing the Xinhui hiking method of his uncle Luo Wudi. At each stage, the technique will simulate some of the movements of the demon tiger, so that it can better absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Luo Chen suddenly realized he didn't know much about the technique. The only thing he knew was probably Chong Chun Gong. Chong Chun Gong, a wood-type technique, is suitable for stillness rather than movement. Therefore, when practicing the technique, one's own state is like a standing tree. This Xinhui hiking method is more inclined to movement. I don't know what the characteristics of other skills are. Thinking of this, he glanced at Gu Kai. But he found that the other party looked a little unnatural, and subconsciously turned his face away. Luo Chen became interested. Gu Dao, let's practice together when you have time. Get lost. Gu Kai spat, with a seductive look, rolling eyes. Seeing the two muttering, Mi Shuhua glared fiercely and immediately opened a silent barrier for Luo Erdo. It takes a long time for low-level cultivators to practice skills. Luo Chen used to practice Chong Chun Gong for 2 hours. This drawback was later reduced to half an hour as his proficiency increased. Luo Erdo was no exception. He did all kinds of strange movements, each of which lasted for 20 minutes. It was not until 2 hours later that he finished his work with sweat all over his head. Mi Shuhua nodded. Xinhu Xingxian method has a total of 9 movements. You can currently use 6 movements. It seems that the foundation of the middle stage of key refining is still very solid. Luo Erdo couldn't help but feel happy to receive the praise. He wiped the sweat off his face and talked about the experience of taking the pill just now. The medicinal properties are cold, not as mild as the Yankee pill. It's normal. The main material is Huanayu, which is cold, so the medicinal properties are naturally cold. Luo Chen explained. Glancing at Luo Chen, Luo Erdo continued, the medicinal power is very good. It has increased my overall spiritual power by about 1,000 Thor 2,000ths. 1,000 Thor 2,000ths is almost 1,000 Thor 2,000ths. Luo Chen frowned after hearing this. The medicinal power is a bit low, maybe because my technique is not good enough. However, Mi Shuhua is already very satisfied. He smiled and said, Luo Erdo is only at the 4th level of key refining. Taking a Yankee pill will only increase his power by 100th or 100th at most. In other words, this low-grade jade marrow pill has already achieved 1/10 of the effect of the Yankee pill. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Mi Shuhe seemed to be very experienced in this area. He happened to be confused about this at the moment. Perhaps he could find time to learn from Mi Shuhe in this regard. As for the cultivators in the foundation building stage, as long as they are willing to take advantage of it, they can always get something out of it. After getting the user experience, Mi Shuhe dismissed his attendants. He looked at Luo Chen excitedly. How is the success rate of the pill? Luo Chen said lightly, it has only been successful once in the past 10 days, using my own Zion copper furnace. 11 jade marrow pills were produced in one furnace. Hearing this, Mi Shuhe's excitement was reduced. Jade marrow pills cannot be sold like the Zongmiao pills. As Kang Donggao, the owner of the Jinshi Pavilion in Taishan Square said, the price of Zongmiao pills is much higher. It is only because of the special medicinal properties and the fact that it is located in Day Square, a place where people often fight monsters, that it can be sold individually, and the price is 5 spirit stones. Its true value, if placed in other more peaceful inland markets, is only 1 or 2 spirit stones per pill. Nowadays, the medicinal power of jade marrow pills is only 1/10 of that of Yankee pills. So the price of a bottle naturally cannot exceed too much. The cultivators are very sensitive to the price of cultivation pills. If we sell a bottle of 5 spirit stones for 10 spirit stones, we won't make much money. Mi Shuhe murmured. Then, he looked at Luo Chen hopefully, can we increase the number of pills? Luo Chen spread his hands. I'm afraid it's not possible at the moment, unless I make greater progress in refining the jade marrow pill. Besides, we can't refine it on a large scale like the Zongmiao pills now. I'm not familiar with it myself, and the skills can't be popularized and passed on to others. For now, Luo Chen is indeed doing it himself. If we rush to ask those medicine apprentices and pyrotechnics to help, I'm afraid that 1 out of 100 furnaces will not succeed. Hearing about these difficulties, Mi Shuhe's old face became even more distressed. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen felt a little distressed. He didn't know him before, and he looked like a kind and wealthy man. Now that we have more contact, we find that he also has troubles. Therefore, Luo Chen decided to solve his troubles for him. Boss, actually the problem that limits me from refining more jade marrow pills is the problem of dealing with Huanliu. Mi Shuhe was refreshed. He had also read the recipe countless times and even asked the alchemy apprentices trained by the Mi family to try it. Naturally, he knew the difficult part. Every time I deal with Huanliu, whether it is squeezing out the chalcedony or fusing the chalcedony with the auxiliary materials, I must concentrate. Luo Chen rubbed his eyebrows. You know, we are cultivators in the key refining stage. Our souls are shallow and our spiritual consciousness cannot even leave the body. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for me to do anything. So? Mi Shuhe asked tentatively. Faintly, he had a bad feeling. Luo Chen opened his innocent eyes. So if there is any magic medicine to calm the soul, I can refine more and better jade marrow pills for you. Well, the tranquilizing incense is very good. It is cheap and effective. If I have a small box a month, I can definitely do more for our gang. The tranquilizing incense is one of the best external objects for low-level cultivators to assist in cultivation. 1 piece of calming incense a day is enough for a cultivator to practice his life-saving skills 5 more times. It is said that it can restore the fragile soul of a low-level cultivator. Luo Chen had used this thing before, and he got it from a short-lived ghost. Those were the 2 rare experiences of killing people for treasures in his life. That experience left him with a very bad and wonderful experience. Calming incense is one of the wonderful experiences. A box of calming incense allowed him to practice at that time, and he even had the energy to develop his own fighting style. It can be said that if there was no box of calming incense and the accompanying nourishing pill, he would not have had a chance to survive the second battle. Hearing this name, Mi Shuhe trembled all over. It's not that it's expensive. A box of calming incense is just a drop in the bucket for him. The reason for his trembling is that this kid always seems to be getting more and more. But, for the jade marrow pill, Mi Shuhe took a deep breath. Sedative incense, right? I'll send someone to deliver it. But you must let me see the effect. Of course. Zio Luo, will never talk nonsense. You can just wait to count the spirit stones at home until you can't close your mouth. Xiao Luo is now grinning from ear to ear. Thanks to Yanhu Xiaoman for the 10,000 yuan reward. I remember this is the second time. Thank you very much. Chapter 94. Your style of painting is wrong. Mi Shuhe came and left in a hurry. I wish he could. Well, he left in a hurry and took the bottle of Alchemy pill with him. Luo Chen guessed that the other party was going to use the refined Alchemy pill to pave the way. These foundation-building monks, because they have practiced for a long time, are often old and smart. It is normal to look at 3 or 5 steps before taking one step. Instead of waiting for Luo Chen's alchemy level to improve and the output to increase before looking for sales, it is better to open up the channel in advance. Only in this way can you directly see huge profits at that time. In comparison, the key refining monks whose lifespans are still within the normal range are more short-sighted. Luo Chen is such a short-sighted person. In the short side of his eyes, there is a person who is about to slip away. Fortunately, he is short-sighted and saw it at once. Luo Chen seemed to teleport and block the door of the alchemy hall with lightning speed. He spread his hands. Give it to me. Second Xiaojia pretended to be dumbfounded. What? Luo Chen gritted his teeth. You lost the game just now. You can't cheat. Give me your bet. Bet? What bet? And, what basis do you have to say that I lost? Second Xiaojia opened his cloudy old eyes. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Who lost? I just played a game of that shit at checkers with you to kill time. Luo Chen took a deep breath and stared at the old man. Okay, since you say so. Haha, young man, what can you do to me? Second Xiaojia sneered, with a sense of vicissitudes of life. Then, the next moment, his face became redder and redder. Just because Luo Chen opened his hands into trumpet shape and shouted at Xiao Valley. Elder Sikun is cheating. Our Dan Hall, the biggest Elder Sikun Xiaojia, owes the Hall Master Luo Chen 3 spirit stones for eating, drinking, gambling and whoring. Now he refuses to pay and is ready to run away. Elder Sikun Shou. Stop yelling. Sikun Xiaojia's face turned red, and then he showed the quintessence of citron opera, as black as a pot of ash. A small booklet was thrown directly at Luo Chen. After throwing it, he ran away. When he left Xiao Valley, he found that many cultivators in the valley looked up at him. He was even more resentful. Who are you? It's just a secular hidden weapon secret book. What's the big deal? Luo Chen couldn't hear this. He heard it, and he had to say, of course it's a big deal. This is the bet of playing chess. In the previous game of chess, after teaching the 2 people the rules, Luo Chen proposed the prize. 3 people, each took out a secular martial arts book. This kind of thing is quite common in Daofang, and it is not worth a few spirit stones. After all, no matter how good your martial arts are, you can't stop an ordinary little fireball of justice. But Luo Chen is different. He has a proficiency system. He can tap into secular martial arts to the extreme. Even if the ultimate martial arts only improves combat power a little, it is still an improvement. In the past, he was busy refining pills, surviving, and practicing, so he didn't pay much attention to this aspect. He just practiced a Qingguang Xiao. Now that he has a little free time, he naturally has thoughts. Therefore, Luo Chen proposed to decide the winner in 5 games, and the person who wins the most can take all the prizes. Sikun and Gu naturally had no objection. They are just some small things, and no one may buy them if they are sold. After a game, Luo Chen won 2 games, Gu Kai won 2 games, and Sikun Xiaojia didn't win a game. In the last game, Luo Chen had a huge advantage, so he was in a hurry to bet. Not everyone can shirk my account with Luo Chen. He still remembers that Gaotingyun owed him 5 spirit stones, and Yuding Sword Sect owed him a spirit stone trophy. Heavenly Girl scattering flowers. When Luo Chen saw the title of the book, he was stunned. You old man, why did you give me a martial arts that is completely inconsistent with the style? Seeing him standing there in a daze, Gu Kai walked over in small steps. After taking a look at the title of the book, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. So it's this secret book. You know. At the beginning, a martial arts master was lucky enough to enter the Tao and came to Daofang City. With nothing, he took it out to sell. Gu Kai talked about the origin of this martial arts secret book. That person is very smart and copied many copies. Each copy only costs 1 spirit stone, or equivalent cultivation resources. Therefore, this thing has been flooded in Daofang for a long time. With such a flooded thing, Sikun Xiaojia still wants to cheat? Another old bitch. No. Luo Chen suddenly thought of something. Overflowing? What's so good about it that it's flooding among the monks in Daofang? Anything that can become a common commodity must have its value. Just like a storage bag, just like a nourishing pill. Gu Kai smiled slightly. Of course it has. It is a hidden weapon technique, but after the monks learned it, they found that Xian Sanhua is not only suitable for ordinary hidden weapons, but also greatly improves the control of magic weapons. Doesn't the control of magic weapons depend on traction, spiritual power adjustment, or whether the spiritual consciousness is strong or not? Luo Chen was curious. That's not the case. During the battle, the timing, angle, fast and slow rhythm, etc., all need to be considered. Pointing to the book, Gu Kai said casually, it's a coincidence that this hidden weapon technique pays special attention to those things. It is said that the master came from a place called Tangmen in the Mortal Dynasty. I know, there is also a hidden weapon called Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus in that place. Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus? What the hell is that? Gu Kai was confused. Forget it, don't worry about it for now. Gu Kai took out a booklet and gave it to Luo Chen casually. Since you are very interested in these martial arts, I will give you this one too. Luo Chen took it curiously. Mountain Breaking and Steel Breaking Palm. After reading the name, he looked at Gu Kai suspiciously. Don't tell me, you have practiced this thing. It was hard for him to imagine that a beautiful woman who appeared like a fairy on the stage of Taoism would perform a mountain breaking and steel breaking palm. What the hell is this? Lao Baideng took a copy of Xian Sanhua, and the beautiful woman gave him a copy of Caitian Poba Palm. The style of the painting is messed up, isn't it? Gu Kai chuckled. I haven't practiced it, but someone you know must have practiced it. Who? Wang Yuan. Gu Kai smiled. He is also a martial arts master who entered the world of immortal cultivation. He also experienced the days of setting up a stall to sell secret books. This is what he sold, and I accidentally got a copy. Luo Chen was stunned. It seemed that there was such a scene in his distant memory. That was the memory of the original owner before he crossed over. It turns out that my brother Wang also had to pawn his belongings. And it was particularly miserable. After selling them, they were copied and resold by others. In terms of business acumen, Brother Wang is far inferior to the hidden weapon master from the Tang sect. After sighing for a while, Luo Chen also put away this martial arts book. He planned to read it in his spare time. If it suits him, he would not mind opening mountains and breaking monuments. After putting it away, Luo Chen still had a lot of curiosity. For example, Kudeo, what is the life-defining martial arts you practice? Let's make an appointment and practice together. This time, Gu Kai did not say get out. She was used to Luo Chen's character who talked nonsense from time to time. She just rolled her eyes at Luo Chen. I'm afraid you can't bear it, that's the secret technique of the Hehuan sect. Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he shouted. Isn't it just right? Which? I want you to use the secret technique of the Hehuan sect to help me practice. Get out. Well, Gu Kai overestimated her own determination. She still had to continue to get used to Luo Chen's bottomless nature. Luo Chen rolled away in disgrace. It is better not to offend too many great monks at the 9th level of key refining. Otherwise, when the time comes, the protector, old man me, will not be able to protect him. Back in the stone house, Luo Chen threw a pill into his mouth with one hand. He chewed it a few times, then felt it a little, and nodded with satisfaction. The medicinal power is only 1/10 of the key nourishing pill, but it is just right for my current situation. If Mi Shuhe were here, he would be furious and use the best magic weapon to kill Luo Chen, the evildoer. Because what Luo Chen ate was the jade marrow pill. He actually had more jade marrow pills in his hand. It was clearly said that there were only 11 pills in one furnace. But before giving all the pills to you, Mi Shuhe, he still had some on him. Moreover, there were more than one. In the storage bag, there were still 8 pills lying quietly. In other words, including the one he just ate, his actual number of pills was 20. After all, it is a recipe that the system helps you get started with. The success rate and number of pills are extremely stable. Yes, Luo Chen's success rate and number of pills have always been very stable. Unlike other alchemists, they may occasionally produce 5 pills in one furnace, and occasionally double the number when they are in good condition. Whether it is the Bigu powder or the Zongmiao Pill, Luo Chen actually has a very stable number of pills every time. As for the Zongmiao Pill, Luo Chen has figured out that the number of pills produced in one furnace is about 20. Moreover, there are no waste pills, either they fail or they all succeed. This terrifying stability, if spread out, will surely shock the world of immortal cultivation. It is for this reason that Luo Chen will cover it up again and again. Even in the process of refining the pill, a small proportion of the raw materials are destroyed with mana, creating the illusion that the number of pills produced is different. For now, I can still cover it up and secretly take some Zongmiao pills. But after large-scale refining in the future, I can't do it so blatantly. Luo Chen smiled slightly. A cook can't die of starvation even in 3 years of famine. Naturally, he won't starve himself. At present, his physical condition is such that he can only refine 2 nourishing pills a day. But this does not mean that he cannot refine other pills. Especially for low-grade pills like the Zongmiao Pill, which has low medicinal power. He can just eat it as candy. He does not even need to activate the Chongchun Gong to refine it deliberately. Let the Zongmiao Pill melt in the body, and the released medicinal power will be hidden in the 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians that he has opened. When he casts spells or moves, these weak medicinal powers will slowly transform, be consumed, or be absorbed. Moreover, at this stage, there is no need to consider drug resistance, sequelae, etc. As a refiner, Luo Chen knows the effects and taboos of the Zongmiao Pill better than anyone else, and he will also grasp the scale. In short, at this stage, be as greedy as you can. With a chuckle, Luo Chen opened the Heavenly Girl Scattering Flowers. Who doesn't have a dream of being a beautiful girl? The Heavenly Girl Scattering Flowers, author, Tang Wuchen. Opening the secret book, Luo Chen immediately gave a thumbs up. The name contains Chen, so he must be a handsome and extraordinary person. Just like him. In this case, doesn't it mean that this secret book should be tailor-made for me? Unfortunately, after reading it completely, Luo Chen felt a little annoyed. This secret book records the use of 36 kinds of hidden weapons, each of which has a trick to use. If you want to learn it completely, you must find those special hidden weapons and experiment with them one by one. This is too troublesome. I don't know how other cultivators learn the skills of using the corresponding magic weapons from it. Without anyone to tell him, Luo Chen could only explore slowly. But this would take a lot of time. It's a pity. I still want to use this thing to brush up my achievement points. Yes, Luo Chen's learning these secular martial arts is not as simple as just improving a little bit of means to fight against the enemy. What he wants to do most is to use martial arts to brush up his skill proficiency and get enough achievement points. As he got more and more pill recipes, his originally abundant achievement points became less and less. Originally, the mastery of the Zongmiao Wan was promoted to Grandmaster, which gave him another achievement point, accumulating to 23 points. But the entry-level Yu Sui Dan consumed 10 points at once. He still had the first level incomplete recipe Tong Yu Dan, the second level incomplete recipe Yu Lu Dan, and the second level complete recipe Zhu Shai Dan. Whether it was to complete the recipe or to get started in the future, it would cost a lot of achievement points. Luo Chen must always plan ahead. He can't wait until the last minute to brush up his proficiency. Compared with spells, which are difficult to learn and master, martial arts are much simpler. To put it bluntly, most of the secular martial arts are based on the physical strength of ordinary people. The stronger the physical strength, the higher the upper limit of martial arts. After years of spiritual energy, the monk's physical strength is actually very strong. As long as they follow the requirements of martial arts and exercise a little, they can easily achieve some success. The reason why Xiao Yao used proficiency sword was because of this. Now, Luo Chen wanted to repeat his old trick. Unfortunately, the cumbersome practice requirements of Tiannu Sanhui made him embarrassed. It's impossible to give up. Everyone is practicing, which shows that this hidden weapons secret book is indeed worth learning. But at the moment, there is no need to rush for success. Luo Chen shook his head, wrote down a hidden weapon technique called Hunyuan Zhu, and threw Tiannu Sanhui into the storage bag. The reason why he wrote down Hunyuan Zhu was mainly because this hidden weapon was just a small round bead. However, after entering the enemy, the hidden power in the round bead will burst instantly. At that moment, the power combined with the fragments after the round bead exploded will cause huge internal trauma to people. Not only is the power huge, but it is also difficult to heal. It is a dark and vicious hidden weapon. Luo Chen didn't have time to make Hunyuan Zhu, but he happened to have similar beads on hand, which could be used for training. The stone beads after the failure of refining the jadeite pill are very good hidden weapon materials. After all, this is the jadeite of the first level Ingaihuanayu, condensed into a waste pill. In terms of material, it is no less than the Hunitun pearl circulated in the secular world. After putting away the heavenly girl scattering flowers, Luo Chen casually opened another martial arts secret book. Gukai gave it to Wang Yuan, the martial arts that he sold in his early years, the mountain-breaking and monument-breaking palm. Originally, he did not have any hope for this palm secret book. It is nothing more than the iron sand palm, relying on external force to forge a pair of iron palms. He must not have the time to do such thankless exercises. However, after taking a look, he was addicted to it. It turned out to be a palm method that emphasizes the control of ki. It is very rare. This set of palm methods is not external skills, but internal skills. It talks about how martial arts masters can use special methods to release the internal force or true ki in their bodies according to specific meridians and acupoints. Wow, this is incredible. As far as Luo Chen knows, in the secular martial arts, those who can achieve the release of true ki are all martial arts masters. This set of palm techniques is a different way. Even if you don't become a master, you can still achieve the level of releasing true ki. I took a look at the author's name. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? Wang Yuan. It turned out to be my eldest brother's original martial arts, but the name is not very good. It would be better to call it Breaking the Sky Palm or White Rainbow Palm. It can also be called Breaking the Sky Palm again. Luo Chen teased Wang Yuan's naming skills, and then his heart was a little hot. Internal force? He doesn't have it. True ki? He doesn't have it either. But he has an energy that is even more powerful than internal force and true ki, spiritual power. Moreover, he has no pressure on the specific meridians recorded in the book. He himself has a physique with 12 meridians and 8 meridians. Specific acupuncture points, Shaofu, Lao Gong, Zhongzhu, Zhongchang, Hegu, these 5 acupuncture points, he has no problem. Whether it is the Kingin pill solution or the herbal illustrated book, there are corresponding human acupuncture point maps. He only needs to stimulate these acupuncture points slightly with spiritual energy to connect them. In this way, it would be too easy to get started with a mountain-breaking and monument-breaking palm. Just do it when you think of it. Luo Chen mobilized his spiritual power and followed the simple method recorded in the book to step onto the 3 yang meridians of the hand. He sneaked all the way without any obstacles. When he reached his palm, his spiritual power turned into a needle tip and poked it gently. Break. 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 Soon, the 5 palm acupuncture points were broken one by one. From then on, the channel for the release of spiritual power was opened. It can be closed at any time when not in use. Fearing that the channel was not large enough, Luo Chen used his spiritual power to widen it several times in succession until he felt a little cold in his palm, and then he stopped this action. Okay, let me see how powerful Brother Wang's self-created unique skills are. Luo Chen smiled and slapped his palm on the hard ground. The huge spiritual power, like a rushing river, poured out instantly. Boom! A huge sound exploded inside and outside the stone house. Luo Chen, are you okay? It was Gu Kai's worried voice. It's okay, I'm fine, Achu. Then I'll be in seclusion for a while, don't let anyone come in to disturb me. After a while, Luo Chen's voice echoed from inside, but it was a bit empty, as if a person came from a cave. Gu Kai was relieved after hearing it. Turning around, he continued to supervise the group of pyrotechnics and mastered the new fire control techniques that Luo Chen had instructed. This group of pyrotechnics was the previous group. There has been a month of foundation, and now they are familiar with the fire control of the Alchemy pill, and they will get started faster. It's this group of people who stay by the fire pit every day, and their skin has become red and a little dry. Gu Kai just felt that it turned out that alchemy was indeed not easy. I don't know how Xiangxiang maintained herself in the past. After being a fireboy for 3 years, her skin is still so good. Luo Chen has a lot to say about her doubts. Alchemists must learn to control fire, and naturally they must also learn to avoid fire. If the elders teach in advance, they will know some corresponding tricks. However, Luo Chen did not have time to answer Gu Kai now, because he was in a cave. Or rather, it was not a cave, but an extremely wide tunnel that connected in all directions. Looking at the tunnel that was like a spider web, an idea emerged in Luo Chen's mind. Mine tunnel. He guessed correctly. Below the Dan Hall was the mine tunnel left by the Yuding Sword Pavilion when it mined the Star Silver mine in the Xiao Valley. However, as the Yuding Sword Pavilion moved away, these mine tunnels were also sealed. After the Pashan gang took over, they probably came down to take a look. But they made sure that there was no legacy left, so they simply left it alone. It is said that the Medicine Hall is in charge of several larger mine tunnels, which are usually used to dry some herbs that cannot see the sun. Then my side should also belong to the main mine tunnel. He glanced at the attribute panel and saw the entry, Introduction to the Mountain Splitting and Monument Breaking Palm 1/100. Luo Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This thing gave him a big surprise. The first time he used his palm, he didn't control the strength well and actually punched through the ground. I broke the ground with one punch and turned into a dragon? Standing in the middle of the main mine tunnel that led in all directions, Luo Chen was a little confused for a moment. Explore. Where should I go first? Luo Chen hesitated for a moment and chose the widest mine tunnel. The widest means that the most people have come in and out of here in the past, and accordingly, it will be the safest. He didn't pray for any masters to sit in the cave and leave a legacy that leads directly to the Yuanying Avenue. He just hoped that there would be no underground monsters in these caves. Spiders, snakes, pangolins, etc., please don't come. Thinking of the pangolin, Luo Chen's mind moved. A small puppet fell directly to the ground, and then crawled forward quickly. Puppetry is a good thing. It is a must-have for home travel, killing people and stealing treasures. I must learn it when I have the chance in the future. Thinking of this, Luo Chen began his rare adventure. Is Luo Chen not here? Mi Junping stood in the alchemy hall with a bad look. Seeing her like this, Gu Kai hesitated. Yes, but if he is, ask him to come out to see me. He is in seclusion and may not come out. Gu Kai told the truth. After all, Luo Chen ordered not to let anyone disturb him. Seclusion? A mere cultivator in the middle stage of key refining. What the hell is seclusion every now and then? If you don't know, you might think it's some kind of true cultivation that has achieved the Tao and secluded for thousands of years. Mi Junping thought angrily, and then stuffed a bunch of things into Gu Kai's hands. This is his dividend from last month. When he comes out, give these to him. In addition, you count the accounts, and don't come to me if there is a shortage. After she left, Gu Kai opened the bag. A pile of very standard low-grade spirit stones instantly came into view, and in addition there was a familiar small wooden box. Gu Kai opened her mouth, somewhat doubting her life. Is Luo Chen's income so high now? Additional chapters before the release. Thank you for your support. Chapter 95, Nutrition must be taken care of. Let's explore the area ahead later. Standing in front of the dark mine tunnel, 3 more forks appeared. Luo Chen turned around and walked back without hesitation. This mine tunnel is well developed and goes straight into the ground. It is obvious that it cannot be explored in a short time. It's enough for today. Recalling the pangolin puppet, Luo Chen quickly returned to the stone house based on his memory. After cutting a piece of stone and inlaying it on the opened hole, Luo Chen cast a cleansing spell on himself. With a new look, he pushed open the stone door. My dividends from last month. Luo Chen took the bag excitedly, and there was a pile of spirit stones in it. After counting, there were 650 spirit stones. Luo Chen's happy expression was slightly retracted. Is the dividend less? Seeing him like this, Gu Kai asked curiously. Luo Chen nodded first, then shook his head. It's a little less, but not much. Although he didn't handle the specific sales of the Zongmiao pills last month, as an alchemist, he naturally knew the cost and output. For a month, the furnace was open twice a day in the morning and afternoon. The middle-grade alchemy furnace could refine 2 portions of raw materials, 1 portion each in the 2 purple cloud copper furnaces. Combined with his proficiency in the Zongmiao pills, which was later promoted to the master level, he finally got 1,000 pills. The grades were different, including upper, middle and lower grades. After Mi Junping's pricing strategy, the income was also different. But in the end, it should be around 4,000 spirit stones. After deducting the cost of raw materials of 600, the rest is profit. Luo Chen's dividend should be around 700. Now, it is 50 less. Gu Kai handed over a list and said, this is the list given by Master Mi. It specifically mentions the expenses of the monks and the alchemy hall, the monks in the 3 shops, and the alchemy protection team. This expense will be deducted from the profit and shared equally by everyone. Of course, this profit share is not enough to support the wages of those people, so the headquarters also subsidize a part of it. While listening to these words, he looked at the list carefully. Luo Chen finally nodded slightly. In fact, this was within his expectations. Therefore, he was not angry. At this time, he was actually calculating another account in his mind. If he did not join the Pashan gang, how many spirit stones could he have earned last month? Without the 3 alchemy furnaces, the Pashan gang providing raw materials, a group of pyrotechnics and medicine apprentices helping to refine the alchemy, and even someone specializing in selling it in the end. He can only open 2 furnaces of alchemy a day, and no matter how fast his proficiency is brushed, it will not soar to the Grandmaster level. Many conditions, calculated one by one. Finally, Luo Chen came up with a number, 800. Yes, if he relied on himself alone, the net income last month should be 800 low-grade spirit stones. In this comparison, it seems that he lost a full 150 spirit stones by joining the Pashan gang. However, the account cannot be calculated in this way. In addition to dividends, I also have a fixed salary of 400 yuan per month for the Yankee pill, although it is plundered. This extra income has offset his losses. In fact, he made a profit. A large number of alchemy has soared my proficiency, thus gaining real alchemy experience and achievement points. This point must also be taken into consideration. Not only that, Zongmiao Pill Solution, 100 Herbs Illustrated Book, and the incomplete recipe of Zongmiao Pill are worth at least thousands of spirit stones. The most important thing is one more thing. The golden signboard of the Pashan gang, the care of me Shuhua, a foundation building cultivator. This is a value that cannot be measured by spirit stones, which saved him from the covetousness of other cultivators when he was at a low level. For example, the trouble with Gaotingan was solved by Mishuhu himself. After some thought, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Sure enough, my original decision was right. It seems that being a tool is not free, but the benefits obtained are definitely profitable in the long run. Besides, my monthly salary has increased again, hasn't it? Luo Chen picked up another thing in the bag. It was a wooden box, opened it and looked. 12 slender incense sticks were neatly placed inside. Soul-soothing incense. Gukai was extremely surprised. Mishuhu's actions were so fast that he actually sent this thing to Luo Chen. Closing the box, Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. This is a genuine good thing, he has personally experienced it. A box of soul-soothing incense is worth 120 spirit stones, a tool for low-level cultivators to practice. With this incense, his own practice speed can be increased again. Because of this incense, low-level cultivators can run their life-saving skills 4 or 5 more times a day, and their souls will not feel tired or painful. Of course, the body also needs a lot of nutritional supplements, otherwise the soul can keep up, but the body can't. When he first got the calming incense, Luo Chen had to divide 1 stick of incense into 2 or 3 days. It was because he couldn't keep up with the nutrition at that time. But now, we have money. With the dividends in hand, plus the previous savings, for the first time with his own efforts, he broke through the 1,000 yuan mark. 1,003. This is his real net worth without calculating various external things. Moreover, supplementing nutrition? He now has some methods. Putting away the calming incense, Luo Chen pulled Gukai and hurried out. It's time to get off work. Gukai was a little confused. Don't we have to open the furnace to refine the elixir in the afternoon? Why are you in a hurry? And if we refine the Alchemy pill today, it will be enough to make that old man me happy for 2 days. Luo Chen snorted. Luo Chen, go to work only to get off work. Overtime and so on, it doesn't fit my personality. After speaking, he turned around and shouted to the alchemy hall. Brothers, today is a day off, come early tomorrow. Those newcomers who were getting familiar with the ingredients and the heat of the Zongmiao pill and were tortured to death cheered instantly, shouting long live the hallmaster. See, no one wants to work overtime. Gukai blinked, but this is not absenteeism, how can it be called overtime? Luo Chen didn't care about her, she was a silly girl. In the past, when I was at Xiangxiang Tower, I worked night shifts every day and was tamed by those sect capitalists. I left work early, not because I really wanted to be lazy. The main reason is that I usually get up early and go home late, so I will miss the daytime market. After all, it is a world of intrigue and indifference, and people don't do much business at night. Therefore, good things are basically only available during the day. Luo Chen was afraid that if he delayed for too long, he would have no place to spend the spirit stones. Escorted by 2 bodyguards with strange expressions, Luo Chen hurried back to the inner city with Gu Kai. Then, he plunged into the scattered cultivator market in the south of the city. Nowadays, there are more and more cultivators in Dahofang, and the stable population has exceeded 20,000. There are 2 more small foundation building families nearby, with several thousand people attached. It is said that the Yuding Sword sect is still migrating people here. In addition to the hundreds of thousands of mortals, the cultivators are also in families. It can only be said that Dahofang is indeed becoming more and more prosperous. In addition to the South City Sangxiu Market and the Central City Commercial Street, there are 2 more trading centers. One is in the White Stone Square outside the discussion platform, where Yuan Xiaoyu sells fairy bean popcorn. The other is in the north of the city, where a small commercial street has been demarcated, and the shops purchased by the Pashan Gang are located there. The main operators of that street are different from those in the central commercial street. They are not from any sect background, and are basically small families and small gangs. Luo Chen plans to go shopping when he has time in the future. But today, the main destination is still the familiar South City Sangxiu Market and the Central Commercial Street. First level dragon bone? It's just a nice name. It's just the bone of a swamp crocodile. But it does take some skill to kill this thing. Give me one. What? You want 3 spirit stones for just this little bone? Are you crazy? I won't buy it. Luo Chen yelled and ran away with Gu Kai. The casual cultivator behind him gritted his teeth and said, Dao Ao, come back and let's talk about it. Let's put it this way. 2 spirit stones. It really can't be cheap. This dragon bone weighs more than 30 kilograms. Luo Chen walked back reluctantly, taking out spirit stones while picking and choosing. What? It's not monster meat. What? It's seriously damaged and only a few kilograms can be put into the pot. The casual cultivator who sold the bones looked as ugly as if his mother had died. This is a cheap deal. If the bones of the swamp crocodile were not really hard to sell, he would not be willing to sell them for 2 spirit stones. Gu Kai was watching with great interest. Luo Chen had just received a generous dividend, but he still eyed frugally. Of course, it could also be that Luo Chen never suffered a loss and was used to bargaining with others. Next, Luo Chen kept buying things in the center of the scattered cultivator market. He even gave Gu Kai a list and asked her to notify him in time when she saw those things. It took 3 hours to buy things in the south of the city. Later, the 2 of them went straight to the central shopping street and made a lot of purchases in Lingyi Yuanzhe, Beikeodang, and Lingyao Pavilion. In this way, when they returned to the courtyard, Gu Kai counted the bills and was shocked. Luo Chen, you actually spent 300 spirit stones in one go today. Luo Chen nodded, and then hurried into the house. Gu Kai was still a little shocked. Luo Chen was obviously petty, and he would like to break a spirit stone into 2 petals. But when he spent spirit stones, he didn't seem to be stingy. It was really a bit contradictory. Is it contradictory? Luo Chen knew that he was never contradictory. He worked hard to earn spirit stones, and when it came to useless expenses, he was stingier than anyone else. But when it came to practicing the Great Dao, he was more willing to spend money than anyone else. The Yankee pill was so expensive that when he was at the 4th level of key refining, he had already bought 5 bottles of it. Boom! The purple cloud copper furnace fell directly into his own alchemy room. He started a fire, added water, and poured in a bottle of Xianshan powder, which was sold for 10 spirit stones at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, and stirred it thoroughly. Then he put in various herbs in turn, and finally threw in the crocodile dragon bone that looked like only a small piece but actually weighed 30 pounds. After 3 hours of boiling, I should be able to produce a furnace of pient spiritual liquid on the Qingyan pill solution. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, looking forward to it. The Qingyan pill solution recorded a lot of things, including the basics of alchemy, alchemy techniques, and some small prescriptions for alchemists. They were not recipes, but if used for a long time, those small prescriptions were no less effective than first-level pills. Pient spiritual liquid was one of them. Absorbing in the form of a medicinal bath, the alchemist can not only obtain a large amount of vitality, but also be more sensitive to the perception of medicinal power. The original intention of the author Qing Yuanzi was to let the alchemist obtain the latter effect, so that when refining the elixir, he can better perceive the changes in the medicinal power of the elixir. But now, Luo Chen has set his sights on the former effect. A large amount of vitality, isn't that the nutrition his body needs? Of course, there are other ways to supplement nutrition. Luo Chen came to the kitchen, set up a big pot, and threw all the vegetables, bones, and monster meat he bought into it. Today, let's have a hot pot stew. There's still a handful of vermicelli missing, so let's use these tendons instead. Luo Chen threw in a handful of monster tendons that had been washed and clapped his hands. Just wait for the food to come out of the pot. Night falls. The couple returned home together. Qin Liangjun walked in the alley, and Murin Qinglian took his arm. The dividends for last month came down. The medicine hall received 300 spirit stones, and the alchemy hall gave 100. The biggest part is our spirit fish business. In addition to supplying this Hongding family, another immortal cultivation family has reached an intention to supply regularly, and the income is more than 500 spirit stones. Husband, what about you? Qin Liangjun blushed and spit out a number, 300. As the pillar of the family, he didn't earn more than half of his wife, which really made him ashamed and angry. Murin Qinglian smiled and said, "Don't be angry. It was you who conquered the spirit fish lake. I just help you take care of it." Qin Liangjun still felt a little uncomfortable about this. Being an elder without any real power, he didn't earn as much as he imagined. However, there is another way to calculate the account. If he didn't become an elder, Murin Qinglian would not be able to sit in the position of the master of the medicine hall. Wait a few more months of saving spirit stones, and then we'll ask someone to send it to Xiaohu. Qin Liangjun said suddenly. He looked at the dark alley in front of him, revealing some thoughts. I don't know if Xiaohu is doing well in Luo sect. Has he finished eating the elixirs we left? How is he getting along with his fellow disciples? Murin Qinglian listened quietly. Their family is very strange. Qin Liangjun is the mainstay, but Murin Qinglian is mostly responsible for all kinds of external affairs. And Qin Liangjun is not like a strict father or husband, and is used to showing his emotions. Even when his son is around, he flies him around every day regardless of Xiaohu's shame. Old Qin, I heard that the gang recently acquired a high-grade golden magic weapon, a giant sword, which is very suitable for your fighting style. How about we buy it? Qin Liangjun was surprised. Don't you want to save spirit stones for Xiaohu? Murin Qinglian shook his head. You still have to save, but not now. He is only in the early stage of key refining, and can't spend much resources. But you are different. You still have the hope of building a foundation, and you need a powerful magic weapon. If one day you advance to the foundation building stage, Xiaohu will be able to be tougher in the sect. Hearing this, Qin Liangjun also thought about it seriously. After a long while, he nodded heavily. That's right. I have another foundation building pill at Mishuhu's place. It can't be wasted. After saying that, he took advantage of the fact that no one was around and quickly kissed Murin Qinglian. My wife, you are so kind. When you are close to the great perfection, your husband will definitely help you build a foundation. Murin Qinglian wiped the saliva on her face and pushed him away in shame and anger. You old man are shameless. He laughed and scolded as he entered the art and smelled a strong fragrance. It was a bit pungent and made people want to sneeze, but the fragrance stimulated their saliva. Brother Qin, sister-in-law Murin, you are back. Come and eat hot pot. I've saved bowls and chopsticks for you. Luo Chen greeted them enthusiastically and even kicked Bai Mealing. Bai Mealing made way while biting a bone. Gu Kai next to him put 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table and poured a glass of wine considerately. Murin Qinglian was surprised and said, You have made a fortune. You eat so much? A stove was set up in the yard, with a large iron pot on it, which was filled with ingredients. Under the gurgling red bubbles, it looked particularly tempting. Gu Kai smiled and said, Isn't this our little Luo Tangzi who has made a fortune, so please have a good meal. It was indeed a good meal. More than half of the ingredients in the pot were monster meat, and some vegetables also had spiritual energy bonuses. It can be said that this pot costs at least 5 spirit stones. If it were placed in Zhongding's house, it would not be too much to sell for 50 or 100. The key is that Luo Chen added a lot of spices to the stew, making it a spicy flavor of Sichuan and Chongqing. When Qin Liangjun and his wife sat down and started to feast, they also enjoyed it. The spicy taste is really appetizing. Although they are not used to spicy food, the monks have a good physique, so it doesn't matter if they try it occasionally. Monster meat is really firm, and Luo Chen has accumulated some experience in processing it when he was refining the Bigu pill. This is how he made a pot of hot pot that was very delicious. Seeing everyone eating so happily, Luo Chen's original feeling of being sorry for the 5 spiritual stones disappeared. He was a very stingy person, but he was very generous in cultivation. For true friends, if he had no ability, it would be fine, but if he had the ability, he would never be stingy in sharing the benefits. And this group of neighbors has gradually become his true friends. When he was in a humble position, Gu Kai answered many common sense of cultivation, contacted the alchemy furnace for him, shared fruits, and today she gave him a martial arts secret book without hesitation. Bai Miling and Feng Xia usually didn't have much contact because of their fixed get-off work schedules. But when he occasionally went to Beiqiaodang to buy raw materials, they would secretly select some good-looking medicinal materials for him. As for Qin Liangjun and his wife, they treated him even better. They taught Luo Chen how to practice magic, gave him a puppet gift, and sent him a bowl of the second-level tiger bone medicine soup that he had boiled, which helped him successfully break through the 5th level of key refining. Now he is also helping a lot in the Pashan gang. Luo Chen actually remembered all these accumulated bits and pieces in his heart. In the past, he didn't have the spare energy, so most of the time he took advantage. But now, he is more or less not so embarrassed. Treating everyone to a good meal is still within the scope of ability. Alchemy. Haha, when I become a second-level alchemist in the future, I will definitely help you make foundation-building pills. But you have to pay for the materials yourself. I heard that the main materials of the foundation-building pill are very expensive. Luo Chen boasted shamelessly. Everyone also listened with a smile. Qin Liangjun is worthy of being Luo Chen's good brother. He said that the foundation-building pill is just like this. If you want to make it, just make the Crimson Cloud pill for the Golden pill. Of course, Luo Chen can't fall behind, and he said it was the nascent soul transformation god or something. This courtyard was filled with a joyful atmosphere for a while. After the joy, it was time for the cultivators to practice hard. Everyone went back to their own homes. They said they were resting, but they were actually crazy inward. Luo Chen was the most involved. He sat directly in the purple cloud copper furnace he used to make pills. In other words, the iron pot stewed itself. Hiss, it's not hot. Luo Chen's facial features kept twisting, which was extremely wonderful. After boiling the nourishing spirit liquid for a whole afternoon and half a night, the medicinal power has been completely stimulated. Now is the perfect time to absorb the essence of it. Luo Chen sat quietly in it, allowing the surging blood and flesh essence to penetrate into his internal organs through his skin. Chong Chen Gong has already started to work. After soaking for about half an hour, Luo Chen took out a nourishing pill and swallowed it. He practiced Chong Chen Gong again. Another half an hour passed, and a tranquilizing incense was slowly lit. Luo Chen's tired spirit, like a dry stream, was irrigated by a big river and became energetic again. Another one. In this way, a night passed in a flash. When Luo Chen came out of the purple cloud copper furnace, the pot of nourishing spirit liquid had become clear and transparent. All the vitality in it was absorbed and refined by him. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen was thoughtful. People in the world divide realms based on the standard of practicing qi to build the foundation and dan yuanying. But in ancient times, qi practitioners used refining essence into qi and refining qi into spirit as their law. This pot of flesh and blood essence not only supports my extra 5 Chong Chen Gong operations, but also makes my body stronger and my spiritual power a little more. Feeling the fullness in his body, Luo Chen couldn't help stretching. What a wonderful night. Click on the attribute panel. Lifespan 27/75, spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, realm, 6th level of key refining. 5/100, kung fu, Grandmaster Chong Chen Gong. 627/1000, spells, great perfection fireball, Grandmaster Zio Ao 870/1000, Grandmaster Yufeng Ju 600/1000, Grandmaster Traction 721/1000, Perfect Entanglement 430/500, Perfect Spirit Eyes 490/500, Perfect Cleansing 350/500, Basic Healing 15 out of 100, Basic breathing spirit juice 78/100, basic mountain breaking monument palm 1/100, skills, first level alchemist, Grandmaster Bigu powder 910/1000, Grandmaster's Zongmiao Pill 600/100, Jade Marrow Pill 20/100, achievement points. 13 points. After scanning the entire page, Luo Chen had a clearer understanding of his current state. In terms of spells, there were no major changes, except for the introduction to the mountain splitting and monument breaking palm. In terms of skills, the Jade Marrow Pill had been given an entry. A successful furnace of pills yielded 20 pills, so 20 points of proficiency were added. These were all as they should be. What Luo Chen cared about was the realm progress bar. He remembered very clearly that before practicing last night, the progress bar was 4/100. That was after he broke through the 6th level of key refining, taking key nourishing pills every day, plus Chong Chunguang, and practicing hard for a full 10 days. Under such circumstances, it only increased from 1 to 4. But last night, he only spent 1 in one night. Last night's consumption was 2 key nourishing pills, 1 tranquilizing incense, and 1 portion of nourishing spirit liquid. In total, it cost about 40 spirit stones. After calculating this, Luo Chen couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This amount of spirit stones would be enough for any mid-stage cultivator to spend a month. But he only spent 1 night. Although the increase is also amazing, if it continues like this, it will be possible to advance to the 7th level of key refining in 3 months at most. In 3 months, he broke through a whole small realm. What kind of cultivation genius is this? However, this is completely the result of the spirit stone. No, this body of mine is really too expensive for cultivation resources. But I don't know the specific benefits yet. I have to find a way to verify it, or compare it with others. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Spiritual Eyes Rooted, Seeing Through the Earth's Veins. What do you mean, you don't know? I entered Xiangxiang Tower when I was at the 5th level of key refining. I danced there every day and never fought with anyone. How could I know these things? Haha, weakling. Luo Chen looked at Gu Kai with disdain, causing the other party to glare at him. But slowly, Gu Kai also sighed. I really need to master the means of fighting. The Pashangang is not like the Xiangxiang Tower. It doesn't have a strong background. It's possible that the previous thing will happen again. The previous thing was about the fight between the 2 gangs. That time, many people died. Even Su Renki, who had the fragments of the magic weapon, died on the Taoism platform. And this kind of thing must not happen only once. In history, many gangs have emerged in Dahofang. The Pashan Gang and the Daijiang Gang have only risen in the last 100 years. But, no background? Luo Chen stroked his chin. Does the Pashan Gang really have no background? I'm afraid it's not necessarily the case. Walking on the way out of the city, the two chatted about some things in the city. Speaking of which, Fuzuxiu is gone, and the east wing is still empty. Do you want to move in? Forget it. The renovated back wing has no disadvantages except that it is a little cold. Winter is coming soon, I'm afraid it will be even colder. Is winter coming soon? Luo Chen only then discovered that some leaves on the streets of the outer city had begun to turn yellow. The cultivators have strong physiques, and unless it is an extreme climate, they rarely feel the temperature difference. Unknowingly, he has gone from midsummer to autumn. Behind him, 2 bodyguards followed. They gradually realized that the route was wrong, and Luo Chen did not seem to be going in the direction of Xiao Valley. Zhou Yuanli was puzzled. Master, where are we going? Luo Chen said with a smile, let's go to the main hall and see if the gang leader is there. I have something to find him. Unfortunately, Mi Shuhou is not there. In fact, Mi Shuhou did not spend every day in the Pashan Gang. He has his own social circle, and there is a small immortal cultivation family behind him, the Mi family. Old Man Mi was born as a casual cultivator, but after building his foundation, he branched out and established a Mi family. Nowadays, the Mi family is well known near Dahofang, not inferior to some foundation-building families that have moved from other areas. In fact, because they control the Pashan Gang, they are even stronger. That is why many of the foundation building families that have moved here now will take the initiative to visit Mishuhu. Luo Chen felt a little sorry that he didn't meet him. But he had other ways to verify his doubts. When he arrived at Ziyai Valley, he first practiced 4 furnaces of Zongmiao Pills in the morning. Then Luo Chen did not rush to refine the Jade Marrow Pill, but found an old monk in the firework. As mentioned before, most of the internal staff of the Dan Hall are old, weak, women and children. And this old monk named Chu Hancheng is the one with the highest cultivation among them, with the 6th level of key refining. The other party is currently married in Dahofeng and has a son and a daughter. It's a pity that both children have no spiritual roots. He only hopes that he can have another child, or that one of his grandchildren has spiritual roots, to continue his Chu family's dream of cultivation. Hall Master, do you have something to ask me? Chu Hancheng looked at Luo Chen in confusion. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Something is going on, it's a good thing. From today on, you will be the squad leader, in charge of all the monks who watch the fire, responsible for scheduling and rotation. Oh, I will give you an extra spiritual stone salary every month. But, hearing such good news, the old man was excited. Watching the fire is tiring. Always keep an eye on the size of the fire, add or reduce firewood, and when the fire is not strong enough, you have to release the fireball spell yourself. It was okay once or twice, but after more than a month, he felt that he was about to burn. If he becomes the squad leader, he can stop watching the fire himself and command others. Of course, he knows very well that there must be conditions for being the squad leader. The condition is that but. Looking at Luo Chen staring at him like a rare treasure, he felt a little uncomfortable. Master, just speak frankly. If you need me, I will do my best. It's very simple, come, follow me. Without letting anyone follow, Luo Chen took Chu Hancheng out of Ziyai Valley and came to the back of the valley. As far as the eye can see, a huge primeval forest spreads quietly. Chu Hancheng swallowed his saliva. Master, if we go over here, we will reach the Howling Moon Mountains. There are a lot of demon wolves over there, so we should not get too close. It's okay, let's just stay here. Luo Chen smiled and chose a place, then said, do you know the fireball spell? Yes. Okay, then now you use all your strength to cast the fireball spell, as many as you can, until your mana is exhausted. Every fireball must be injected with maximum spiritual power. Is it that simple? Chu Hancheng was stunned for a moment, and then cast the fireball spell as he said. Luo Chen watched carefully from the side, and by the way, compared the difference between the fireball spell of ordinary cultivators and his own great perfection. Generally speaking, cultivators are the least hardworking in spells. The power of spells is indeed great, but the release speed is slow. It takes pinching the fingers and chanting the spell to mobilize spiritual power before it can be formed. And many spells, even after they are formed, the attack speed is very slow. For example, the fireball spell is a low-level attack spell that is as famous as the golden spear spell and the water arrow spell. But speed has always been its shortcoming. In comparison, magic tools and talismans are much better. One only needs spiritual power to control, and the other can be activated instantly. Moreover, magic spells consume a lot of energy, which will affect the cultivator's accumulation of spiritual power and breakthrough. Therefore, only those cultivators who have no hope of breakthrough and do not have any magic tools at hand will focus on magic spells. Chu Hancheng is such an old cultivator who perfectly meets the requirements. In Luo Chen's opinion, his fireball technique is about the level of his mastery. This is already excellent. He is proficient in pinching the formula, forming and releasing quickly, but he cannot control the direction of the fireball well. He can't do the degree of Luo Chen, who can easily fire dozens of fireballs and control the direction. But Luo Chen's goal is not here. 1, 2, 16, 17. Continue. Chu Hancheng's face was pale and he wiped the sweat from his forehead. No, the spiritual power in my body is only enough to release these 17 fireballs. Only 17? Luo Chen frowned and his eyes fell on those dark potholes. How many spiritual roots do you have? How long have you been in key refining level 6? I have 3 spiritual roots. I reached key refining level 6 when I was 75 years old. Now it has been 18 years. He is 93 years old. You are so old and still work. You are old and tired. Luo Chen's tone was a little polite. Chu Hancheng took a breath and smiled reluctantly. It is not hard. I have to thank the Hall Master for his support. I can relax more in the future. Luo Chen hummed and fell into deep thought. It has been 18 years since he advanced to key refining level 6. Even if there is no supply of elixirs, relying on the 3 spiritual roots, he should have reached key refining level 6 by now. No, considering that the early and middle stage cultivators are short of money and cannot afford to live in the first level spiritual veins in the inner city. Therefore, it is slower to improve the realm. This old man is about the middle of key refining level 6. Even so, it is much higher than his current progress. But his total spiritual power is not even half of his own? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and realized that his total spiritual power may be far beyond that of ordinary people. Fireball, his best spell. When he was at the 5th level of key refining, he could release nearly 100 fireballs. It sounds like a lot, but if each one had to be guaranteed to be of maximum power and contain the most spiritual power, then there would be about 20. This is also the reason why he always kept the number of flying fireflies at about 10. After breaking through to the 6th level of key refining, he could release about 30 at full power, which was already 10 more than at the 5th level. And it can be foreseen that as he continues to practice, this number will continue to increase. If he reaches the current level of Chu Hansheng, he can release about 40 at full power. Doesn't that mean that my spiritual power is more than twice that of the cultivators of the same level, or even more? Luo Chen was shocked to get this answer. When did this change happen? Suddenly, Luo Chen thought of the Grandmaster level Chong Chun Gong. It can't be wrong. The Grandmaster level Chong Chun Gong has opened up my meridians, thereby doubling the upper limit of my stored spiritual power. That's why I need to accumulate more spiritual power than the cultivators of the same level in each realm before I can break through. After figuring this out, Luo Chen's brows relaxed a lot. This is definitely a good thing. In terms of combat and foundation, it is strengthened. But for Luo Chen, who has a short lifespan, it is a big bad thing. It means that he will have to spend more time and resources to break through the realm like the cultivators of the same level. Maybe, the situation will be even worse. Luo Chen thought of a common sense. In the process of constantly transporting spiritual power, the Danshan will expand and the meridians will become wider, all for the purpose of breaking through the foundation and accumulating enough spiritual power. Then I have twice the foundation than the same level now. Doesn't it mean that in the future, his Danshan will be wider than ordinary people? More spiritual power is needed? 1 time? 2 times? 3 times? Luo Chen's head is big. Master, is there anything else? The voice of the old man came from the side. Luo Chen shook his head and motioned the other party to go back first. After he left, Luo Chen let out a long breath. Sure enough, everything has its pros and cons. Grandmaster level Chong Chun has brought me many benefits, such as the upper limit of the number of pills to be refined, automatic key recovery, accelerated cultivation, etc. Now it seems that the meridians are all open and the foundation is increased, which is also a benefit that has been hidden. But this benefit has hindered my rapid breakthrough. After thinking for a long time, Luo Chen suddenly smiled. It's just that I need more cultivation resources. What am I worrying about? With the means of refining pills and spiritual stones, I can have as many as I want. After figuring this out, Luo Chen returned to Xiao Valley leisurely. Notice, we will not practice the Zongmiao Pill in the afternoon in the future. We will all use it to refine the Yuzu Pill. That afternoon, the Dan Hall made every effort to refine the Yuzu Pill. The result was gratifying. All failed. Luo Chen happily got dozens of waste pill stone beads. On the way home, he angrily threw the stone beads one by one with the method of the Hunitun Pearl on the Cheyenne Samhui. Wherever he passed, flowers, plants, insects, and moths all suffered. Seeing him like this, Gu Kai and the 2 bodyguards did not dare to offend him. After returning home, Luo Chen boiled the peanut spiritual liquid as he did yesterday. The materials bought with 300 spirit stones were enough for him to boil 30 sets of peanut spiritual liquid. When he sat in the purple cloud copper furnace, Luo Chen inexplicably thought of a question. In the future, the cultivators who use this furnace to refine the Zongmiao pills may be contaminated with my aura. Then when they do that, do I feel involved? PFFT. The distracting thoughts disappeared as the Chong Chun Gong was running. This situation actually does not happen at all. After taking a medicinal bath every day, he would clean the furnace carefully. And when refining the pill, with such a high temperature, what aura can't be burned? With the help of the tranquilizing incense, the Chongchun Gong was run over and over again, and the nearby spiritual energy was also absorbed, and then slowly transformed into Luo Chen's own spiritual power. After the fusion of the medicinal materials, the huge blood and flesh essence of the piant spiritual liquid also penetrated into Luo Chen's body and transformed into streams of qi and blood. Time just flowed slowly like this. The next morning, the rooster crowed and the world turned bright. Huh? Where did the rooster crow? Luo Chen's eyes moved and soon fell on the east wing. Gu Kai also got up and looked over curiously. The door opened. A man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, dressed in white, walked out with a frosty face. He glanced at Luo Chen and Gu Kai, turned around and walked out of the courtyard without saying a word. Luo Chen opened his mouth and pointed at his back. How rude. Is it a new neighbor? Gu Kai frowned. Yesterday, the two talked about the east wing being empty after Fu Ziuxiu left. Today, a new person moved in unknowingly. And that guy is not easy to get along with at first glance. He didn't even have the courtesy to say his name or say hello. It's the tenant brought by senior son. It is said that he is from the nearby mortal cultivation family Duan family. His name is Duan Feng. The one who spoke was Qin Liangchen, who had just left the house. He stretched his body with a lazy look on his face. Among the people in the courtyard, he is the most leisurely. He has the title of elder, and he doesn't have to worry about anything. He just receives a salary every month. Naturally, he knows these trivial matters better than anyone else. Duan family? Luo Chen asked curiously, doesn't the Duan family have an ice and fire spiritual spring? Although it is not as big as a spiritual vein, it is comparable to a first-level spiritual vein in a small area. Why did their family members come to live in the inner city? The Ziuxian family is not harmonious. Duan Feng broke up with the son of the clan leader, and he is the only one left in his lineage. So he moved to live in the inner city. Luo Chen shook his head. This is not reasonable. Qin Liangchen shrugged. What's reasonable? He came here for the Taoism Forum. Now his name is still on the Daofang Xianjiao list, ranked 19th. After hearing this, Luo Chen understood instantly. Nowadays, there are indeed such a group of cultivators in Daofang. They don't have any special skills, and they don't rely on rivers and lakes to practice like the Pashan Gang and the Daijiang Gang. Their way of practice is to participate in Taoism forum competitions and get rewards. If he can be in the top 3 at the end of the month, he can also get a huge reward. Duan Feng, the abandoned son of the Duan family, is obviously going this way. So, he is good at fighting. Qin Liangchen thought for a while. He can be considered a good fighter, not as good as me in my prime, but better than now. After such a long time, Qin Liangchen gradually got used to a newly connected arm. His fighting ability has gradually recovered to the level of the 9th level of key refining. Luo Chen curled his lips. What's the use of being able to fight? If you want to get involved, you have to talk about power and background. Tisk, just an impolite little jerk. After saying that, he greeted Gu Kai and went out. But when he went out, he went towards the Yuding Sword Pavilion. Maybe he went out too early. Whether it was around the Sword Pavilion or the White Stone Square opposite, there were not many people. Hey, Xiao came out to set up a stall so early. Luo Chen was about to say hello when he saw his new neighbor Duan Feng walk to the stall. Bought a bottle of 10-year-old pineapple wine. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. This guy is definitely not some little jerk. This guy is his dearest and most beloved client. Dao, let me introduce myself. I'm Luo Chen, your neighbor next door. This beautiful lady is Gu Kai from the main house. The young man in white said 2 words coldly. Duan Feng. What a good name. A sharp sword is made by grinding. Dao is in high spirits. You will surely defeat your opponent today. Duan Feng glanced at Luo Chen and shook his head slowly. Nangguangqin is not a weakling. Luo Chen's forward vein jumped. Hey, what are you looking at? You mean, I am a weakling? Humph, if you are not my client, I would smash you to death with 10 or 8 fireballs. He thought so in his heart, but a flower-like smile still appeared on his face. It's okay, it's okay. After drinking our wine, your combat power will definitely increase dramatically. After saying that, he shouted to the well-behaved Yuan Xiaoyu next to him. Xiaoyu, this is my neighbor. I'll give him a discount when he buys things in the future. Buy 10 bottles of pineapple wine and get a set of fairy beans for free. Well, I see, Brother Luo. Yuan Xiaoyu was very obedient and took note of Duan Feng's appearance. Duan Feng then realized that this snack stand was Luo Chen's business. He nodded to Luo Chen, "Thank you." After that, he stepped straight into the passage leading to the Luofang Mountain discussion platform. The monk who sold tickets yawned and didn't ask any questions. It seems that he is very familiar with this person and knows that the other party is not a spectator, but a contestant. Gu Kai stood by with a smile. "You are always stingy, why are you generous today?" "Haha, I am always generous to my neighbors," Luo Chen replied. He would never say anything about cultivating user habits. When the kid gets used to drinking and drinking fairy beans in the future, he will naturally produce extra spirit stones to buy fairy beans. To earn spirit stones, you also need skills. He didn't even bother to talk about these things. Let's go to Ziyai Valley. It's impossible to fail today. With a wave of his sleeves, Luo Chen left in high spirits. With the failure of 3 furnaces yesterday, he was lucky today. In the afternoon, Luo Chen succeeded once. He succeeded on his own Zion copper furnace, which he was familiar with. Maybe it was because he was familiar with this furnace. Anyway, seeing the 20 jade marrow pills being stored in the Dan cultivation room, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The failure rate is too high for the entry-level proficiency. It takes 10 times to succeed once. The loss of raw materials is too great. But as long as the proficiency is improved, everything will be easy. Although the profit of Zongmiao pills is high, the market is too small to support his future practice. Jade marrow pills do have that market potential. I don't know how the old man Mishuho is negotiating with the channel. When thinking about this, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly hurt. A trace of blood flowed strangely along both sides of his eye sockets. "Luo Chen, what's wrong with you?" With his eyes closed, Gu Kai's worried voice came to his ears. He raised his hand and waved. "It's okay, you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll go in and take a rest. Maybe I've been refining too many pills recently and using the spirit eye technique all the time, so my eyes can't take it." Gu Kai watched him stumble into the house with concern. Immediately, a blue light curtain rose up. That was Luo Chen activating the first level formation in the stone house. In the house, Luo Chen had already opened his eyes. After wiping off the blood, it seemed the same as before. But the whole world has changed. In his eyes, this world suddenly became lively. There was a faint spiritual energy in the house, which came from deep underground. Zi Valley was the mine where Yuding Jiang mined the star silver mine in the past. There is indeed a branch of the first-level spiritual vein of Luofang Mountain underneath. It is for this reason that Mishuho specially rented the right to use this place to process the collected herbs. In addition, Luo Chen saw a lot of things. The azure light curtain came from several formation flags, and the energy source of the formation flags was several low-grade spirit stones. Outside the light curtain were the monks gathered in the alchemy hall. Those people also emitted balls of light, colorful, corresponding to the 5 elements of spiritual power. Luo Chen stared at this new world with his eyes. His mind was in a trance. The spirit eye technique has been upgraded to the Grandmaster level. This spell he acquired later, because he frequently used it to make pills. Now it has finally been upgraded. However, the performance of the upgrade is completely different from other fireball spells, Xiao and Yu Fangju. The Grandmaster fireball spell is reflected in the ability to release 10 fireballs at the same time. Yu Fangju is in the reduction of spiritual power consumption. Xiao has no bonus, it is simply more proficient. Maybe this is also related to the fact that Xiao itself is not a spell, but just a secular light skill. The spirit eye technique seems to have performed an operation on his eyes. After the operation, Luo Chen realized that he no longer had to actively pinch the talisman every time to draw spiritual power into his eyes. Now this spell has been rooted in his eyes. As long as he wanted, he could activate the spirit eye technique without others noticing. Even if he maintained the spirit eye technique, cultivators of the same level would not be able to detect it. Perhaps even cultivators of the higher level, the foundation establishment stage, would find it difficult to detect it. Not only that, his perception of the fluctuations of spiritual energy was more than 10 times more sensitive. His eyes wandered, up and down, left and right, far and near. Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes stopped on the ground. He seemed to have seen through countless thick rock walls and reached the depths of the earth veins. Such a rich accumulation of spiritual energy. Chapter 97, Spiritual Veins, Spiritual Stone Ore. Deep underground in the Zongmiao Valley, there is actually a place with such rich spiritual energy? Luo Chen was very surprised, and then he seemed to realize something. However, he did not rush to explore. Instead, he went out first and showed his face in front of Gu Kai and the others, indicating that he was fine. He knew very well that if he really made any mistakes, Mishuho would definitely come to visit him. At that time, I am afraid that what he found out would be exposed. In the evening, most of the monks in the Dan Hall had left, and the pills refined today were also kept in the pill room. Luo Chen said hello to Gu Kai and said that he would go back later today and he wanted to try to refine the Calcivity pill. Gu Kai had no objection. At present, the work of refining the Calcivity pill was carried out by Luo Chen alone. The other medicine apprentices and fire workers were only learning some of the skills he taught. After most of the monks in the Dan Hall had left and only one team of guards was left, Luo Chen returned to the stone house. Let me see if the first order spiritual vein branch below really exists. Lifting the stone slab, Luo Chen fell into the underground mine. He chose a mine tunnel that extended downward, released a little puppet, and followed closely behind. Is it blocked? This road is also blocked. Change another mine tunnel. The direction seems to have deviated. It seems that we must use some means. After being blocked at the end of the closed mine tunnel again, Luo Chen realized that that place should not have been discovered by anyone. Therefore, there is no direct mine tunnel. If it was before, he still needed to use magic tools to open the way and dig the passage bit by bit. But now, there is another means. Mountain breaking and monument breaking palm. The surging spiritual power gushed out along the meridians. As Luo Chen slapped his palm on the ground, a dull muffled sound suddenly came out. Large pieces of rubble exploded, and Luo Chen did not dodge, letting the rubble hit him. Then, under the defensive light shield of the middle-grade robe, it fell down. It looks very deep. Luo Chen sighed and continued to repeat this action. One palm, and another palm. Occasionally, he would encounter some star silver ore that had not been mined cleanly. Luo Chen would use the jade knife to cut it off with difficulty. In this process, the proficiency of the mountain-breaking palm began to increase. After all, it is a secular martial art, and the use of spiritual power is still a bit superficial. But it's good this way, it doesn't consume so much spiritual power. Luo Chen glanced at the attribute panel, watching the proficiency of the mountain-breaking palm continue to increase, and nodded with satisfaction. About an hour later, Luo Chen had to stop this action. Gan, why is it so deep? I'm afraid it can't be open today, let's continue tomorrow. If he delays any longer, it will be too late to go home. Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang, two bodyguards, are still waiting for him in Zongmiao Valley. Luo Chen stopped and turned to leave this narrow mine tunnel. Before leaving, he used the huge rock to block the mine tunnel. Luo Chen went to the headquarters to find me today. Mishuho had just finished communicating with a newly moved foundation building cultivator when he heard Mi Junping's report. He was very curious. Why did that guy look for me? Mi Junping didn't like Luo Chen very much. The other party had received too many benefits from the gang. He also looked unsatisfied. Compared with the benefits he had received, the value he created for the Pashan gang and the Mi family was far from enough. Tisk, what can he do? He must want to ask you for benefits again. That guy is simply greedy. Seeing his daughter like this, Mishuho couldn't help but frown. His daughter was still too petty after all. She only cared about temporary gains and losses and couldn't see the long-term benefits. Compared with what he had paid now, the value that Luo Chen could bring in the future was immeasurable. And Mi Junping couldn't control herself in her early years, and fell in love with a cultivator and gave birth to a child. As a result, even though she had cultivated herself with all her strength, she could never advance to the foundation building stage in her life. Mishuho was forced to take out the foundation building pill he had obtained with great difficulty as a reward. There was no one in the second generation of the Mi family. Fortunately, there were still a few children in the third generation who were worth cultivating. After thinking about it, Mishuho said, Mi Li should go home. Call her over. I want to ask something. Mi Junping didn't like her daughter. It was because of that man and this daughter that she had no hope of advancing to the foundation building stage. But under the gaze of her father in the foundation building stage, she had to find Mi Li. After a while, Mishuho learned most of what Luo Chen did in the Dan Hall today. Promoted an old cultivator to be the head of the pyrotechnics team. Is he kind? The head of the team went out with Luo Chen. It was said that the other party asked about the realm. It seems that Luo Chen encountered confusion in his practice. Well, so to speak, the reason why he was looking for me was here. Temple Master Luo succeeded in making a furnace of jade marrow pills in the afternoon. Mi Li said softly. He is really talented in alchemy. At least the second and third generations of my Mi family are not as good as him. Mi Shuhe sighed. It seems that there is something wrong with the refining process. Master Luo's eyes are bleeding. When Mi Shuhe heard the news, he couldn't sit still. What's going on? That kind of urgent and concerned expression was not fake at all. Mi Li pursed her lips, and she felt a little sad in her heart. My grandfather has never cared about me so much? She reluctantly said. Master Luo said that he has been refining too many pills recently and has been performing the spirit eye technique, which has led to excessive use of his eyes. Mi Shuhe paced in the room with a frown. This is indeed a problem. Although the spirit eye technique is simple, it is actually a very dangerous one among low-level spells. It is said that in the sect, the elders will teach disciples not to use it frequently. First, it is easy to offend high-level monks. Second, it is also easy to hurt your eyes. I am still too anxious. Luo Chen is only a kid at the 6th level of key refining. If he is asked to make pills like this every day, it will indeed hurt him. I used to think that me jumping was petty, but now it seems that I am a little short-sighted. Whose family trains alchemists for 10 or 100 years? After thinking about it, Mi Shuhe took out a jade bottle from the storage bag. Mi Li, give this to Luo Chen tomorrow and tell him to drop a drop in his eyes every time he finishes making pills. Mi Junping was shocked when she saw the jade bottle and couldn't help but blurt out. Dad, this is the Runming Pearl liquid you got from the auction. Why did you give it to that kid? Mi Shuhe glanced at her and said coldly, this thing is of no help to cultivation, and it's useless for me to keep it. Why can't I give it to him? Mi Junping hesitated and just muttered, saying that it would cost a lot of spirit stones. Sighing, Mi Shuhe couldn't help it. Junping, be more generous. Recently, some people have told me that you are too harsh on the monks and the gang. The rewards they should give are always reduced or even not given. Dad, those independent cultivators are not worthy at all. If this continues, the Mi family will lose the support of the people in the Pashan gang. But with you, a foundation-building cultivator, here, what does it matter if we lose the support of the people? Then how long do you think I can live? After these words came out, Mi Junping covered her mouth, and a terrible thought came to her mind. Is her father's lifespan not long? Mi Shuhe shook his head, without further explanation, and motioned them to leave. Mi Li took her distraught mother away, holding the jade bottle in her hand. Under the moonlight, she glanced at the courtyard where Mi Shuhe was, and she felt a little panicked. Recently, as a local foundation-building family, the Mi family also controls the Pashan gang, and it has really been very popular. Usually, they welcome and send off people, which can be described as flowers blooming and brocade, and fire boiling oil. But if Mi Shuhe falls, what will become of the whole family? She didn't dare to think further. The gang leader gave it to me. Before the alchemy began, Luo Chen curiously took the jade bottle. Shaking it, the sound of rippling water came from inside. Mi Li whispered, this is Runming Pearl liquid. After refining the elixir every day, the hall master can drop a little on the eyes, which can effectively relieve eye fatigue. Runming Pearl liquid. Hearing this name, Luo Chen froze for a moment. This is a good thing. This kind of spiritual medicine is recorded in the Zongmiao Pill. It has an excellent auxiliary effect on low-level alchemists. But ordinary alchemists can rarely afford it. The reason is very simple. This spiritual liquid comes from the first sect in Yuding domain, Yuding Sword Sect. As a sword cultivation sect, Yuding Sword Sect often dominates with combat power, and there is nothing commendable in terms of elixirs. But as a large sect, it is naturally impossible to be constrained by others in everything. They also have their own trained alchemists who serve the sword sect. Runming Pearl liquid is a spiritual medicine they developed. In other words, it is not Runming Pearl liquid, but transparent liquid. Sword cultivators use sword pills as a means to fight against enemies. The first method to control sword pills is to use spiritual consciousness. But for some enemies, spiritual consciousness alone is not enough, and they also need the help of ears and eyes. Therefore, the alchemists of Yuding Sword Sect developed the spiritual medicine of transparent liquid. After long-term use, it will make incredible changes in the eyes of sword cultivators. See through the truth and falsehood, and see through nothingness. Transparent liquid is a top-level spiritual medicine, which is often only supplied to the true foundation and golden elixir masters. But if a pill can only serve internally, it will lose too much value. Therefore, the alchemists of Yuding added and deleted some medicinal materials, and developed a weakened version of transparent liquid, Runming Pearl liquid. This spiritual medicine is not only supplied to internal disciples, but also sold to the outside. The market is average, but the spiritual stones earned can more or less make up for the losses of refining transparent liquid. Runming Pearl liquid has little effect on high-level cultivators, but it is very effective for key refining foundation cultivators. Occasionally using it will relieve eye fatigue. Long-term use can make the cultivators easily distinguish between yin, turbid, evil and other foul air. It is said that one of the main ingredients is the smoky pearls produced by the rare yin beast, the smoky shell. That is why it is named Runming Pearl liquid. Some array masters often purchase this kind of elixir in bulk. Holding the jade bottle, Luo Chen was ecstatic. He didn't have any eye fatigue. As early as when the proficiency of the spiritual eye technique reached the perfect level, this shortcoming had been solved. Yesterday, my eyes bled, which was caused by the spiritual eye technique being upgraded to the master level and rooted in the eyes. But he naturally wouldn't push such a good thing away. After all, this is Mi Shuhua's sincere heart. I didn't take the initiative to get the wool, and he delivered it to my door. Why didn't I meet such a good boss in my previous life? After sighing, Luo Chen happily accepted the medicine bottle. He decided to use it when he had time. After all, the book said that frequent use is good for alchemists. What are you all standing there for? Light the fire and make the elixir. Luo Chen shouted to a large group of people. Everyone got busy. Gu Kai directed the apprentices to carry the medicinal materials to the alchemy room. Chu Hansheng, the new head of the pyrotechnics, also assigned 6 pyrotechnics to each alchemy room. 2 monks were responsible for watching the fire. Even if one of them had a problem, another person could always take over. Moreover, Luo Chen was walking around to ensure that nothing went wrong. After dinner, Luo Chen sat in the room. He first checked the medicine bottle. With his knowledge of elixirs, he confirmed that there was no problem, and then he dropped a drop of liquid into each of his eyes. After dropping it, he blinked. It feels cool and refreshing. Besides that, there doesn't seem to be any change. This eye drops is quite famous, but it doesn't have an immediate effect. Luo Chen put away the medicine bottle with a pout. After all, Mi Shuhua is kind-hearted. Let's drop a drop whenever we have time. This bottle is enough for a month. After putting away the medicine bottle, Luo Chen rubbed his hands and went into the mine. Let's continue today's gold miner game. Digging. Boom. 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 Because it is deep underground, the sound caused by Luo Chen's opening the mountain and breaking the monument palm will not be transmitted to the Ziyu Valley. In particular, he also blocked the narrow mine tunnel, which is more foolproof. An hour later, Luo Chen straightened his waist. It's really fucking deep. But it's almost opened, and I'll continue in the evening. Luo Chen was really thinking about refining the elixir in the afternoon. After taking so many benefits from Mi Shuhua, he must let the other party see some results. Otherwise, if the other party can't see any progress, gets discouraged, and closes the alchemy hall, where can he go to get the wool in the future? It must be said that he is used to a group of people helping him. He is unwilling to let Luo Chen return to the life of handling medicinal materials, watching the fire, and refining elixirs by himself. Moreover, even if the elixir is refined, he still has to spend time collecting the elixir, bottling it, and selling it himself. It was troublesome just thinking about it. How could it be so easy now? Finally, I'm going to get through. Time passed unknowingly and it was already late at night. He told the 2 bodyguards that he would stay in the Dan Hall tonight, so no one should come to disturb him. Luo Chen took a deep breath and used the mountain-breaking and monument-breaking palm, which had reached the proficient level, and directly hid it. A stream of spiritual energy gathered into a light blue transparent palm print that suddenly appeared and then pressed down. Puff. As if an eggshell was broken, the last layer of the rock wall was completely shattered. Almost at the same time, a strong spiritual energy gushed out. Luo Chen was startled, and the robe that had been activated long ago automatically moved without wind to prevent any danger. Very good, there was no accident. Luo Chen fell directly into the depths of the ground and looked around. It was a cave with a diameter of 2 meters. It was a bit cramped, but it was more than enough to accommodate Luo Chen. His eyes wandered, and Luo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Spiritual stone. On the ground of the cave, there was a piece of exposed crystal ore, with dots of silver light scattered on it. Those crystal ore were clearly the prototype of spiritual stone. It is wrong to call it spiritual stone. To be precise, these are all raw spiritual stone ores. The spiritual stones circulated in the world of immortal cultivation are almost the same in terms of specifications, size, and the spiritual energy contained in them. It is said that spiritual stones are produced in spiritual veins. The large sects that occupy the spiritual veins mine them and use unique techniques to cut the raw spiritual stone ores into spiritual stones of the same size. Then, they use spiritual stones as currency to circulate in the world of immortal cultivation, and buy and collect resources from other people. The spiritual energy contained in those spiritual stones is full of impurities and violent. So ordinary cultivators can't absorb it directly, and can only use it as currency for trading. Only some cultivators from large sects have both the techniques of making spiritual stones and the means to extract pure spiritual energy from them. Even if you are not on the place of spiritual veins, you can extract the spiritual energy from the spiritual stones you carry with you and use it for cultivation. Luo Chen does not have this means. The spiritual stones he earns can only be used to buy expensive nourishing pills. But now it is different. In front of him is a natural spiritual vein. The spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual stone ore in the natural spiritual vein can be directly absorbed. Therefore, the major sects will build their mountain gates on spiritual veins of various levels. Luo Chen now has such a spiritual vein. Although it is very small, it is just an insignificant branch of the first-level spiritual vein in Daofang. But it doesn't need to support many people's cultivation. Sure enough, my guess is correct. Luo Chen took a deep breath and felt that the spiritual power all over his body became active. Today, he broke through the ground and used the mountain-breaking and monument-breaking palm. The spiritual power consumed seemed to have recovered a lot. This place is not big, and there are not many spiritual stone ores. But it is enough to support my cultivation for a period of time. Luo Chen had no idea of digging up the spiritual stone ore and selling it. Firstly, he didn't have the means to make standard spirit stones. Even if he sold them to Yuding Sword Pavilion and got a large amount of spirit stones, wouldn't he still have to use them to buy elixirs for cultivation? How much difference would there be in the price? All of it was earned by those unscrupulous profiteers. Secondly, the natural spirit stone ore is very much like a small spirit gathering array, which will naturally attract the free spiritual energy between heaven and earth and gather together. The reason why those big sects built their mountain gates on the spirit veins is that as long as the spirit veins are not overexploited and nurtured for a long enough time, spirit stones can be born again. Leaving this large piece of spirit stone ore can not only absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, it can even absorb some spiritual energy from the source of the spirit vein. I have been fleecing too much of old Mickey recently, so I can stop for a while. It's always okay to fleece the spirit veins of Yuding Sword sect. Thinking of this, Luo Chen became happy. But soon, he shook his head. What does fleecing mean? This clearly belonged to him. After all, he paid rent in the inner city, but he did not enjoy the real first-level spiritual vein. The spiritual energy was all circled away by the major shops and even the J-Tripod Sword Pavilion. Only a little bit was left for ordinary residents like Luo Chen. The concentration of spiritual energy in this cave now belongs to the real first-level spiritual vein. After thinking this through, Luo Chen no longer had any moral shackles, although he didn't have any in the first place. Let me see how much spiritual power I can gain by practicing Chongchen Gong in a place like this. Sitting cross-legged, with 5 hearts facing the sky, the root of the tongue pressed upward. The Grandmaster level Chongchen Gong has already started to work. Chapter 98, Spiritual Plant Husband, Great Perfection Bigu Powder. In the cramped cave, a young man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. His moon-white Taoist robe swelled and crouched with a unique breathing rhythm of his chest. He had a handsome face and a slightly raised mouth, which seemed a bit cynical, but also resolute and patient, as if he would optimistically persist in going forward no matter how many difficulties and hardships there were on the road ahead. Suddenly, he blinked his eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. There was a thoughtful look in his clear eyes. The concentration of spiritual energy here is far higher than that of the Sahayun, and is slightly better than that of Xiangxiang Tower. Perhaps, it is not inferior to the first-level spiritual vein where Yuding Sword Pavilion is located. Practicing in this concentration of spiritual energy has brought me an extraordinary blessing effect. He only made a slight estimate and knew that he had doubled the practice efficiency on the standard of 4 times 5 spiritual root qualifications. 5 times the practice efficiency has completely exceeded the 3 spiritual root qualifications. I wonder how much difference it is compared with a double spiritual root cultivators? Luo Chen didn't know the efficiency of the cultivation of the double spiritual root cultivators, because he had no reference at all. There were mostly independent cultivators in Daohofang, and most of these independent cultivators were 3 or 4 spiritual root cultivators. Therefore, he had no friends in this regard, and even people he knew. Actually there is one, but I've never seen him. Little Tiger, Qin Yuanjiang. The son of Qin Liangzhen and his wife, with dual spiritual roots of gold and water. He had only heard of the name but never seen the child. Now, the other party is already a senior disciple of Luo's sect, and he may have a chance to build a foundation in the future. He had not inquired about the specific cultivation realm of the child. Moreover, it involved issues such as the sect's recruitment of disciples and checking qualifications. Qin Liangzhen and his wife had not given him elixir since he was a child. At most, they used medicinal baths and food supplements to improve his foundation. However, these were trivial matters that did not cause any harm. Luo Chen only needed to know that practicing in this place would be of great benefit to him. It seems that I have to find more reasons to stay in Dantang in the future. There is no need to give up the rent of the courtyard house. After all, it is in the inner city and the safety is guaranteed. Nowadays, the rent of 10 spirit stones a month is no longer a burden for him. It's just a nourishing pill. Thinking of the nourishing pill, Luo Chen smiled. Such a good place and a good opportunity, can't be missed. Take out a tranquilizing incense and a nourishing pill. Burn incense, take pills, and refine qi. The next morning, Luo Chen woke up from his meditation state. Get up, stretch. Luo Chen couldn't help but groan. Comfortable. This is the most comfortable time for him to practice since he traveled through time. There is sufficient spiritual energy in the outside world, and the power of the nourishing pill is constantly transforming spiritual energy inside. The master level Chong Chun Gong is constantly running, which perfectly fits his body. The fragrance of the tranquilizing incense made his soul, which had survived the heart tribulation, become strong and tough in a short period of time. In addition to the replenishment of the nourishing spirit liquid during this period, the vitality accumulated in the body is also huge enough. With so many conditions, he was just like a starving beggar who finally enjoyed a full banquet. He ate so much that his mouth was full of oil. After practicing for one night, the progress bar jumped from 6 to 8, which was 2 progress bars higher. If calculated according to this progress, the 3 months previously estimated to break through the 7th level of key refining can now be reduced to 2 months at most. It's so terrifying. No wonder those big sects are full of young geniuses. Staying in the first level spiritual veins, or even the second level and third level spiritual veins every day. Even if you don't take any elixirs, the spiritual power in your body can soar. Especially in the early and middle stages of key refining, the faster you advance, the more time you will have to prepare for foundation building in the late stage of key refining. There is no need to worry about the lack of lifespan like casual cultivators. Sister Xiu said that the best age for a cultivator to break through the foundation is before the age of 60. After the age of 60, the cultivator's blood and qi begin to decline, and the probability of failure in the foundation will increase greatly. This alone has stopped many casual cultivators who have spent their entire lives to advance to the 9th level of key refining. Luo Chen felt sad for those casual cultivators. After finally completing key refining, they have to face the unfavorable situation of insufficient lifespan and declining blood and qi. Even if they get a foundation building pill, they are afraid that it will end in failure. I must not fall into that situation. The joy of obtaining the spirit vein cave was dispersed a lot. Even if you can break through the 7th level of key refining in 2 months, the spiritual power required for each realm after that will only be more. Especially the 9th level of key refining, many casual cultivators are trapped in this realm. Just like his elder brother Qin, isn't it the same now? There is a foundation building pill, although it is kept in Mi Shuhua's hands, but there is no reason to get it back. The reason is very simple. Qin Liangzhen, has not yet completed key refining and is not qualified to build a foundation. Besides, my cultivation speed is not normal. Not enough calming incense. Mishuho promised to give him a box of calming incense per month. And there are only 12 in a box. Without calming incense, he can only practice Chong Chun Gong 2 or 3 times a day at most. If he practices more, he will be exhausted. In addition to calming incense, the number of nourishing pills is also slightly insufficient. 4 bottles of nourishing pills are only enough for 20 days. Luo Chen was thinking about these things, but he was doing other things with his hands. A complete big stone sealed the spiritual vein cave to ensure that the spiritual energy would not leak out too much. On the way out, he kept blocking the narrow mine tunnel with stones. Even though he knew that this method could not completely prevent the leakage of spiritual energy, the more he could block, the better. I'm afraid it's not easy to get the pills and tranquilizing incense from Mishuho. Those excuses are different every time, but if there are too many of the same things, it will be annoying. But now I have a small fortune, I can buy it myself. There is one more thing I need to consider. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and a sense of crisis came to his mind. That is, after perfectly solving all the problems of cultivation resources, the speed of cultivation of the 5 spiritual roots, which is faster than ordinary people's cognition, can easily cause trouble. Whether it is the system or this spiritual vein cave, it must not be exposed. I need to spend more time on the spirit art of gathering ki. Good morning. Good morning, Master Luo. Hello, Master Luo. This is Luo Chen's first day going to work so early. But it is obvious that there are many people who are earlier than him. The monks of the medicine hall station here have already started to get busy. At dawn, they drove the magic tools and hovered in the low sky, facing the dozen or so medicinal fields in the valley, making clouds and rain. It's a bit exaggerated to say that making clouds and rain, but the scene is really similar. Are you using the little cloud and rain art? Luo Chen squatted on the ridge of the field, curiously watching them make hand gestures to make rain. A cultivator landed, wiped his sweat, and smiled. Master Luo is very knowledgeable. This is indeed the little cloud and rain art, a spell passed down by the Sun Hall, suitable for cultivating water-attributed herbs. After his explanation, Luo Chen finally understood why they had to release the spell so early in the morning. Zi Valley is a place of mineral veins and far away from the Langkang River, so the water vapor here is not thick. Normally, these water-attributed herbs require a lot of water-attributed spiritual energy. Therefore, they had to release it when the temperature was not high and cast the spell. Unfortunately, the spiritual fields here are too low grade to cultivate better herbs. Luo Chen asked curiously, is there no spell to improve the grade of spiritual fields? The monk smiled bitterly and said, there are, but we don't know how to do it, and neither does the gang. Oh. It is said that the 5 Elements Divine sect is very experienced in cultivating spiritual plants, and has developed a lot of spells related to spiritual plants and spiritual fields. For example, let's talk about improving the grade of spiritual fields. They have a 2nd grade spell called Bigu Burning Wasteland spell, which can burn many spiritual trees and minerals into ashes and then integrate them into the spiritual fields. Once or twice a year, combined with the spiritual veins, the grade of the spiritual fields will continue to rise. Luo Chen was stunned. Bigu Burning Wasteland spell? It is said that there are dozens of 4th grade spiritual fields in the 5 Elements Divine sect, all of which are upgraded, and there seems to be a huge 5th grade spiritual field. The monk shook his head, his eyes full of yearning. And this Bing Fire Burning Wasteland technique is just the tip of the iceberg. For example, Taya and Yu Wood Swamp Gas technique, GUI Water Composting technique, Zhengjin Grass Shaving Sword technique, etc., are all improved from high-level spells. If I can master a 2nd-level spiritual plant spell, even a simplified version, I can become a 2nd-level spiritual plant husband. Spiritual plant husband is the most common profession among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. There are more or less spiritual plant husbands in any force. Unless it is a demon sect that does not engage in production, it will not cultivate or hire spiritual plant husbands. The cultivator named Yuan Dongsheng in front of Luo Chen is one of the 3 spiritual plant husbands in the medicine hall, and he manages several spiritual fields by himself. Master Luo, are you interested in cultivating spiritual plants? Do you want me to teach you a thing? Luo Chen stood up quickly. What a joke. Alchemy is already very tiring, and you want me to farm? No, we will discuss it next time we have a chance. After saying that, he hurriedly ran away. Yuan Dongsheng watched from behind, feeling rather sorry. It was rare to find a fellow Taoist who was willing to discuss spiritual plants with him. But the other party really didn't need to learn these things. What kind of noble status is an alchemist? 101st level spiritual plant husbands are not as noble as an alchemist. After all, it is one of the foremost mainstream arts among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, and even among the 4 arts of alchemy formations, instruments and talismans, it can be said to be the best. If I could become an alchemist. Unfortunately, there is no choice. At this moment, the honorable alchemist Luo Chen was pondering around the Zuaniyanding in the largest alchemy room. Let's use this middle-grade alchemy cauldron to refine the jade marrow pill today, so that we can brush up our proficiency faster. Since we have decided to put some thought into it and make some achievements, we can't just do it in a small way like before. After all, the purple cloud copper furnace is only a first-level low-grade magic weapon, and there are limits to the firepower and raw materials that can be tolerated at one time. In comparison, the Zuaniyanding, a first-level middle-grade magic weapon, is much better in quality. Normally, when refining the Zongmiao Pill, 2 sets of raw materials can be used directly, and there is even a little more. After 2 successes and more than a dozen failures, Luo Chen can barely be considered familiar with the refining of the jade marrow pill. Now, it is time to use the Zuaniyanding. As the medicine apprentices arrived one by one, Luo Chen directed them to send the corresponding medicinal materials into the large pill room. From today on, all the morning time will be used to refine the jade marrow pill. Considering that you are not yet proficient in refining the jade marrow pill, I can only refine it alone. Therefore, in addition to processing the medicinal materials, you must also read the 100 Herbs Illustrated book in the extra time. Luo Chen gave the 100 Herbs Illustrated book that he had shamelessly borrowed from me, jumping to Gu Kai. The other party is the deacon of the Dan Hall, in charge of the internal affairs of the Dan Hall. Now he manages the medicine apprentices, the pyrotechnics, and the pill keepers who store the pills for him. Usually, Luo Chen cannot teach his subordinates in person for some things he needs to learn, so he often asks the other party to supervise on his behalf. Make 20 copies, and let them study them carefully, and make sure they understand the characteristics of various spiritual herbs. Gu Kai hesitated and took the herb atlas. This is the book of Zuntang. Let's let them learn it directly, okay? There's nothing good or bad. If there are any problems, I will deal with me jumping. Luo Chen's mentality has changed again. Although he can't let these people learn real things, he doesn't need to hide everything. If they can learn some slightly popular knowledge, it will be of better help to him in the future alchemy. In addition, Elder Sikon, go to Zuntang and borrow the flame art from my Dantang. Sikon Xiaojia, who was standing next to him, frowned. That is a masterpiece of the first-level spell, not a popular spell. What are you doing here? What's the matter with the masterpiece? After all, it's not an attack or defense spell, but just a magic power control technique. Luo Chen waved his hand and faced those pyrotechnics. The control of flames by these pyrotechnicians is too crude. They are good at refining the Kigan pills, but they can't help me with the refining of the jade marrow pill. Let them learn the flame technique, which will be of great benefit to you, me and the entire Pashan gang. Is that so? Sikon Xiaojia was half believing and half doubting. However, he did not refuse this request, and left Ziyai Valley on the spot and went to the main altar where the honor hall was located. As for the merits required to exchange spells from the honor hall, he was not worried about this. When the alchemy hall was established, Mi Shuhe opened the door to convenience. As long as the spells that were considered helpful to the alchemy hall could be given. Otherwise, Luo Chen would have no reason to borrow the 100 Herbs Illustrated book at the beginning. It might take a lot of effort for him to persuade me jumping. Looking at his leaving back, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The extra work assigned to the medicine apprentices and pyrotechnicians before was indeed as he said. But in fact, the deeper reason is that his proficiency in refining the jade marrow pill is still too low. He is still at the entry level. The proficiency at this stage can only support his own refining. It is far from enough to let others help him refine pills like the Bigu pill and the wonderful pill. In fact, most of the alchemists in this world may have someone to help them refine pills, but they should not be able to do it to my level, right? Luo Chen thought to himself. He even had a feeling that if he was stronger, he could spread the stall even bigger. Let more people help him and refine more pills at the same time. The confidence of this feeling comes from the abnormal efficiency of producing high-quality pills stably after the proficiency of each pill is promoted to the Grandmaster level. Speaking of which, what changes will happen after a pill is promoted to the Great Perfection proficiency? Top-grade pills. Luo Chen glanced at the attribute panel. The one closest to the Great Perfection was Bigu powder. Only 2 furnaces of pills were opened in the morning. One furnace was the jade marrow pill that Luo Chen made himself. He used the Zuan to refine it. He put in 2 materials and finally harvested 40 useless pills. Haha, there are 40 more disposable consumables that can be used to practice the Hunan Pearl. The other furnace of pills was made by Li and several medicine apprentices during his rest after refining the jade marrow pill. This Bigu pill is called a pill, but it is actually just a Bigu powder that is not of the highest grade. Compared to the first grade pill, it is relatively simple to refine, just suitable for you to get started. The key point is not the method and skill, but the fusion of the medicinal materials and the monster beef. Remember, it is necessary to make the medicine and meat into one, and the gathering and dispersion into paste. Under Luo Chen's guidance, the medicine apprentices who were tortured to death by handling the medicinal materials recently became energetic and vigorous. Luo Chen glanced and pulled the boy aside. Tangquan, right. These are 5 top-grade Zongmiao pills. Bring them to your uncle when you go home. Tangquan took the 5 pills with a slightly unnatural look on his face. His uncle was, of course, Bigu Zengwen. Recently, Zheng Daoyao has asked several times, saying that the number of top-grade Zongmiao pills was too small, which really made him unhappy. Luo Chen remembered this and usually kept a few pills when collecting pills and gave them to this old customer. Anyway, it was not his cost, and he had to hide his true master-level alchemy skills, so he simply gave the extra top-grade Zongmiao pills back to the old customer. Okay, it's time to collect the pills. I'll collect the pills this time. In the future, I will let you guys do the refining of the Bigu powder. Luo Chen said this, performed the traction technique, and opened the furnace cover. A faint fragrance slowly emanated. Li, Tangquan and others smelled the fragrance and were shocked, as if their stomachs were bloated. Luo Chen's expression moved, and the master-level traction technique moved slightly. Soon, a large ball of ointment flew out. See, this is actually the true appearance of the Bigu powder. The pills you usually see are made by me using my spiritual power to knead them in the air in the pill furnace when I am making the pills. When I was refining Bigu powder, I actually got the ointment first, and then kneaded it into pills with my hands. This big ball of ointment should be able to produce 50 Bigu pills. Take it, knead it into pills while it is hot. Remember not to do it directly with your hands, wrap it with bamboo slips. Under Luo Chen's traction, the big ball of ointment instantly flew to Li. Li hurriedly took it with the prepared utensils, and then led a group of people out of the pill room. Soon, there were shouting sounds outside. There were many words like it's hot and it's fun. In the pill room that they didn't notice, Luo Chen reached out and made a move. The furnace cover turned over, and a golden pill was attached to it. Is this the result of the great perfect Bigu powder? Today's update is here. I have to catch up on my sleep. I only slept for 4 hours and I am numb. Chapter 8, 43,000 words updated. Xiaoi tried her best. Brothers who have monthly tickets, please vote. Chapter 99, top grade elixir, great increase in combat power. Back in the stone house, Luo Chen looked at the golden pill between his thumb and index finger. A tiny but obvious cloud pattern circled around the pill. Luo Chen's initial understanding of pills came from his previous life's immortal fate and the legacy of an old monk. The old monk who died in the cave, strictly speaking, could not be considered a disciple of the main sect. He was a casual cultivator from the Medicine King domain, and because of his decent alchemy skills, he was barely accepted as an outer sect by the Medicine King sect. His situation was very similar to Fu Xiuxiu's. It's just that he did not succeed in building his foundation, and did not obtain the foundation building chapter of the Medicine King sect's immortal evergreen sutra, the Yimu Medicine King Sutra. When he got older, he became an outer sect disciple of the Medicine King sect, handling some miscellaneous items for the sect. In the end, he died in a cave in a mountain in Yuanzhou country. The other party had a lot of experience in alchemy, so in addition to the Chongchun Gongqi refining chapter, he also left the original body with 2 pill recipes, the Bigu powder and the all-wonderful pills. As for why a good outer disciple of the Medicine King sect had a strange aphrodisiac recipe, it was not something Luo Chen could know. Later, as Luo Chen traveled through time, he sold pills at the casual cultivator market and occasionally chatted with some casual cultivators, and gradually learned more about pills. Well, those people don't know how to make pills, but they are always picky when buying things. After a while, he can always get some words out of them. And the biggest gain for him was undoubtedly the book Kingeun Danji given to him by Mi Shuhui. He was a foundation-building cultivator, but he was a master of alchemy who made a third-level pill. To this day, Luo Chen is still studying Kingeun Danji every day, and the more he reads, the newer it is. The several alchemy techniques recorded on it have benefited him a lot. The broken jade hand is a technique that he has learned recently, which has a miraculous effect on processing mineral materials. I'm getting off topic. Through these alchemy knowledge, Luo Chen gradually understood the entire system of alchemy. For example, the classification of pill grades. This world is rich in spiritual energy and resources, so the laws of the Great Dao are manifested. If there are things that respond to the Great Dao, they often have corresponding Dao patterns, such as monster bone patterns, inner elixir patterns, ancient tree rings, and traces of strange minerals. Surprisingly, artificially refined elixirs also have corresponding Dao patterns. People call them elixir patterns, and because the patterns are like clouds, they are also called cloud patterns. The number of cloud patterns determines the grade of an elixir. If there are no cloud patterns, then the elixir is not of good quality. Why is Luo Chen's Bigu powder always said to be inferior? The reason is that after the medicinal power is stable, there are no cloud patterns on the pill. Even the top-grade Bigu powder is not good enough. But this time, Luo Chen has mastered the Bigu powder to the level of great perfection. The refined elixir has a trace of cloud pattern. Although there is only one trace, it also means that it has entered the grade. Let me try it. How is the medicinal power? Luo Chen swallowed it without hesitation. He is still confident about what he has refined. After swallowing, a feeling of fullness gradually formed. That feeling was just like the lazy feeling after just eating. What's the medicinal power? Luo Chen hesitated a little, rubbed his stomach, and then thought about it. Compared with the lower-grade Bigu powder, the medicinal power contained in it has increased tenfold. Compared with the upper grade, it is about 3 times. The lower-grade Bigu powder can ensure that the cultivator will not feel hungry for 3 days. The upper-grade Bigu powder can support normal activities for about 10 days. Now this top-grade Bigu powder can keep Luo Chen from feeling hungry for a month. Before, the Bigu powder was refined with Zhuanayanding. 2 sets of raw materials should have produced 100 pills. But in the end, only about 50 ointments and this one pill that entered the grade were obtained. In other words, a whole set of raw materials was used to get this top-grade Bigu powder. After getting this answer, Luo Chen was a little dissatisfied. Whether it is the profit from external sales or the internal energy conversion, it is a loss. It seems that even if the Bigu powder is perfected, it can't play a big role in earning resources for cultivation. Perhaps, the only benefit is that with this pill, he doesn't need to take other Bigu powders frequently during long-term retreat. The best Bigu powder should be comparable to the orthodox lower-grade Bigu pill. With a sigh, Luo Chen's joy of reaching the great perfection level because of the proficiency of a pill has been slightly restrained. That's the fact. Some things in the world don't always make people satisfied. Besides, he is also mentally prepared. After all, Bigu powder itself is just a pill of low grade. It is already extraordinary that the system can upgrade it to the first grade lower grade. Moreover, doesn't it also provide an achievement point? Glancing at the attribute panel, the number of achievement points has now accumulated to 16 points because the Spirit Eye technique has been upgraded to the Grandmaster level, the Mountain Breaking and Monument Breaking Palm has been upgraded to the Proficient level, and the Bigu powder has been upgraded to the Great Perfection level. The more achievement points he has, the more at ease Luo Chen feels. In the future, he will need a lot of achievement points to get started with other pill recipes. Looking at the achievement points, Luo Chen suddenly thought of an idea. If I learn some secular martial arts by refining a large number of ungraded elixirs, can I get a lot of achievement points? Then, I can directly get the entry-level recipe of the second-level elixir, the Blood Evil Pill. As soon as this idea came out, Luo Chen couldn't help but fantasize. But after a while, he slapped himself. What was he thinking about? Do you have a lot of time? Normally, There is not enough time to practice alchemy. The extra time is squeezed out to practice spells and study alchemy knowledge. It's really a waste of time to take care of more unimportant secular martial arts. Moreover, the benefits brought by those things are really too little. It's okay to practice one or two occasionally, but it's absolutely not allowed to indulge in them. For this kind of thing, you still have to do it within your ability. And if the realm is high, it won't cost too many achievement points to get the entry-level elixir recipe. After thinking this through, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel relieved, and his body and mind were much more comfortable. Luo Chen was thoughtful about this sudden sense of relief. Could it be that I almost fell into the devil's barrier again just now? Since ancient times, taking shortcuts often leads to bad results. If you really indulge in it, it may hinder the great way. Today, I got 52 pills of Bigu pills, with a ratio of 721 to low, medium and high. 20 of Zongmiao pills, with a ratio of 451 to low, medium and high. Put them in the pill room and record them in a book. Listening to the pill cultivator reporting the data to Gukai, Luo Chen nodded on the side. His means of controlling the grade of the pills have become more and more perfect. There are failures and successes in the pills, and the grades are high and low. It will not arouse suspicion, nor will it make the gang lose confidence in him. He has grasped this degree very well at present. A gust of wind blew, the light of the magic weapon converged, and the figure of Sikun Shaojia appeared. Master Luo, this is the flame manipulation technique. Luo Chen took the thin booklet and flipped through it while saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Sikun. Did you encounter any trouble?" Sikun Shaojia laughed. "I didn't encounter any trouble. I thought I would have to argue with me jumping, but unexpectedly, she was much more generous this time. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that this flame manipulation technique is not a sophisticated spell. The flame manipulation technique is indeed not a sophisticated spell. It has neither offensive power nor defensive ability. It just improves the monk's control of flames. It can be listed as a first-level spell because this technique is quite helpful for alchemists. But she didn't know that this technique was not that simple for Luo Chen. With this thing, maybe I can improve some of the defects of my Great Perfection Fireball technique." Thinking of the Great Perfection Fireball technique, the embarrassing situation that can be released but not contained, Luo Chen now has a bottom line in his heart. As long as he learns the flame manipulation technique, maybe he can make the power of the Great Perfection Fireball technique even better. Life in the Alchemy Hall, after the initial novelty, became as ordinary as water. Under the leadership of Gukai, the monks in the hall were familiar with the herb atlas and the flame art. They helped Luo Chen more and more in his alchemy work. As a result, he had more time to do his own things. A month later, in the primeval forest 10 miles behind the slanting moon valley, the grass rustled. A rabbit with red eyes ran away like crazy as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Behind it, the huge bushes seemed to be run over by a tank. A gray wolf that was as tall as a man and about 3 meters long suddenly jumped out. It was so fast that it was almost above the rabbit in the blink of an eye. It fell from the air, grabbed the rabbit with one claw, and stuffed it directly into its mouth. The blood and flesh juice flowed from the gap between its teeth as its ferocious teeth closed. After eating this rabbit, the gray wolf seemed not satisfied and continued to wander in the forest, looking for more prey. Suddenly, its footsteps stopped. He sniffed the air and found something. His eyes wandered, but he found nothing. In front of him, on the branch of a giant tree, a man in a moon-white Taoist robe was looking at it carefully. A first-level demon beast, a gray leaf wolf. A strong one among the low-level demon wolves, its strength is comparable to that of a human in the late stage of ki refining, and its recovery ability is extremely strong. It often takes many people to hunt it down. What's strange is that gray leaf wolves often go out in groups, but this one actually hunts alone. This person is Luo Chen. These days, when he has a little free time, he will come to the forest behind the Ziyao Valley to practice magic. Occasionally, he will encounter some low-level demon beasts, but with his various means, he can basically kill them easily. Occasionally, he will encounter some wolf packs, but he will directly avoid them. This forest can be regarded as the outer area of the Ziyao Mountains. Although the Ziyao Mountains are also adjacent to Daohofang, it is not the main hunting area for cultivators. The main reason is that demon wolves are often fast and have a keen sense of smell, which is not suitable for hunting. The few times Luo Chen encountered wolves, He basically avoided them by relying on his mastery-level spirit art of breath retaining and his extremely fast body movements. But this time, he was somewhat tempted. The lone gray leaf wolf is a good opponent. Simply looking for weak monsters to practice with will not have a good effect. In comparison, the gray leaf wolf is very powerful. With a thought, Luo Chen waved his hand. 7 green lights suddenly flew out. Almost at the moment he made his move, the spirit art of breath retaining lost its function of concealing his breath, and the active spiritual power fluctuations instantly fell into the eyes of the monster wolf. Woo! With a whimper, the gray leaf wolf did not retreat but advanced. In this area, their monster wolf clan is undoubtedly at the top of the food chain, and they have never been afraid of anyone. Especially the enemy in front of them does not look strong. As it jumped up, the surging monster power suddenly spread out. Ling, ling, ling. 7 green lights, as if hitting steel, flew away powerlessly. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and he used the traction technique again. The jade swords that were swept away suddenly closed in. The jade sword formation was formed in an instant. The master-level traction technique, combined with my spiritual consciousness foundation that is twice that of ordinary cultivators, has allowed me to control this set of mid-grade magic tools to perfection. However, with just this little trick, I'm afraid I can't do anything to this demon wolf. As expected, the formed sword formation only left a few blood marks on the gray leaf wolf before it was slapped away by a claw. One of the wooden swords was even more dim, and it seemed to be seriously damaged. But my tricks are not limited to this. Rise! Luo Chen's eyes were sharp, and his hand gestures changed immediately. In the forest full of grass and shrubs, green vines suddenly flew out. Like a savage claw, it grabbed at the demon wolf. Faced with this attack, the demon wolf showed disdain in its size and rushed towards Luo Chen's demon body without hesitation. Whenever the vines grabbed onto it, they would break directly if it slowed down a little. Not only that, it swung its claws and shot yellow-green blades at Luo Chen. That was an attack formed by the condensed demonic power. Luo Chen was not in a hurry, his robe fluttered, and he even pulled back. Zongmiao combined with the wind control technique made him extremely agile in mid-air. Especially with many giant trees nearby, they could block most of the attacks for him. While retreating, he shot out fireballs, and in between, he used a special technique to mix dozens of colorful beads. The appearance of the fireball technique made the gray leaf wolf a little cautious. This was the method of human monks. But that was all. The speed was too slow, and it couldn't hide him at all. Instead, the beads hid him one by one, and when they exploded, they hit him and tore his skin and flesh. The gray leaf wolf is a demonic beast of earth and wood attributes. Its speed is not fast among its kind, but its body is tough and its recovery ability is extremely strong. It is good at long-term combat, so its combat power is tyrannical. These minor injuries only made him more angry. That damn human was too fast and didn't fight it head-on. After dozens of breaths, the gray leaf wolf stopped. The instincts of animals made it dislike the rhythm of fighting being led by others. It was ready to slip away. However, just as it was about to turn back, its eyes widened and its tail subconsciously tucked up. As far as he could see, the fireballs that had not hit him before had surrounded him. You must feel bad for being played by me all the time. Luo Chen had come to the top of a nearby giant tree without knowing when. Then I'll give you a decent death. Merge. With a thought, his 10 fingers flew across like flower hands. As he moved, threads of spiritual power pulled the fireballs that were scattered in all directions, crisscrossed along specific trajectories, and pounced on the demon wolf. A woo! The demon wolf roared, and all its demon power burst out. A series of earthy yellow light enveloped its entire body. However, even with this defense, it was powerless under the continuous attack of more than 20 fireballs. 5 breaths later, Luo Chen fell from the sky. Looking at the burning pit, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It's a pity that this body of fur is gone. If it were complete, it would be worth at least 10 spirit stones. This body of monster meat must be worth at least 1 or 2,000 pounds, which is dozens of spirit stones. And this bone, oh, why are my hands so cheap? Luo Chen was very upset. The crystal clear spirit stone was gone. Let's run away first. The roar it made before dying was probably calling for its own kind. We can't stay here for long. Luo Chen didn't hesitate. He jumped up and disappeared like a big bird outside the primeval forest with giant trees. On the way back, Luo Chen recalled the battle just now and looked for his shortcomings. After searching for a while, he didn't find it. I am indeed a fighting genius. In this battle, he only used conventional means. Jade knife, entanglement technique, fireball technique, Hunilin jade marrow bead, free journey and wind control technique. He didn't use any of his other hidden soul breaking nails and fireball fusion technique. But even with conventional means, he could easily deal with a gray leaf wolf, which was comparable to the late stage of key refining, with his kite flying style. From beginning to end, the rhythm of the battle was under Luo Chen's control. Especially the last move of the fireball technique, which made Luo Chen very satisfied. The flame art really has a bless effect on the fireball art. The original flying fireflies have become more agile and even unexpected. If it were Brother Qin, I'm afraid he would be seriously injured if he was careless. And this Xian Sanho hidden weapon technique, I used the Hunilin Pearl technique to play the Jade Marrow Waste Pill and detonated it as a disposable consumable. Under a large number of attacks, it is not inferior to normal magic weapons. The subtlety of it is that it does not require long-term spiritual power control. If you fight against a cultivator, the effect will be even better. The Jade Marrow Waste Pill has no effect at all, but it is quite hard because it contains the material of the first-level spiritual material Huan Liu. After detonating it, the power of a single bead is not great. But if you use the Hunilin Pearl technique to instantly detonate dozens or hundreds of them, the power will be very considerable. Thinking about these things, Luo Chen felt that he had gained a lot in this month. The earliest entanglement technique he learned was finally at the Grandmaster level. Although the offensive and defensive effects were not good, it was very good in blocking and trapping the enemy. He also cultivated a breathing spirit technique to the mastery level, far exceeding Chen Xiaoping's level of minor success at the beginning. With a sharp sense of smell of the demon wolf, he did not find him at the first time. As for the proficiency level of other healing techniques and the mastery level of the mountain breaking palm, he swept them all away. And because the proficiency of these spells continued to rise, his achievement points also jumped to 19 points. With these master and perfect level spells, combined with his constantly improving kite-flying fighting style, Luo Chen was confident that he was already capable of facing most of the late key refining cultivators. If he waited until his realm broke through to the 7th level of key refining, he would not be afraid of some key refining 9th level cultivators who did not have good magic weapons. Perhaps only those masters with top-grade magic weapons on the Taoism stage at the beginning can pose a threat to me. Luo Chen thought of the scene of the death battle of the 18 cultivators, the strange formation flags, magic weapon fragments, sword pills, blood path methods, Qin Liangjin's self-destruction fighting method, Wang Yuan's strong physique, etc. He could only shake his head and sigh. Those are not what ordinary key refining 9th level cultivators can have. All I can say is that it was a competition between two big gangs and two foundation building monks. How could ordinary key refining monks have top-grade defensive robes and top-grade flying swords? Thinking about these things, Luo Chen had already flown into the slanting moon valley. As soon as he entered the alchemy hall, Sikun Xiaojia came up to him. Master Luo, the headquarters has notified us to start a gang meeting. Do you think we should go there? Start a gang meeting. Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he waved his hand. Let's go. The first order results will not be available until tomorrow, but today it has exceeded 1,000, which is relatively good. And the editor helped me and gave me a new book recommendation, which will be published next week. Haha, when the time comes, the world will work together. Thank you brothers for your strong support. Chapter 100 Key Refining Experience, Auction. Key is rushing to the sky, and the mind is focused on the heart. What does this mean? The effect of the key nourishing pill is getting worse and worse. Should I switch to the dust transforming pill? Tisk tisk, the monkey I met the day before yesterday could actually speak human language, and he was only at the first level. I'm afraid he ate a Tongaiu grass, which is worth 500 spirit stones. It's really a waste of that beast. In the Heiau Hall, a group of cultivators sat in 4 directions. Before everyone arrived, they chatted with each other. They were either exchanging ideas about cultivation or sharing their recent experiences. It is difficult for ordinary casual cultivators to encounter such an atmosphere. It only exists in some sects and families. Now that the Pashan Gang has been operating for 100 years, it has gradually developed this atmosphere. Just as they were communicating, a burst of laughter came from outside the door. Dear Taoist friends, Xiao Luo is not late. With a hearty laugh, a tall and handsome man stepped in. Maybe because he was holding a scroll in his hand recently, or because he was refining pills all year round, his face looked quite elegant against the moon-white Taoist robe. Behind Luo Chen, followed closely by Sikun Xiaojia and Gu Kai. The two followed closely behind him like bodyguards and stepped into the Heiao Hall. Mi Shuhua, who was in the first position, opened his eyes and nodded to him. Luo Chen also nodded and sat on the chair closest to the door and at the end. Gu Kai stood behind him obediently. Sikun Xiaojia sat in the front, second only to Mi Shuhua. Luo Chen glanced at Luo Wudi, Zheng Wen, Zhang Shikeng and others, and winked at Wang Yuan. Since everyone is here, let's start this month's gang. Mi Shuhua said, and then looked in the direction of Luo Wudi. As the head of the three major war halls, Luo Wudi has the power to speak on behalf of Zheng Wen and Yang Wei. Last month's gains and losses are all recorded in the Hall of Honor, so I won't say much. I'll just say one thing. There's a new gang in Daohofang, and they've begun to encroach on our interests. What's our attitude towards this gang? Please let the leader decide. Mi Shuhua pondered for a while, and slowly said, "You're talking about Zuanaihu, right?" The leader knows. Luo Wudi raised his eyebrows. Mi Shuhua nodded. This gang was established by the Duan family, the Nangong family and the other 3 foundation-building families. 5 foundation-building families. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads. Zuanaihu doesn't recruit too many casual cultivators, but mainly the children of the 5 foundation-building families. Establishing a gang is also to give these family children an opportunity to enter the mountains for combat trials. Other mountains are fine, but if you meet them in the Guian Mountains, try not to conflict with them. On the contrary, if they hunt monsters, you can also buy them directly at a low price. If they don't want to, forget it. With this, everyone felt relieved. The children of the family are different from the independent cultivators. Although they also attach great importance to resources, they are not as eager to fight for every inch of profit as independent cultivators. On the contrary, sometimes they just kill monsters to hone their fighting skills. As for the infringement of interests mentioned by Luo Wudi, it is actually just some minor frictions. In Mi Shuhua's view, it is not worth mentioning, as long as it does not make a big fuss. Moreover, there are other gangs outside, which will make the monks of his own Pashan gang more cohesive and more united in their daily actions. The income of the Beast Hall this month is not as good as last month. K. Yulin, what's going on over there? The person who asked the question was not Mi Shuhua, but Mi Junping. K. Yulin's face was gloomy. A demon rock flew from nowhere, took away several white sheep, and broke a hole in the animal farm, causing a group of black pigs that had not been tamed to run away. The animal farm of the Pashan gang was built in a large canyon near the Guian Mountains. The main domesticated animals were white sheep and black pigs, and there were also some small-scale yellow cattle, green mountain foxes, and deer. Usually, if the monks of Pashan gang hunted live monsters and found them worthy of being tamed, they would also put them in the animal farm. For example, the Lingayu Lake of Qin Liangchen and his wife was also under the management of the animal farm. It can be said that the income of the animal farm was only lower than that of the 3 battle halls and the medicine hall. It was much stronger than the mining hall and the newly established Jiao Hall and Dan Hall. Moreover, places like this could accommodate many casual cultivators with low realms and no combat power. Hearing him say this, Mi Shuhua could not blame him. After asking, he learned that it was just a first-level monster paying, so he said that he would find a time to make arrangements. Next, the mining hall, the medicine hall and even Wang Yuan's Jiao Hall reported the corresponding situation. Among them, the mining hall suffered heavy casualties. The reason was that a nest of monster snakes was dug out in a mine tunnel, and most of the monks died on the spot. It seems that mining has been a dangerous thing since ancient times. Finally, it was the turn of the Dan Hall. Under the gaze of everyone, Luo Chen shrugged. "Why are you looking at me? I am only responsible for refining the elixir. The procurement of raw materials and the sale of elixir are all in the charge of Elder Sikeng and Zuntang." After he said this, everyone had to focus their attention on the other 2 people. Sikeng Xiaojia's face was stiff. "Let me be frank. There are too many people in the elixir protection team of 30 people. The elixir hall can't afford their salaries at present." The implication was that he didn't want to take care of those people's food and drink. Mi Shuhua shook his head. "No need to withdraw them. Let those people do their original work in their spare time." But the number of people cannot be reduced. It may increase in the future. Second, Xiaojiao was helpless. With this group of people around, the spiritual stones he got every month would be much less. Luo Chen, the Elixir Hall lost 1,000 spiritual stones last month. As the head of the Elixir Hall, you have to give an explanation. Mi Junping stared at Luo Chen with a frosty face. Luo Chen had a black question mark on his face. What explanation do you have? I just made pills honestly, and I sold them to you. You asked me for the loss. By the way, you haven't given me the dividends from last month. Mi Junping gritted her teeth and said, you have lost so much, and you still have the nerve to ask for dividends. Luo Chen put away his cynical look and said seriously, it was agreed at the beginning that my dividends are the profits of a single pill after deducting the cost of raw materials and part of the monk's monthly salary. The loss last month was not on the Zongmiao pills, but on the yucca pills. If you have any objections, then I can stop refining yucca pills in the future and focus on Zongmiao pills. Hearing this, Mi Junping hesitated. Zongmiao pills can indeed earn spirit stones, although not much, but at least it is an income. But just when she hesitated, Mi Shuhua's voice sounded, calm but firm. No. You must make the jade marrow pill, and you must increase your investment to try to make more of them with better grades. He looked at Luo Chen quietly. In the future, you can even stop making the wonderful pills and focus on making the jade marrow pill. The gang will give you the greatest support. Dad, but... Shut up. After glaring at Mi Junping, Mi Shuhua forced a smile. Luo Chen, give me a definite answer. How long will it take to steadily increase the success rate of the pill, or even make a medium-grade jade marrow pill? After a month of observation, Mi Shuhua has determined that the low-grade jade marrow pill can't make much spiritual stones. In fact, because of the success rate of the pill, the cost has been greatly increased. The jade marrow pill that Luo Chen made last month, when he took it out to sell, was actually a loss. One furnace of raw materials costs 5 spiritual stones, and a bottle of jade marrow pill sells for 10 spiritual stones. However, it takes 10 furnaces to make a little more than 1 bottle. Anyone can do the math. The Passion gang is losing a lot. If they want to avoid losses, they can only improve the success rate of the pill and upgrade the quality of the pills. If it is a medium-grade jadeite pill, that bottle can be sold for 40 or 50 spirit stones. If the independent cultivators can't afford it, they can sell it individually. Even if it is a low-grade jadeite pill, if Luo Chen can raise the pill success rate to more than half, it can barely be maintained. Facing Mi Shuhua's gaze, a foundation-building pressure was looming. Luo Chen was a little uncomfortable, but as he stayed in this world of cultivation where intrigue and profit are paramount, he became more and more accustomed to his role. Even in various occasions, he showed the reaction he should have. Under the control of his facial muscles, Luo Chen showed a helpless bitter smile. Boss, it's not that I don't try my best. It's really that alchemy is something that can't be forced. It requires a lot of experience accumulation. I know this, so I never blamed you for your failures before. Besides, my cultivation is too low to cope with long-term alchemy. Every month, I will give you another bottle of Yankee pill. Huh? There is such a good thing? Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged. He shook his head bitterly. It's not about the elixir, but some confusion in cultivation. Xiao Luo, there is really no one to guide you. When he said this, everyone understood immediately. They were all independent cultivators, and there were many confusions on the road of cultivation. But except for occasional small gatherings, few people could answer their questions. Moreover, even when cultivators discussed and exchanged ideas, they were reserved. Luo Chen tentatively said, I don't know if the gang leader has any corresponding experience in this regard. If you can give me some advice, it will surely be of great help in refining the jade marrow pill. Mi Shuhu hesitated for a while, and finally his eyes fell on Mi Junping. Pinger, give the jade slip to Luo Chen. Mi Junping was stunned for a moment, knowing that she could not disobey her father. She had to cruelly take out a jade slip from the storage bag and throw it to Luo Chen. As soon as the jade slip was in hand, Luo Chen tried to check it, but there was no reaction when he injected spiritual power. This is a jade slip that can only be made by a foundation-building cultivator. It requires spiritual consciousness to view. Your spiritual consciousness cannot be released yet. You can read it by sticking it on your forehead. Mi Shuhu's voice sounded in his ears. Luo Chen suddenly realized and quickly stuck it on his forehead. Key Refining Experience, written by Mi Shuhu. This small jade slit actually contains Mi Shuhu's lifelong cultivation experience from the early stage of key refining to the late stage of key refining. And there is almost nothing hidden. Just some records in the early stage of key refining made Luo Chen feel suddenly enlightened. Because he was in a meeting, Luo Chen just glanced at it briefly and put it away with great care. Others were envious when they saw this scene. Some people even secretly thought, is this Luo Chen really not Mi Shuhu's illegitimate son? He is too good to him. If Luo Chen knew this idea, he would only sneer. I, Luo, have been wandering all my life and have never met a wise master. If Mi Shuhu doesn't mind, he doesn't mind recognizing a foster father. Then, fleece him. As the meeting was about to end, Mi Shuhu threw out a piece of news. At the beginning of winter, Daofang will hold a large auction as usual. I have a few places here. If you want to go, you can tell me. Auction. That is a place where countless good things will appear. Many key refining cultivators may not be able to participate in a large auction in their lifetime. After this, many people were moved. Luo Chen's eyes also lit up. After the meeting, Luo Chen found Mi Junping. From her, he received 5 bottles of key-nourishing pills, a box of tranquilizing incense, and a dividend of 750 spirit stones. At that time, Mi Junping's face was not good. Even when she was practicing, she did not enjoy such treatment. Her father treated Luo Chen better than her own daughter. She even suspected that Luo Chen was her half-brother. Luo Chen didn't care about these. He shed blood for the Pashan gang. His skin was broken when he knocked on the alchemy furnace when refining the pill, and he worked hard for Mi Shuhu. These are what he deserves. After happily putting the things into the storage bag, Luo Chen asked Gu Kai to go back to the inner city and start a big sweep. It's a new month, and the herbs for Pian Lingai must be purchased. A box of tranquilizing incense can only be used for 12 days, and I have to pay for it. After all the purchases, the wallet that had been swollen with great difficulty before was suddenly deflated again. Only 700 spiritual stones were left in the deposit. But everything is worth it. Only by increasing the power in this way can we make courageous progress on the road of cultivation. The resources have been prepared, and Luo Chen is looking forward to the scenery of the late stage of key refining in a month. In the open-air courtyard, the copper pot setup was bubbling on the stove. Luo Chen's treat is still today. Somehow, after Fu Xiuxiu left, Luo Chen took over the other party's work of uniting neighbors. Every month, invite everyone to have a meal together to promote harmonious relations between neighbors. But this time, other people also contributed some ingredients. Qin Liangjun was the most generous and directly brought a piece of unicorn lamb. It is said that this kind of monster is different from ordinary green goats. It has a violent temperament and strong strength. Its strength is calculated according to the antelope horns on its head. The first level has a single horn, and the second level has 2 horns. If it has 4 horns, it can become a genuine beast emperor. Under Luo Chen's exquisite knife skills, everyone ate hot mutton in this slightly cool autumn night. Now Daofang is really different. Who dared to hunt the one horn before? It is a strong first-level monster. Who said it wasn't? The strong men whose names are on the Xianjiao list not only fight with human monks on the Taoism platform, but also often go into the mountains to hone themselves. I don't know whether they are for immortality or they like to fight. Maybe they all have their own difficulties. The neighbors chatted, and Luo Chen also learned about some recent changes in Daofang from these chats. For example, the most famous people on the Dai Xianjiao list are almost all children of nearby foundation-building families. When they competed on stage, it was not only about their own paths, but also about the prestige of the family. If someone remained undefeated for a long time, then his family would be more famous and would have the upper hand in some cooperation, business struggles, or turf battles. Luo Chen curiously asked about the follow-up news of the death of the late foundation-building cultivator in Alio Mountain. But no one could give an accurate answer. Qin Liangjun and his wife said that the matter was left unresolved. Gu Kai learned from some friends in Xiangxiang Tower that the giant and master in Alio Mountain had returned to the sect angrily. But Bai Miling said that the Grand Elder of Alio Mountain went to the Yuding Sword sect to ask for punishment. The last piece of news was the most credible, but also the most ridiculous. It was reasonable to ask for punishment from the Yuding Sword sect, but you, Alio Mountain, were just a giant sect, so how dare you provoke the Yuanying sect? Therefore, Luo Chen did not get accurate information. He did not take it to heart. After all, matters involving the foundation building elixir, or even the Yuanying sect, had nothing to do with his life. While chatting, the door of the house was pushed open. A man with sword-like eyes walked straight into the yard. Perhaps he had never seen such a scene of hot pot mutton, and he was quite hesitant for a moment. Did he enter the wrong yard? This is not where the immortals live, but a secular farmyard? The others looked at Duanfeng, struggling with how to talk to him, but Luo Chen had already stood up. Dao Yaoduan, you are back so late. Come on, sit down and have a bite, get to know other neighbors. Luo Chen not only said, but also took action and pulled Duanfeng to sit down. Duanfeng was a little uncomfortable. He was always cold and sarcastic, and he felt like sitting on pins and needles. Under Luo Chen's introduction, the others got to know Duanfeng one by one. Duanfeng did not pretend to be arrogant, and simply reported his home. Try this mutton. This is a one-horn mutton, which was bought specially by Brother Qin. I know, I killed this sheep. Huh? Everyone's chopsticks paused, and Duanfeng was unaware. If it was bought at the butcher shop in the west of the city, then it should be the one I killed. Qin Liangjun nodded. He did buy it at the butcher shop in the west of the city. The atmosphere was cold for a moment, but soon it became lively again under Luo Chen's call. Brother Duan is very strong. He can even kill a one-horned ram. I saw last time that you ranked 19th on the Xianjiao list. You are really powerful. Now you are ranked 15th. Huh? Luo Chen froze for a moment, and then chatted with the other party casually. After several contacts, he found out. This new neighbor named Duanfeng only looks arrogant and indifferent on the surface. In fact, he is a guy with a cold face and a warm heart. He will say thank you, and will not forcefully reject other people's kindness. After getting familiar with each other, he can chat with 1 or 2 words, although he often chokes people. Such people are actually very suitable to be friends. Usually they look cold and deserted, but they will help without hesitation at critical moments. Of course, judging a person's character is not something that can be done by 2 or 3 exchanges. However, after eating shabu-shabu for free for a while, Duanfeng felt a little embarrassed. He went into his house and took out a few white eggs. Even when the door was closed, everyone heard a chicken crowing. What is this? Qin Liangjun half believed and half doubted, and uttered a name, Yangwu egg. Duanfeng hummed, washed the eggs, and threw them into the copper pot. Qin Liangjun and Murin Qinglian looked at each other and smacked their lips. This is a good thing. It is said that 1 lingxi is 1 egg. It's expensive for you. It doesn't matter. That Yangwu chicken is the legacy left to me by my mother. I can only eat 1 egg a day. Duanfeng's tone was normal, but Luo Chen was a little stunned. Isn't the chicken a rooster? It crows every morning. How come my brother chicken can lay eggs? However, Luo Chen still has to give a thumbs up to Duanfeng's generosity. When he first attended the dinner, he was pure freeloaders and didn't pay anything. Sure enough, honest people are thin-skinned. Then, when he ate the Yangwu egg, he felt it was even more fragrant. This was the egg laid by my brother chicken. Murin Qinglian and Feng Xiao were responsible for the aftermath of the dinner. Gu Kai lent a hand to the side, her eyes fell on the 3 men drinking and chatting over there, and she sighed softly. I thought that after Fu Xiuxiu left, the tradition of dinner parties in the courtyard would be gone. Unexpectedly, it was Luo Chen who continued it. Murin Qinglian lifted her drooping hair behind her and smiled gently. Xiao Luo is like this. He looks cheerful and happy at ordinary times, but he is actually very sensitive. He should like the simple atmosphere in the courtyard very much, and he doesn't want it to become a place like the Pashangang that only cares about interests. Recalling the scene of the Heiao gang today, Gu Kai could only remain silent. The dealings between the monks are indeed too complicated. No one is willing to give up benefits, power, cultivation resources, and even opportunities, and they are always haggling over every penny. Therefore, they appear indifferent, naked, and even ruthless. In comparison, although the neighbors in their courtyard are from all over the world, getting along with each other is much simpler and purer. In the room, Luo Chen walked out of the copper furnace. He put on his clothes casually, and his eyes were cold under his wet hair. The cultivation environment at home is not as good as the spiritual vein cave under the Ziai Valley. Even with a nourishing spirit liquid and calming incense, the progress of cultivation in one night is much worse than in the cave. It seems that I have to find more excuses to stay in the Dan Hall. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.